Preface. The romance, which forms the staple of this little volume, is generally considered as belonging to the Sindbad cycle of tales. It has for ages been popular in the East, though to the average English reader, the very name of Prince Bakhtyār is unknown. Many years ago, the learned Orientalist, Sir W. Auseli, presented his countrymen with an English translation of this romance, but copies of his work have now become extremely scarce. Dr. Johnson's dictum that the scarcity of a book is evidence of its worthlessness, otherwise copies of it would have been multiplied, is, like not a few of his other tea-table sayings, more specious than true. Many causes, besides that of uselessness, may render a book scarce. A book may be a very good book yet lack interest, excepting for only a few readers, and such was doubtless the case of Sir W. Auseli's translation. For, strange to say, considering our vast Asiatic possessions, the cultivation of Oriental literature in this country has hitherto met with little or no encouragement from the English people generally. But among the more intelligent class of readers, there has lately sprung up considerable interest in the curious migrations and transformations of popular tales, the tracing of which from country to country, and from modern to remote times, is not only a fascinating, but a highly instructive pursuit. And the idea occurred to me that a reprint of Sir W. Auseli's translation of the romance of Prince Bakhtyār, together with explanatory and illustrative notes, and by way of introduction, such particulars as could be ascertained regarding its origin and that of similar Oriental fictions, might now find readers fit, though few. My little project has been supported by members of the Royal Asiatic Society and the Folklore Society. I have, moreover, been materially assisted by several eminent scholars, amongst others, by Mr. William Platt, to whom I am indebted for the substance of many of the notes, and by Dr. R. Rost, who not only very kindly supplied me with scarce and valuable books and manuscripts from the India Office Library, but also furnished me with much useful information on Eastern fiction, a subject upon which he is one of the highest authorities in this country. Of the present collection of tales, it is remarked by a learned and acute writer that they are, for the most part, well wrought out, probable, and without anything magical or supernatural. And those readers who do not delight in the extravagant creations of Oriental fancy, enchanted groves and fairy palaces beneath lakes, where carbuncles of immense size supply the place of the sun, will find little in this romance to shock their common sense. Nor are there, except one or two expressions in the opening passages, any of those hyperbolical descriptions of female beauty and the puissance of monarchs which are so characteristic of most of the fictions of the East. These tales are, indeed, singularly free from such extravagancies, and may be considered as well adapted to check the often fatal impetuosity of Eastern monarchs, which was doubtless the purpose of the original author. The notes and illustrations may seem disproportionate in bulk to that of the text. They are, however, designed not only to explain and illustrate allusions to Oriental manners and customs, but also to supply deficiencies of Sir W. Auseli's translation from a comparison of other Persian texts, and furnish variants of the several tales as they are found in other versions of the romance. And while it is not impossible that critics whose absurd shibboleth is originality may be disposed to consider my little book as a thing of mere industry, without wit or invention, a very toy, yet I venture to think that these notes will prove to most readers not the least interesting part of the work. In the introduction will be found some curious matter regarding this romance and its congeners which has not before been presented to English readers, the result of much research. For however defective my share of the work may be, I have spared no pains to render it as complete and accurate as I could. In short, I would fain hope that, as a whole, the volume will be accepted as a humble contribution to the still unwritten history of fiction. For even Dunlop's meritorious work can now only be regarded as a large contribution to this research of oldie antiquity. W. A. Clouston. Glasgow, December, 1882. Chapter 1. History of King Azadbakht and the Vizier's Daughter. Thus it is recorded by the authors of remarkable histories and the narrators of delightful tales that there was once in the country of Sistan a certain king, possessing a crown and a throne, whose name was Azadbakht. And he had a vizier entitled Sipasalar, a person of such bravery and skill that the moon concealed herself among the clouds from fear of his scimitar. This vizier had a daughter endowed with such exquisite beauty that the rose of the garden and the moon of the heavenly spheres were confounded at the superior luster of her cheeks. Sipos-Alar loved this daughter with excessive fondness, so that he could scarcely exist an hour without her. Having gone on an expedition to inspect the state of the country, it happened that he found himself under a necessity of passing some time from home. He immediately dispatched confidential persons with orders to bring his daughter to him from the capital. These persons, having arrived at the vizier's palace, paid their obeisance to the damsel, who ordered her attendants to prepare for the journey to her father. The horses were instantly caparisoned, and a litter provided with magnificence suitable to a princely traveler. The damsel, seated in this, commenced her journey and went forth from the city. It happened that the king, who had gone on a hunting party, was at that moment returning from the chase. He beheld the litter with its ornaments and splendid decorations, and whilst he gazed, it was borne quite out of the town. He sent to inquire about it, and the attendants said that it belonged to the daughter of Sipos-Alar, who was going to her father. When the king's servants returned and reported to him this intelligence, he rode up to the litter that he might send his compliments to Sipos-Alar. On his approach, the attendants alighted from their horses and kissed the ground of respectful obedience. The king, having desired that they would bear his salutations to the vizier, and they having promised punctually to do so, was preparing to turn back, when suddenly, the wind lifting up a corner of the hangings which covered the litter, his eyes were fixed by the fascinating beauty of the damsel, and he who in the chase had sought for game became now the captive prey of this lovely maid, and fell into the snares of love. At length he ordered the attendants to dispatch a messenger to the north, where Sipos-Alar was, and to inform him that the king would accept his daughter as a wife, hoping that he might not be esteemed an unworthy son-in-law. When the attendants heard this, they kissed the ground of obedience, saying, "Long be the king's life, the sovereign of the earth and of the age and the ruler of the world." If Sipos-Alar could even dream of this honor, he would be supreme in happiness. But if the king permit, we will proceed with the damsel to her father and inform him of what has happened, that he may prepare everything necessary for the occasion, and then send her back to the city. When the servant of the damsel had thus spoken, the king, who was displeased with his discourse, exclaimed, "How darest thou presume to counsel or advise me?" He would have punished the servant on the spot, but he feared lest the tender heart of his fair mistress should be distressed thereby. He accordingly remitted the punishment, and taking the reins into his own hands, he conducted the litter back towards the city, which he entered at the time when the shades of evening began to fall. The next day he assembled the magistrates and chief men, and, having asked the damsel's consent to the marriage, he caused the necessary ceremonies to be performed. The secretaries were employed in writing letters of congratulation, and Sipos-Alar was informed of the insult offered to him during his absence, which caused the tears to flow from his eyes whilst he perused the letters of congratulation. He dissembled, however, and, concealing his vexation, wrote letters to the king and addressed him in language of the strongest gratitude, declaring himself at a loss for words whereby to express his sense of the honor conferred upon him. Such was the purport of his letters, but in his mind he cherished hopes of revenge, and day and night were employed in devising stratagems by means of which he might obtain it. After 2 or 3 months spent in this manner, Sipos-Alar assembled all the chief officers of the army and informed them that, confiding in their secrecy and fidelity, he would communicate to them an affair of considerable importance. They all assured him of their attachment and regard, and declared that the flourishing state of the empire was the result of his wisdom, prudent management, and bravery. To this Sipos-Alar replied, "You all know what actions I have performed and what troubles I have undergone to raise the empire to its present state of glory and prosperity. But what has been my recompense? You have seen how the ungrateful monarch carried off my daughter." Having thus spoken, a shower of tears fell from his eyes, and the chiefs who were assembled about him said, "We have been acquainted with this matter for some time, and it has given us great concern. But now the moment is arrived when we may depose this king." Then Sipos-Alar threw open the doors of his treasury and distributed considerable sums of money amongst the soldiers, so that in a little time he assembled a multitude of troops, almost innumerable. He then resolved to attack the king and with that intention, seized during the night upon all the avenues of the city, both on the right hand and on the left. The king, astonished and alarmed at the tumult, consulted with the queen, saying, "What can we do in this misfortune? For it is a night to which no morning shall succeed, and a war in which there is not any hope of peace." The queen replied, "Our only remedy for this evil is to fly and seek protection in the dominions of some other prince, and solicit his assistance." Azidbakt approved of this counsel, and resolved to seek an asylum from the king of Kirman, who was renowned for his generosity throughout the world. In the palace there was a certain door which opened into a subterraneous passage leading towards the desert. The king gave orders that 2 horses should be instantly saddled, and having put on his armor and taken from the royal treasury many precious jewels and fastened them in his girdle, he placed the queen on one of the horses, and mounting the other himself, they went forth privately through the door above mentioned, and directed their course towards the desert. Now it happened that the queen had been for 9 months in a state of pregnancy, and, after traveling during a whole day and night in the desert, they arrived at the side of a well, whose waters were more bitter than poison, and unpleasant as the revolutions of inconstant fortune. Here the queen was affected by the pains of labor, whilst heat and thirst reduced both the king and her to despair. Their mouths were parched up for want of water, and they had no hopes of saving their lives, for the sword of the enemy was behind them, and before them the sand of the desert. In this forlorn situation the queen said, "As it is impossible for me to proceed any farther, I entreat you to save your own life, and find out some place where water may be obtained. Though I must perish here, you may be saved, and 100,000 lives such as mine are not in value equal to a single hair of the king's head." Azidbakt replied, "Soul of the world, I can relinquish riches and resign a throne, but it is impossible to abandon my beloved, her who is dearer to me than existence itself." Thus were they engaged in conversation, when suddenly the queen brought forth a son. In beauty, he was lovely as the moon, and from the luster of his eyes the dreary desert was illumined. The queen, pressing the infant to her bosom, began to perform the duties of a mother, when the king told her that she must not fix her affections on the child, as it would be impossible to take him with them. "We must therefore," added the king, "leave the infant on the brink of this well, and commit him to the providence of the Almighty, whose infinite kindness will save him from destruction." They accordingly wrapped up the child in a cloak embroidered with gold, and fastened a bracelet of 10 large pearls round his shoulders. Then, leaving him on the brink of the well, they both proceeded on their journey to Kirman, whilst their hearts were afflicted with anguish on account of their helpless infant. When they approached the capital of Kirman, the king of that place was informed of their arrival. He sent his servants to welcome them, and received them with the greatest respect and hospitality. He provided a princely banquet, and assembled all the minstrels, and sent his own son and 2 attendants to wait on Azidbakt. During the feast, whilst the musicians were employed in singing and playing, and the guests in drinking, whenever the wine came round to Azidbakt, his eyes were filled with tears. The king of Kirman, perceiving this, desired him to banish sorrow, and to entertain a hope that heaven might yet be propitious to him. Azidbakt replied, "O king of the world, how can I be cheerful, whilst thus in exile from my home, and whilst my kingdom and my treasures are in the possession of my enemies?" The king of Kirman then inquired into the particulars of Azidbakt's misfortunes, which he related from beginning to end. The heart of the king of Kirman was moved with compassion, and during that whole day he endeavored, by every sort of amusement, to divert the mind of his guest from dwelling on the past misfortunes. The next day he ordered a powerful army to be led forth, and placed it under the command of Azidbakt, who marched immediately towards the capital of his own dominions. On the king's approach, Sipahsalar, who had usurped his authority, fled in confusion, and all the troops, the peasants and other inhabitants paid homage to Azidbakt and entreated his forgiveness. He pardoned them, and again ascending the royal throne, governed his people with justice and generosity, and having liberally rewarded the king of Kirman's soldiers, he sent them back with many rare and valuable presents for that monarch. After these transactions, Azidbakt and his queen passed their time in a state of tranquility, interrupted only by the remembrance of the child whom they had left in the desert, and whom, they were persuaded, wild beasts must have devoured the same hour in which they abandoned him. But they little knew the kindness which Providence had shown him. It happened that the desert in which they had left the infant was frequented by a gang of robbers, the chief of whom was named Ferrexuwar. And very soon after the king and queen had departed, these robbers came to the well. There they discovered a beautiful infant crying bitterly. Ferrexuwar alighted from his horse and took up the child, and his extraordinary beauty induced them to believe him the son of some prince or illustrious personage. In this opinion, they were confirmed by the 10 valuable pearls which were fastened on his shoulders. As Ferrexuwar had not any child, he resolved to adopt this infant as his own, and accordingly bestowed on him the name of Cutidad, and having taken him to his home, committed him to the care of a nurse. When he was of a proper age, Ferrexuwar instructed him in all necessary accomplishments, and in horsemanship and the use of arms, which rendered him, with his natural bravery, when 15 years of age, able to fight, alone, 500 men. Ferrexuwar loved this youth with such affection that he could not exist one moment without him, and took him along with him wheresoever he went. Whenever it happened that the robbers were proceeding to attack a caravan, Cutidad, who felt compassion for the merchants and travelers, and at all times disliked the profession of a robber, requested that Ferrexuwar might dispense with his attendants and leave him to guard the castle. Ferrexuwar consented that he should not join in attacking the caravan, but entreated him to accompany the robbers to the scene of action. It happened, however, one day that they attacked a caravan consisting of superior numbers and of such brave men that they fought against the robbers with success and took several of them prisoners. In this action, Ferrexuwar received a wound and was near falling into the hands of his enemies, when Cutidad, mounting his charger, galloped into the midst of the battle and put many of them to death. But it was so ordained that he should fall from his horse, in consequence of which he was taken prisoner, and with many of the robbers led in chains to the capital. The chief of the caravan having brought them all before the tribunal of Azadbakhtyār, the king's eyes were no sooner fixed upon the countenance of Cutidad than paternal affection began to stir his heart. He wept and said, "Alas! If the infant whom I abandoned in the desert were now alive, he would probably appear such a youth as this." He continued to gaze involuntarily upon him, and, desiring him to approach, inquired his name and said, "Art thou not ashamed to have abused the favors of heaven, which has endowed thee with so much beauty and strength, by plundering travelers and seizing on the property to which thou hadst not any right?" Cutidad, with tears, replied, "The Lord knows my innocence, and that I have never partaken of the plunder." Azadbakhtyār then granted him a free pardon and took him into his service, desiring that his chains might be taken off. He also put on him his own robe and said, "I now give you the name of Bakhtyār. From this time forth fortune shall be your friend." The king then dismissed the other robbers, to whom, on condition that they would never again commit any depredations, he granted not only their lives, but a pension by which he engaged them in his service. After this, Bakhtyār continued day and night in attendance on the king, whose affection for him hourly increased. To his care were entrusted the royal stables, which he superintended with such skill and good management that in a few months the horses became fat and sleek. And the king, one day remarking their improved condition, understood that it was the result of Bakhtyār's care and attention, and conceiving that a person who evinced such abilities was capable of managing more important matters, he sent for Bakhtyār, at his return to the palace, and ordered that the keys of the treasury should be presented to him, and thus constituted him keeper of the treasures. Bakhtyār, having kissed the ground, was invested with a splendid robe of honor. He discharged the duties of his high station with such fidelity and attention that he every day increased in favor with the king, and at length was consulted on every measure, and entrusted with every secret of his royal master. If on any day it happened that Bakhtyār absented himself from the palace, on that day the king would not give audience to any person, and the advice of Bakhtyār was followed on every occasion of importance. In short, he was next in power to the king, and his conduct was discreet and skillful. But there were 10 viziers, who became envious of his exaltation, and conspired against him, resolving to devise some stratagem whereby they might deprive him of the king's esteem and effect his degradation. It happened one day that Bakhtyār, having indulged in the pleasures of wine beyond the bounds of moderation, lost the power of his reason, and continued in a state of sleepy intoxication until night came on and the world became dark. The porters fastened the gates, and the sentinels repaired to their respective stations. Bakhtyār, after some time, came forth from the treasury, but knew not whither he went, so completely had the wine deprived him of recollection. He wandered on, however, until he found himself in one of the king's private apartments, where he saw tapers burning, a couch with pillows and cushions, a splendid throne or seat, and various embroidered robes and silken coverings. This was the apartment in which the king used to sleep. Here, from excessive intoxication, Bakhtyār flung himself upon the throne. After a little while the king entered, and discovering the unfortunate young man, inquired, with violent anger, his business in that place. Bakhtyār, roused by the noise, threw himself from the throne and crept beneath it, where again he fell asleep. The king, having called some attendants, ordered them to seize him, and drawing his sword, hastened to the queen, of whom he asked how Bakhtyār found admittance to the private apartments of the palace, and added that he could not have come there without her knowledge. The queen, shocked at such an imputation, declared herself ignorant of the whole transaction, but desired the king, if he still entertained any suspicions, to confine her that night, and inquire into the matter on the next morning, when her innocence would appear, and the guilty might be punished. The king accordingly ordered her to be confined, and suspended the execution of vengeance during that night. When morning came, being seated on the royal throne, he gave audience to his 10 viziers. The first of these, having paid his respects to the king, inquired into the transactions of the preceding night, and was informed of all that had occurred. The enmity which this vizier had long cherished in his heart against Bakhtyār induced him to conceive that a fair opportunity now offered of destroying that unfortunate young man, and he said within himself, "Though he may have 1,000 lives, he shall not be able to save one of them." He then addressed the king and said, "How could a person bred up in the desert, and by profession a robber and assassin, be fit for the service of a king? I well knew that his wickedness would appear, but durst not say so. Now, however, that it is manifest, let the king ordain for him such a punishment as may be a lesson to all the world." The king gave orders that Bakhtyār should be brought before him. "Ungrateful wretch," said he, "I forgave your offenses, I spared your life, I raised you to dignities almost equal to my own, and you requite these favors by treason and perfidy. You have entered into the recesses of my harem, and have presumed to occupy my place." Bakhtyār, on hearing this, began to weep, declared himself ignorant of all those transactions, and that if he had been found in the royal apartments, he must have wandered there unconsciously. The first vizier solicited the king's permission that he might go to the harem, and inquire from the queen all that she knew concerning this affair. Having obtained permission, he went to the queen and told her that there were various reports on the subject of that young robber Bakhtyār, in which she was implicated. That, as the king was exceedingly enraged against her, the only means whereby she could appease his anger would be to accuse Bakhtyār, and to say, "O king, thou hast brought hither the son of a robber, thou hast bestowed on him the name of fortune's favorite, and hast exalted him to honors, but his baseness has at length appeared. He has presumed to make amorous proposals to me, and has threatened, should I not comply with his licentious desires, to use violence with me, to kill the king, and to seize upon the throne. This declaration," said the vizier to the queen, "will induce the king to order the immediate execution of Bakhtyār, and you will at the same time re-establish yourself in his good opinion." The queen was astonished, and replied, "How can I, even to save myself, thus destroy the life of an innocent person by a false testimony?" "The life of Bakhtyār," said the vizier, "has long been forfeited to the laws, since he exercised the profession of a robber and a murderer. Therefore, any scruples on that subject are vain, and I'll answer at the day of judgment for your share in this transaction." The queen at last consented to follow the vizier's advice, and he returned to the presence of the king, who desired to know the result of his conference with the queen. The artful vizier replied, "That which I have heard, I have not the power of relating, but the queen herself will tell it." The king, having retired, sent for the queen, and she repeated to him all that the vizier had instructed her to say. The king, acknowledging that he was himself to blame, as having bestowed favors on the base-born son of a robber, gave orders that heavy irons should be put on the feet of Bakhtyār, and sent him to prison, declaring that in due time he should suffer such a punishment as would strike terror into all men. In the meantime, Bakhtyār languished in the prison, appealing to God for relief. And the viziers returned to their homes, devising means whereby they might induce the king to hasten the execution of the young man. Chapter 2. On the following day, the second vizier came before the king, and having paid his respects, recommended that Bakhtyār should be no longer kept in prison, but led out to execution. The king approved of this advice and gave orders that Bakhtyār and the executioner should be brought before him. When they were come, he addressed the young man and told him that he had directed the tree of his existence to be rooted out from the soil of his empire. Bakhtyār replied, "Long be the king's life. Such is my prayer, as I stand here on the eve of departure from this world. Yet, as it is every man's duty to endeavor by honest means to save himself, I appeal to the Almighty, who knows my innocence. But alas, my situation is like that of the merchant, whom good fortune constantly avoided and evil fortune incessantly pursued, so that all his exertions ended in disappointment and all his projects failed of success." The king desired to hear the story of this ill-fated merchant, and Bakhtyār, after the usual compliments, began to relate it as follows. Story of the ill-fated merchant and his adventures. In the city of Basra, there was a certain man, a merchant, who possessed immense riches. But it was decreed that the light of prosperity should be changed into the darkness of misfortune, so that in a short space of time very little of all his wealth remained, and whatsoever commercial projects he tried invariably terminated in loss. It happened one year that the price of corn was increased, and the merchant thought that, by laying out what remained of his money and purchasing some loads of corn and keeping it till the next year, he might profit considerably. He therefore hired a granary, purchased some corn, and laid it by, in expectation that the price would rise. But corn became more abundant, and consequently more cheap, the following season. When the merchant perceived this, he resolved to keep that which he had in store until the next year, thinking it probable that a barren season might succeed a plentiful one. But it happened that the next year so much rain fell that most of the houses were washed away, and the water found its way into the merchant's granary, where it spoiled all his corn, and caused it to send forth a smell so intolerable that the people of the city compelled him to throw it away. He was confounded by this misfortune, but after some time, finding that he could not derive any profit from idleness or inactivity, he sold his house and joined a company of merchants who were setting out on a voyage by sea. With them, he embarked on board a vessel, and after 3 days and 3 nights the world became dark, the tempest arose, the billows rolled. At length the ship was wrecked, and many of the crew perished. The merchant, with a few others, was saved on a plank and cast on dry land. Hungry and naked, he wandered into a desert, when, after advancing some leagues, he discovered a man at a little distance. Delighted to find that the country was inhabited, and hoping to be relieved from hunger and thirst, which had now become almost insupportable, he directed his course towards that man, and soon perceived an extensive and populous village, with trees and running streams. At the entrance to this village he stopped. The chief man, or daikan, of the place was a person of considerable wealth and of great generosity. He had erected in the outlets of this village a summer house in which he happened to be when the merchant arrived. As soon as he discovered the stranger, he ordered his servants to bring him into the summer house. The stranger paid his respects and was entertained by the daikan with politeness and hospitality. Having satisfied his hunger and thirst, he related, at the desire of his host, all the circumstances of his past life and all the misfortunes he had undergone. The story excited compassion in the breast of the generous daikan, who gave the merchant a suit of his own clothes and bade him not despair, for he would keep him with himself until his affairs should be again in a prosperous condition. After this, the daikan gave into the merchant's charge the account of his property and possessions, and said that he would allow him, for his own share, the 11th part of all the corn. The merchant, much delighted, was very diligent in superintending the concerns of his employer, and as the harvest proved very abundant, when the corn was gathered in, he found his portion so considerable that he said within himself, "The daikan most probably will not consent to allow me such a share. I shall therefore take it and conceal it until the settlement of accounts, when, if he think proper to bestow so much on me, I shall give back this." He accordingly took this quantity of the corn and concealed it in a cavern. But it happened that a thief discovered what he had done and stole the corn away by night. When the daikan inspected the accounts of the harvest and had made his calculation of the produce, he assigned to the merchant the 11th part of the corn. The merchant returned him thanks and acknowledged the doubts which he had entertained, and told him how he had set apart a certain portion of the corn, which, said he, I shall now go and cause to be deposited in the granary. The Khan sent 2 of his people with him to the place where he had concealed the corn, but none could be found. They were astonished and bit the finger of amazement. When the Khan was informed of this circumstance, he became angry and ordered that the merchant should be driven forth out of the village. In melancholy plight, the unlucky merchant turned his face towards the road which led to the seashore. There he chanced to meet 6 of those persons who gain a livelihood by diving for pearls. They knew him and inquired into his situation. He related to them all that had happened, and his story so much excited their compassion that they agreed to bestow on him, for the sake of God, whatsoever their next descent to the bottom of the sea should produce. They accordingly, with this charitable intention, plunged all 6 into the sea, and each brought up from the bottom a pearl of such exquisite beauty that its equal could not be found amongst the treasures of any monarch. The merchant received from the divers those 6 precious pearls, and set forward with a joyful heart. It happened that after some time he fell into company with certain robbers, whom he much feared, and he resolved to save part, at least, of his property, by concealing 3 of the pearls in his mouth, and the other 3 among his clothes, hoping that, if they should search him, they might be contented with these, and that he might save those concealed within his mouth. He accordingly put 3 of the pearls among his clothes, and the other 3 into his mouth, and went on for some time without exciting any suspicion or attracting the notice of the robbers. But unluckily opening his mouth to address them, the pearls fell on the ground, and when the robbers saw them, they seized the merchant, and so terrified him with their threats and violence that he became senseless. The robbers, perceiving this, took up the 3 pearls and went away. After some time, the merchant recovered his senses, and was overjoyed to find that he had still 3 of the pearls left. Proceeding on his journey, he arrived by night at a certain city, where he slept, and next morning went to the shop of a jeweler, to whom he offered the pearls for sale. The jeweler, on beholding them, was astonished, for they far exceeded anything he had ever seen. Then casting his eyes on the mean and squalid garments of the merchant, he immediately seized him by the collar, and exclaimed with a loud voice, accusing the unfortunate stranger of having stolen the pearls from his shop. A violent struggle and dispute ensued, and at length they both proceeded to the tribunal of the king. The jeweler was a man of some repute in the city, and that which he said was believed by the inhabitants. He accused the merchant of having contrived a hole through which he stole away a casket of gold and jewels from his shop, and those 3 pearls were part of the contents of the casket. The merchant declared himself innocent, but the king ordered him to deliver the pearls to the jeweler, and he was loaded with chains and thrown into prison. There he pined in misery and affliction, until after some time those divers who had given him the pearls arrived in that city, and going to visit the prison, that they might benefit by seeing the punishment of vice and wickedness, they distributed some money among those who were confined, and at last discovered the merchant in a corner, loaded with chains. They were astonished, and inquired into the occasion of his disgrace. He related the whole affair, and they, feeling great indignation on account of the injurious treatment which their friend had suffered, desired him not to despair, as they would soon procure him his liberty. They immediately hastened from the prison to the palace. The chief of them was a man whom the king much respected, and when he had related the story of the merchant, and of the pearls which they had given him, the king became convinced of the jeweler's guilt, and instantly ordered him to be seized and brought before him, and at the same time that the merchant should be released from prison. When the jeweler appeared before the king, his confusion and trembling betrayed his guilt. The king asked him why he had thus injured a stranger, but he remained silent, and was then led away to execution. The king caused to be proclaimed throughout the city, "Such is to be the punishment of those who shall injure or do wrong to strangers." He directed also that the property of the jeweler should be transferred to the merchant. Supposing that a man who had seen so much of the world, both of prosperity and adversity, must be well qualified for the service of a king, he ordered a splendid robe to be given to the merchant, and desired that he should be purified from the filth of a prison in a warm bath, and appointed him keeper of the treasury. The merchant employed himself diligently in the duties of his station, But there was a vizier who became envious of his good fortune, and resolved to devise some stratagem whereby to effect his ruin. The king's daughter had a summer house adjoining the treasury, and it was her custom to visit this summer house during 6 months of the year, once every month. It happened that a mouse had made a hole quite through the wall of the treasury, and one day the merchant having reason to drive a nail into the wall, it entered into the hole which the mouse had made, and went through and caused a brick to fall out on the road which led to the princess's summer house. The merchant went immediately and stopped up the hole with clay. The malicious vizier, having discovered this circumstance, hastened to the king and informed him that he had seen the merchant making a hole through the wall of the summer house, and that, when he had found himself detected, he had, in shame and confusion, stopped it up with clay. The king was astonished at this information. He arose and proceeded to the treasury, where, finding the merchant's hands yet dirty from the clay, he believed what the vizier had told him, and on returning to his palace, ordered his attendants to put out the merchant's eyes and to turn him out at the palace gate. After this, the king went to the summer house, that he might pay a visit to his daughter, but he found that she had not been there for some time, having gone to amuse herself in the gardens. On proceeding to the treasury, the king discovered the hole, which had evidently been the work of a mouse. From these circumstances, he began to suspect the truth of the vizier's information, and at last, being convinced that the merchant was innocent, he ordered the vizier to be punished. He lamented exceedingly the hard fate of the merchant, and was much grieved at his own precipitancy, but his condolence and his sorrow were of no avail. Having related this story, Bakhtyār observed that the king would have prevented all this distress had he taken some time to inquire into the affair and entreated a further respite, that he might be enabled to prove his innocence. The king, being pleased with the recital of this story, complied with Bakhtyār's request and ordered him to be taken back to prison for that day. Chapter 3. On the following morning, the third vizier presented himself before the king, and, having paid his respects, expressed many apprehensions that the indulgence shown to Bakhtyār might prove of dangerous consequences by encouraging other criminals, and strongly advised his speedy execution. The king, having sent for Bakhtyār, the executioner prepared to blindfold him, but he petitioned for mercy and said, "The imprisonment of suspected persons is certainly a just measure, as the guilt or innocence of the prisoner will probably be ascertained in the course of time. But if a king will not have patience, but punish without due investigation of the offense, what can result from such precipitancy but affliction and repentance?" Thus it happened to a son of the king of Aleppo, whose impatience occasioned the loss of that kingdom and infinite misery. The king's curiosity being excited, he desired Bakhtyār to relate the story of the impatient prince of Aleppo, and Bakhtyār, having kissed the ground of obedience, thus began. Story of the impatient prince of Aleppo. The king of Aleppo was an upright and generous monarch, who protected strangers and permitted not any person to oppress or insult another. And he had a son named Bihzad, a young man of excellent genius, polite accomplishments, and many good qualities, but so very impatient that he would not admit a moment's delay in the gratification of any desire, whatsoever might be the consequences of his rash haste. It happened once that, being seated with several of his companions, he desired one of them to relate his adventures. The young man accordingly began his story in the following words. About 2 years ago, being in possession of considerable wealth, I purchased several beasts of burthen, and, having loaded them with various commodities, I undertook a journey, but on the way was attacked by robbers, who plundered me of all my property, and I proceeded with a disconsolate heart until night came on, and I found myself in a place without any vestige of inhabitants. I took shelter beneath a great tree, and had remained there for some time, when I perceived a light, and several persons who passed by with much festivity and mirth. After them came some who held vessels full of burning incense, so very fragrant, that the desert was perfumed by its delightful odor. When they had passed on, a magnificent litter appeared, before which walked several damsels holding torches, scented with ambergris. In this litter was seated a fair one, of such exquisite beauty, that the radiance of her charms far exceeded the light of the torches, and quite dazzled my fascinated eyes. When the young man had advanced thus far in his narrative, Bihzad began to show symptoms of impatience, having fallen in love with the lady, though unseen. The young man continued his story and said, "The next morning I proceeded on my journey and arrived at the city of Rum, the capital and residence of the Caesar, or Greek emperor. And having made inquiries, I was informed that the beautiful damsel whom I had seen was the Princess Nigarin, daughter of the Caesar, who had a villa at a little distance from the city, to which she sometimes went for recreation." Here the young man concluded his narrative, and Prince Bihzad immediately arose and hastened to the house of the vizier, and said, "You must go this moment to my father, and tell him that if he is solicitous about my happiness, he will provide me a wife without delay." The vizier accordingly went to the palace and informed the king of Bihzad's wishes. The king desired the vizier to assure the prince that he only waited to find a suitable match for him, but that, if he had fixed his affections on any fair object, he would do everything in his power to obtain her for him. This being reported to Bihzad, he sent back the vizier with another message to the king, informing him that the object of his choice was the Princess Nigarin, the lovely daughter of the Caesar of Rum, and requesting that ambassadors might be sent to ask her in marriage for him. The king replied to this message and said, "Tell Bihzad that it were in vain for me to send ambassadors on such an errand to the Caesar. He is the powerful emperor of Rum, and I am only a petty sovereign of Aleppo. We are of different religions and of different manners, and there is not any probability that he would comply with our demand." The vizier returned to Bihzad and delivered him this message from his father. The impatient prince immediately declared that, if the king would not send ambassadors to solicit the Caesar's daughter in marriage for him, he would set out on that errand himself. The king, being informed of his son's resolution, sent for the prince, whom he loved with a tender affection, and at last consented that ambassadors should be dispatched to Rum. The Caesar received with due respect the ambassadors from the king of Aleppo, but when they disclosed the object of their mission, he replied, with great indignation, and informed them that no one should obtain his daughter without paying the sum of 100 lakhs of dinars, or pieces of gold, and that whoever should consent to pay that sum might become her husband. The ambassadors returned to Aleppo and related to the king all that the Caesar had said. "Did I not tell you," said the king to Bihzad, "that the Greek emperor would refuse his consent to so unequal a match?" "He has not refused his consent," replied Bihzad, "but he requires money, which must be immediately sent." The king declared that he could not make up so considerable a sum, but at Bihzad's request, having collected all his wealth, he found he possessed 30 lakhs. Bihzad then urged him to sell his male and female slaves and all his household goods. Having done so, he found that they produced 20 lakhs. Then Bihzad advised the king to make up the requisite sum by compelling his subjects to contribute their money, but the king was not willing to distress his people. However, by the persuasion of Bihzad, he extorted from them an additional sum of 20 lakhs. Having thus collected 70 lakhs of dinars, Bihzad proposed that they should be immediately transmitted to the Caesar of Rum. Letters were accordingly written, and messengers dispatched with the money, who were instructed to say that the remaining sum of 30 lakhs should speedily be sent after. When these messengers arrived at Rum, they presented the letters and gifts to the Caesar, with the money. He treated the messengers with great respect, accepted the money, and agreed to the proposed conditions, after which they returned to Aleppo and reported their success. Bihzad then urged his father to collect by any means the 30 lakhs of dinars still deficient, either by a forced loan from the merchants or by taxing the peasants of the country. But the king advised him to be patient and wait until they should recover from the effects of the late exactions, and said, "You have already rendered me poor, and now you wish to complete my ruin and occasion the loss of my kingdom." Bihzad desired his father to keep his kingdom and declared his intention of setting out immediately. The king, much afflicted at the thought of his son's departure, entreated him to wait 1 year, that the people might forget the sums they had already paid, but Bihzad would not consent. The king then begged that he would be patient for 6 months. This also he refused. "Wait even 3 months," said his father. "I cannot wait 3 days," said the impatient youth. On which the king, disgusted with such obstinacy, desired his son to go wherever he pleased. Bihzad immediately retired, and, having clothed himself in armor, with 2 confidential servants set out upon his journey. It happened that one morning they overtook a caravan, consisting of 100 camels loaded with valuable commodities, proceeding on the way to Rum. The chief of this caravan was a man of considerable wealth, with a numerous train of attendants, and he was held in great esteem by the Kaisar. When Bihzad and his 2 companions espied the caravan, they rushed forward with loud shouts, but were instantly seized, and their hands and feet bound. They were then brought before the chief, who ordered that they should be flung upon a camel. When they arrived at Rum, the chief took Bihzad to his own house and kept him confined for 3 days. On the 3rd day, having looked attentively at his prisoner, he discovered in his air and manner something that bespoke his princely origin and education. He inquired into the circumstances of his adventure, but Bihzad answered only with tears. The chief then said, "If you tell me the truth of this affair, I will set you free, and if you do not, I shall inform the Kaisar of your offense, and he will cause you to be hanged." Bihzad, not knowing what else to do, related his whole history to the chief of the caravan, who, moved with compassion, desired him not to despair, for he would lend him the 30 lakhs of dinars and procure him the Kaisar's daughter, on condition of his being repaid whenever Bihzad should become king. To this Bihzad gladly consented, and the chief, having unloosed his fetters, clothed him in royal garments and dressed his servants also in splendid attire. And having given him 30 lakhs of dinars, he led him to the palace. Then he left Bihzad at the door, whilst he himself went in and informed the Kaisar that the Prince of Aleppo was waiting for the honor of presenting to His Majesty the 30 lakhs of dinars, which he had brought sealed up. The Kaisar consented to receive Bihzad, who, on being introduced, paid due homage and was treated with great kindness and placed by the Kaisar's side. After much conversation, the Kaisar desired him to declare the object of his wishes and promised that whatever it might be, he would endeavor to procure it for him. Bihzad replied that his only desire in this world was to obtain the princess for his wife. The Kaisar begged that he would wait 10 days, but to this delay he would not consent. The Kaisar then entreated that he would be patient for 5 days, and this also he refused to do. "At least," said the Kaisar, "wait 3 days that the women may have time to make the necessary preparations." But Bihzad would not consent. "This one day, however," then said the Kaisar, "you must be patient, and tomorrow you shall espouse my daughter." "Since it must be so," replied Bihzad, "I'll wait this day, but no longer." The Kaisar gave orders that the princess should be brought to the garden of the palace, and all the nobles assembled, and banquets provided for the entertainment of Bihzad. When night came, Bihzad, having indulged in wine, became impatient to behold the princess, and going to the summer house in which she was, he discovered an aperture in the wall to which he applied his eye. The princess at that moment happened to perceive the aperture and found that some person was looking at her through it. She immediately ordered her attendants to burn out his eyes with red-hot irons. This order was put in execution without delay. The unhappy Bihzad, crying aloud, fell on the ground deprived of sight. His voice being at length recognized, the servants ran out and beheld him rolling in agony on the ground. They exclaimed and tore their hair, but all in vain. The news was brought to the Kaisar, who said, "What can be done? This silly youth has brought the evil on himself by his own impatience and has occasioned the loss of his own eyes." He then directed that Bihzad should be sent back to Aleppo, as he could not give his daughter to a person deprived of sight. When the unhappy youth returned to Aleppo, his father and mother and the inhabitants of the city all wept at his misfortunes, but their compassion was of no avail. After some time the king died, but the people introduced a stranger and placed him on the throne, saying that a blind man was not capable of governing. And the remainder of Bihzad's life passed away in misery and in repentance for his rashness and impatience. "Now," added Bakhtyār, "had that unfortunate young man waited until night, the Princess Nigarin would have been his, and he would have saved his eyes and his kingdom, and not have had occasion to repent of impatience. If the king will send me back to prison, he will not be sorry for the delay, as my innocence will hereafter appear. And if he hasten my execution, any future repentance will not avail." The king ordered Bakhtyār to go back to prison for that day. Chapter 4. On the following day, the 4th vizier presented himself before the king, and, having paid his respects, advised him not to defer any longer the execution of Bakhtyār. The king immediately gave orders that the young man should be brought from the prison. The executioner with a drawn sword stood ready to perform his part, when Bakhtyār exclaimed, long be the king's life. Let him not be precipitate in putting me to death. But as I have, in the story of Bihzed, described the fatal consequences of rashness, let me be permitted to celebrate the blessings attendant on forbearance and recount the adventures of Abu Saber, the patient man. The king's curiosity being excited, he desired Bakhtyār to relate the story, which he accordingly began in the following words. Story of Abu Saber, or the patient man. There lived in a certain village a worthy man whose principal riches consisted in a good understanding and an inexhaustible stock of patience. On account of those qualifications, he was so much respected by all his neighbors that his advice was followed on every occasion of importance. It happened once that a tax-gatherer came to this village and extorted from the poor peasants their miserable pittance, with such circumstances of cruelty and injustice that they could not any longer submit to the oppression. A number of the young men, having assembled in a body, slew the tax-gatherer and fled. The other inhabitants who had not been concerned in this transaction came to Abu Saber and begged that he would accompany them to the king and relate to his majesty the circumstances as they had happened. But Abu Saber told them that he had drank of the sherbet of patience and would not intermeddle in such affairs. When the king was informed of the tax-gatherer's death, he ordered his servants to punish the people of that village and to strip them of all their property. After 2 years, it happened that a lion took up his abode in the neighborhood and destroyed so many children that no person would venture to cultivate the ground or attend the harvest from fear of being devoured. In this distress, the villagers went to Abu Saber and entreated him to associate with them in some measure for their relief, but he replied that patience was his only remedy. It happened soon after that the king, being on a hunting party, arrived in the vicinity of this place, and the inhabitants, presenting themselves before him, related the story of the tax-gatherer, the consequences of the king's anger, and their dread of the lion. The king, pitying them, asked why they had not sent some person to inform him of their distresses. They replied that Abu Saber, the chief man of the village, whose assistance they solicited, had declined interfering in the matter. The king, hearing this, was enraged, and gave orders that Abu Saber should be driven forth from the village. These orders were instantly put in execution, and the king sent people to destroy the lion. With a heavy heart, Abu Saber commenced his journey, accompanied by his wife and 2 sons. It happened that they were soon overtaken by some robbers, who, not perceiving anything more valuable of which they might strip him, resolved to carry off the 2 boys and sell them. They accordingly seized the poor children and bore them away. The wife began to cry and weep most bitterly, but Abu Saber recommended patience. They then proceeded on their journey and traveled all night and all day till, faint from hunger and thirst, weary and fatigued, they at length approached a village, in the outlets of which Abu Saber left his wife, whilst he went to procure some food. He was employed on this business in the village when a robber happened to discover the woman, and seeing that she was a stranger, handsome, and unprotected, he seized her with violence and declared that he would take her as his wife. After many tears and supplications, finding the robber determined to carry her away, she contrived to write upon the ground with blood, which she had procured by biting her own finger. When Abu Saber returned from the village and sought his wife in the spot where he had left her, the words which she had written sufficiently explained the occasion of her absence. He wept at this new misfortune, and implored the Almighty to bestow patience on his wife and enable her to bear whatever should befall her. With a disconsolate heart, Abu Saber proceeded on his solitary journey until he came to the gate of a certain city where a king resided, who was very tyrannical and impious. And it happened at this time that he had ordered a summer house to be erected, and every stranger who approached the city was by his command seized and compelled to work, guarded day and night, and fed with a scanty portion of coarse black bread. Abu Saber was immediately seized and dragged to the building, when a heavy load was placed upon his shoulders, and he was obliged to ascend a ladder of 70 steps. In this distress, he consoled himself by reflections on the advantages of patience, the only remedy within his power for the evils which had occurred. It happened on this day that the king was sitting in a corner of the building, superintending the work, when he overheard Abu Saber inquire of another man what time they might expect to be relieved from this excessive fatigue. The man informed Abu Saber that it was 3 months since he had been thus laboriously employed, and languishing for a sight of his beloved wife and children. "During this space of time," added he, "I have not had any intelligence of them, and I long for permission to visit them, were it but for one night." Abu Saber desired him to be patient, for Providence would relieve him at last from the oppression under which he suffered. All this conversation the king overheard. After some time, Abu Saber, being faint from excessive fatigue, fell senseless from the steps of the ladder, by which accident his legs and arms were dislocated. The king, however, provoked to anger by what he had heard, ordered that Abu Saber should be brought before him, and, having upbraided him with inconsistency in recommending patience to another person, when he himself could not practice it, he ordered him to be punished with 50 stripes and thrown into prison. This sentence was immediately put into execution, and Abu Saber, supporting his head on the knees of patience, implored the protection of the Almighty, with perfect submission to his divine dispensations. After some time had elapsed, it happened that the king was affected one night by a violent colic, of which he died in excessive agony. And as he did not leave any heir to the crown, the people of the city assembled in order to elect a king. It was resolved that they should go to the prison and propose 3 questions to the criminals confined there, and that whoever gave the best answer should be chosen king. In consequence of this resolution, they proceeded to the prison and asked the 3 questions, to which none of the prisoners replied except Abu Saber, whose answers were so ingenious that he was borne triumphantly away, washed in a warm bath, clothed in royal garments, and placed upon the throne, after which all the inhabitants came and paid him homage. And he governed with such mildness and wisdom that the people night and day offered up their prayers for him, and the fame of his justice and liberality was spread all over the world. One day it happened that 2 men attended at his tribunal and demanded an audience. Abu Saber caused them to be brought before him. One of those men was a merchant, and the other the robber who had carried off the sons of Abu Saber. The robber he immediately recognized, but was silent. The merchant then addressed him and said, "Long be the king's life. This man sold to me 2 boys, and after some time these boys began to say, 'We are freemen, we are the sons of a Mussulman,' and that man carried us away by force and sold us, at which time, from fear of him, we were afraid to say that we were freemen. Now," added the merchant, "let the king order this man to return me the money and take back the boys." Abu Saber then asked the robber what he had to say. The man answered that it was the merchant's fault, who had not taken good care of the boys, but that for his own part he had always treated them well, which induced them to make this complaint, in order that he might take them back. Abu Saber then sent for the 2 boys, who proved to be his own sons. He knew them, but they had not any recollection of him. He desired them to explain this matter, and they declared that the robber had carried them away from their father and mother to his own dwelling, and had desired them not to say, on any account, that they were freemen, but that when sold as slaves, they could not any longer suppress their complaints. Abu Saber, much affected by their story, ordered them to tell their names, and then sent them to his own apartments, after which he caused the robber to be imprisoned and the merchant's money to be deposited in the public treasury. On another day it happened that 2 persons in like manner solicited an audience of the king. When they were admitted, one proved to be the wife of Abu Saber, and the other the man who had taken her away by force. But Abu Saber did not know his wife, because she wore her veil. The robber, having paid his respects, informed the king that this woman, who had lived with him for some time, would not consent to perform the duties of a wife. Abu Saber addressed the woman and asked her why she refused to obey her husband. She immediately answered that this man was not her husband, that she was the wife of a person named Abu Saber, and that this man had taken her to his house against her inclination. Abu Saber ordered his servants to take the woman to his harem, and, having made a proclamation and assembled all the inhabitants of the city, caused the robber who had taken away his sons and the man who had carried off his wife to be brought before them. And, having explained the nature of their offenses and related the circumstances of his own story, he gave orders for their execution. After this, he passed the remainder of his life in peaceful enjoyment of the supreme power, which at his death devolved upon his son, and continued for many generations in the family, as the reward of his patience. Here Bakhtyār concluded his story, and by order of the king was sent back to prison. Chapter 5. When the next morning arrived, the fifth vizier waited upon the king, and represented the danger that might attend any further delay in the execution of Bakhtyār, as the indulgence which had been shown to him would be an encouragement to others, and induce them to commit offenses by giving them hopes of impunity. In consequence of this, the king ordered everything to be prepared for the execution of the young man, who, being brought before him, entreated his majesty for a longer respite, and assured him that he would, on a future day, be as rejoiced at having spared his life, as a certain king of Yemen was at having pardoned the offense of his slave. The king desired Bakhtyār to relate the particular circumstances of this story, and he accordingly began it in the following manner. Story of the king of Yemen and his slave Abraha. In former times, the kingdom of Yemen was governed by a very powerful but tyrannical prince, who, for the slightest offenses, inflicted the most severe punishments. He had, however, a certain slave named Abraha, of whom he was very fond. This young man was the son of the king of Zanzibar, who by chance had fallen into slavery and never disclosed the secret of his birth. Abraha used frequently to attend the king of Yemen on his hunting parties. During one of these excursions, it happened that a deer bounded before the king's horse. He discharged some arrows at it without effect, when Abraha, who was close behind him, spurred on his horse and aimed a broad-bladed arrow at the deer. But it so happened that the arrow passed by the side of the king's head and cut off one of his ears. The king, in the first impulse of anger, ordered his attendants to seize Abraha, but afterwards declared that he pardoned his offense. They then returned to the city, and after some time had elapsed, having gone on board a vessel and sailed into the ocean, a tempest arose, and the ship was wrecked, and the king saved himself by clinging to a plank and was driven on the coast of Zanzibar. Having returned thanks to Providence for his preservation, he proceeded till he reached the chief city of that country. As it was night, the doors of the houses and all the shops were shut, and not knowing where he might find a better place of repose, he sheltered himself under the shade of a merchant's house. It happened that some thieves, in the course of the night, broke open the house, and having murdered the merchant and his servants, plundered it of everything that was valuable. The king of Yemen, overcome by fatigue, had slept the whole time, unconscious of this transaction, but some of the blood had by accident fallen on his clothes. When morning came, everybody was employed in endeavoring to discover the murderers of the merchant, and the stranger, being found so near the house, with blood upon his clothes, was immediately seized and dragged before the tribunal of the king. The king of Zanzibar asked him why he had chosen his capital as the scene of such an infamous murder, and desired him to acknowledge who were his accomplices and how he had disposed of the merchant's property. The king of Yemen declared that he was innocent and perfectly ignorant of the whole transaction, that he was of a princely family, and, having been shipwrecked, was driven on the coast, and had by accident reposed himself under the shade of that house when the murder was committed. The king of Zanzibar then inquired of him by what means his clothes had become stained with blood, and finding that the stranger could not account for that circumstance, he ordered the officers of justice to lead him away to execution. The unfortunate king of Yemen entreated for mercy, and asserted that his innocence would on some future day become apparent. The king consented to defer his execution for a while, and he was sent to prison. On one side of the prison there was an extensive plain, with a running stream, to which every day the prisoners were brought, that they might wash themselves. And it was the custom that once every week the king resorted to that plain, where he gave public audience to persons of all ranks. On one of those days, the king of Zanzibar was on the plain, surrounded by his troops, and the prisoners were sitting by the side of the stream, along which ran a wall of the prison. It happened that Abraha, who had been the king of Yemen's slave, was standing near this wall, but his former master did not recognize him, as they had been separated for some time, Abraha having found means to return to Zanzibar, his native country. At this moment a crow chanced to light upon the wall, which the king of Yemen perceived, and taking up a large flat bone, he threw it with his utmost strength, and exclaimed, "If I succeed in hitting that crow, I shall obtain my liberty." But he missed his aim. The bone passed by the crow, and striking the cheek of Abraha, cut off one of his ears. Abraha immediately caused an inquiry to be made, and the person who had thrown the bone to be brought before the king, who called him a base-born dog and ordered the executioner to cut off his head. The king of Yemen sued for mercy and requested that at most he might be punished according to the law of retaliation, which would not award a head for an ear. The king gave orders that one of his ears should be cut off, and the executioner was preparing to fulfill this sentence when he perceived that the prisoner had already lost an ear. This circumstance occasioned much surprise and excited the king's curiosity. He told the prisoner that he would pardon him on condition of his relating the true story of his adventures. The king of Yemen immediately disclosed his real name and rank, described the accident by which he lost his ear, the shipwreck which he suffered, and the circumstances which occasioned his imprisonment. At the conclusion of his narrative, Abraha, having recognized his former master, fell at his feet, embraced him, and wept. They mutually forgave each other, and the king of Yemen, being taken to a warm bath, was clothed in royal garments, mounted on a noble charger, and conducted to the palace, after which he was furnished with a variety of splendid robes and suits of armor, horses, slaves, and damsels. During 2 months he was feasted and entertained with the utmost hospitality and magnificence, attended constantly by Abraha. In the course of this time, the robbers who had murdered the merchant were discovered and punished, and after that the king of Yemen returned to his own country. Bakhtyār, having thus demonstrated that appearances might be very strong against an innocent person, the king resolved to defer his execution for another day, and he was accordingly led back to prison. Chapter 6. On the following day, the 6th vizier, having paid his respects to the king, represented the danger of letting an enemy live when in one's power, and, by many artful speeches, induced his majesty to order the execution of Bakhtyār, who was immediately brought from the prison. When he came before the king, he persisted in declaring his innocence, and advised him not to be precipitate, like King Dadin, in putting to death a person on the malicious accusation of an enemy. The king, desirous of hearing the story to which Bakhtyār alluded, ordered him to relate it, and he began as follows. Story of King Dadin and his 2 viziers. There was a certain king named Dadin who had 2 viziers, Kardar and Kamgar, and the daughter of Kamgar was the most lovely creature of the age. It happened that the king, proceeding on a hunting excursion, took along with him the father of this beautiful damsel, and left the charge of government in the hands of Kardar. One day, during the warm season, Kardar, passing near the palace of Kamgar, beheld this fair damsel walking in the garden, and became enamored of her beauty. But having reason to believe that her father would not consent to bestow her on him, he resolved to devise some stratagem whereby he might obtain the object of his desires. At the king's return from the chase, said he, I'll represent the charms of this damsel in such glowing colors that he will not fail to demand her in marriage, and I'll then contrive to excite his anger against her, in consequence of which he shall deliver her to me for punishment, and thus my designs shall be accomplished. One day after the king's return from the hunting party, he desired Kardar to inform him of the principal events which had occurred during his absence. Kardar replied that his majesty's subjects had all been solicitous for his prosperity, but that he had himself seen one of the most astonishing objects of the universe. The king's curiosity being thus excited, he ordered Kardar to describe what he had seen, and Kardar dwelt with such praises on the fascinating charms of Kamgar's daughter that the king became enamored of her and said, But how is this damsel to be obtained? Kardar replied, There is not any difficulty in this business. It is not necessary to employ either money or messengers. Your majesty needs only to acquaint her father with your wishes. The king approved of this counsel, and having sent for Kamgar, mentioned the affair to him accordingly. Kamgar, with due submission, declared that if he possessed 100 daughters they should all be at his majesty's command, but begged permission to retire and inform the damsel of the honor designed for her. Having obtained leave, he hastened to his daughter, and related to her all that had passed between the king and him. The damsel expressed her dislike to the proposed connection, and her father, dreading the king's anger in case of a refusal, knew not how to act. Contrive some delay, said she. Solicit leave of absence for a few days, and let us fly from this country. Kamgar approved of this advice, and having waited on the king, obtained leave to absent himself from court for 10 days, under pretense of making the preparations necessary for a female on the eve of matrimony. And when night came on, he fled from the city with his daughter. Next day the king was informed of their flight, in consequence of which he sent off 200 servants to seek them in various directions, and the officious Bakhtyār set out also in pursuit of them. After 10 days they were surprised by the side of a well, taken and bound, and brought before the king, who, in his anger, dashed out the brains of Camgar. Then, looking on the daughter of the unfortunate man, her beauty so much affected him that he sent her to his palace, and appointed servants to attend her, besides a cook, who, at his own request, was added to her establishment. After some time, Bakhtyār became impatient and enraged at the failure of his project, but he resolved to try the success of another scheme. It happened that the encroachments of a powerful enemy rendered the king's presence necessary among the troops, and on setting out to join the army, he committed the management of affairs and the government of the city to Bakhtyār, whose mind was wholly filled with stratagems for getting the daughter of Camgar into his power. One day he was passing near the palace and discovered her sitting alone on the balcony. To attract her attention, he threw up a piece of brick or tile, and on her looking down to see from whence it came, she beheld Bakhtyār. He addressed her with the usual salutation, which she returned. He then began to declare his admiration of her beauty and the violence of his love, which deprived him of repose both day and night, and concluded by urging her to elope with him, saying that he would take as much money as they could possibly want. Or, if she would consent, he was ready to destroy the king by poison and seize upon the throne himself. The daughter of Camgar replied to this proposal by upbraiding Bakhtyār with his baseness and perfidy. When he asked her how she could ever fix her affections on the man who had killed her father, she answered that such had been the will of God, and she was resolved to submit accordingly. Having spoken thus, she retired. Bakhtyār, fearing lest she should relate to the king what had passed between them, hastened to meet him as he returned in triumph after conquering his enemies, and whilst walking along by the side of the king's horse, began to inform his majesty of all that had happened in his absence. Having mentioned several occurrences, he added that one circumstance was of such a nature that he could not prevail on himself to relate it, for it was such as the king would be very much displeased at hearing. The king's curiosity being thus excited, he ordered Bakhtyār to relate this occurrence, and he, declaring that it was a most ungrateful task, informed him that it was a maxim of the wise men. When you have killed the serpent, you should also kill its young. He then proceeded to relate that, one day during the warm season, being seated near the door of the harem, he overheard some voices, and his suspicions being excited, he concealed himself behind the hangings and listened attentively when he heard the daughter of Camgar express her affection for the cook, who, in return, declared his attachment, and they spoke of poisoning the king in revenge for his having killed her father. I had not patience, added Bakhtyār, to listen any longer. At this intelligence, the king changed color with rage and indignation, and on arriving at the palace, ordered the unfortunate cook to be instantly cut in two. He then sent for the daughter of Camgar, and upbraided her with the intention of destroying him by poison. She immediately perceived that this accusation proceeded from the malevolence of Bakhtyār, and was going to speak in vindication of herself, when the king ordered her to be put to death. But being dissuaded by an attendant from killing a woman, he revoked the sentence of death, and she was tied hands and feet, and placed upon a camel, which was turned into a dreary wilderness, where there was neither water nor shade, nor any trace of cultivation. Here she suffered from the intense heat and thirst, to such a degree that, expecting every moment to be her last, she resigned herself to the will of Providence, conscious of her own innocence. Just then the camel lay down, and on that spot where they were a fountain of delicious water sprang forth. The cords which bound her hands and feet dropped off. She refreshed herself by a hearty draught of the water, and fervently returned thanks to heaven for this blessing and her wonderful preservation. On this, the most verdant and fragrant herbage appeared around the borders of the fountain. It became a blooming and delightful spot, and the camel placed himself so as to afford his lovely companion a shade and shelter from the sunbeams. It happened that one of the king's camel keepers was at this time in pursuit of some camels which had wandered into the desert, and without which he dared not return to the city. He had sought them for several days amidst hills and forests without any success. At length, on coming to this spot, he beheld the daughter of Camgar and the camel, which at first he thought was one of those he sought, and the clear fountain with the verdant banks, where neither grass nor water had ever been seen before. Astonished at this discovery, he resolved not to interrupt the lady, who was engaged in prayer. But when she had finished, he addressed her, and was so charmed by her gentleness and piety that he offered to adopt her as his child, and expressed his belief that, through the efficacy of her prayers, he should recover the strayed camels. This good man's offer she thankfully accepted, and having partaken of a fowl and some bread which he had with him, at his request she prayed for the recovery of his camels. As soon as she had concluded her prayer, the camels appeared on the skirts of the wilderness, and of their own accord approached the camel-keeper. He then represented to the daughter of Camgar the danger of remaining all night in the wilderness, which was the haunt of many wild beasts, and proposed that she should return with him to the city and dwell with him in his house, where he would provide for her a retired apartment, in which she might perform her devotions without interruption. To this proposal she consented, and being mounted on her camel, she returned to the city, and arrived at the house of her companion at the time of evening prayer. Here she resided for some time, employing herself in exercises of piety and devotion. One day the camel-keeper, being desired by the king to relate his past adventures, mentioned, among other circumstances, the losing of his camels, the finding them through the efficacy of a young woman's prayers, the discovery of a spring where none had been before, and his adopting the damsel as his daughter. He concluded by telling the king that she was now at his house, and employed day and night in acts of devotion. The king, on hearing this, expressed an earnest wish that he might be allowed to see this young woman, and prevail on her to intercede with Providence in his behalf. The camel-keeper, having consented, returned at once to his house accompanied by the king, who waited at the door of the apartment where the daughter of Camgar was engaged in prayer. When she had concluded, he approached, and with astonishment recognized her. Having tenderly embraced her, he wept and entreated her forgiveness. This she readily granted, but begged that he would conceal himself in the apartment whilst she should converse with Bakhtyār, whom she sent for. When he arrived and beheld her with 1,000 expressions of fondness, he inquired the means whereby she had escaped, and he told her that on the day when the king had banished her into the wilderness, he had sent people to seek her and to bring her to him. "How much better would it have been," added he, "had you followed my advice and agreed to my proposal of poisoning the king, who, I said, would endeavor to destroy you, as he had killed your father. But you rejected my advice and declared yourself ready to submit to whatsoever Providence should decree. Hereafter," continued he, "you will pay more attention to my words. But now let us not think of what is past. I am your slave, and you are dearer to me than my own eyes." So saying, he attempted to clasp the daughter of Camgar in his arms, when the king, who was concealed behind the hangings, rushed furiously on him and put him to death. After this, he conducted the damsel to his palace, and constantly lamented his precipitancy in having killed her father. Here Bakhtyār concluded the story, and having requested a further respite that he might have an opportunity of proving his innocence, he was sent back to prison by order of the king. Chapter 7. The 7th vizier, on the following day, approached the king, and having told him that his lenity towards Bakhtyār was made the subject of public conversation, added many arguments to procure an order for the execution of that unfortunate young man. The king, changing color with anger, sent immediately for the queen and asked her advice concerning Bakhtyār. She declared that he deserved death, in consequence of which the king ordered his attendants to bring him from the prison. When he came into the royal presence, he begged for mercy, saying, "My innocence will appear hereafter, and though your majesty can easily put to death a living man, you cannot restore a dead man to life." "How," said the king, "can you deny your guilt, since the women of the harem all bear witness against you?" Bakhtyār replied, "Women, for their own purposes, often devise falsehoods, and are very expert in artifice and fraud, as appears from the story of the daughter of the king of Iraq and her adventures with the king of Abyssinia, which, if your majesty permit, I shall briefly relate." Having obtained permission, he began the story as follows. Story of the king of Abyssinia, showing the artifice of women. It is related that Abyssinia was once governed by a certain monarch, whose armies were very numerous and his treasury well filled. But not having any enemy to engage him in war, he neglected his troops and withheld their pay, so that they were reduced to great distress, and began to murmur, and at last made their complaints to the vizier. He, pitying their situation, promised that he would take measures for their relief, and desired them to be patient for a little while. He then considered within himself what steps he should take, and at length, knowing the king's inclination to women, and understanding that the princess of Iraq was uncommonly beautiful, he resolved to praise her charms in such extravagant language before the king, as to induce him to demand her from her father, who, from his excessive fondness, would not probably consent to bestow her on him, and thus a war would ensue, in which case the troops should be employed, and their arrears paid off. Pleased with the ingenuity of this stratagem, the vizier hastened to the king, and after conversing for some time on various subjects, he contrived to mention the king of Iraq, and immediately described the beauty of his daughter in such glowing colors that the king became enamored, and consulted the vizier on the means whereby he might hope to obtain possession of that lovely princess. The vizier replied that the first step was to send ambassadors to the king of Iraq, soliciting his daughter in marriage. In consequence of this advice, some able and discreet persons were dispatched as ambassadors to Iraq. On their arrival in that country, the king received them courteously, but when they disclosed the object of their mission, he became angry and declared that he would not comply with their demand. The ambassadors returned to Abyssinia, and having reported to the king the unsuccessful result of their negotiation, he vowed that he would send an army into Iraq and lay that country waste, unless his demands were complied with. In consequence of this resolution, he ordered the doors of his treasury to be thrown open and caused so much money to be distributed among the soldiers that they were satisfied. From all quarters the troops assembled and zealously prepared for war. On the other hand, the king of Iraq levied his forces and sent them to oppose the Abyssinians, who invaded his dominions, but he did not lead them to the field himself, and they were defeated and put to flight. When the account of this disaster reached the king of Iraq, he consulted his vizier and asked what was next to be done. The vizier candidly declared that he did not think it necessary to prolong the war on account of a woman, and advised His Majesty to send ambassadors with overtures of peace and an offer of giving the princess to the king of Abyssinia. This advice the king of Iraq followed, although reluctantly. Ambassadors were dispatched to the enemy with offers of peace, and a declaration of the king's consent to the marriage of his daughter. These terms being accepted, the princess was sent with confidential attendants to the king of Abyssinia, who retired with her to his own dominions, where he espoused her, and some time passed away in festivity and pleasure. But it happened that the king of Iraq had some years before given his daughter in marriage to another man, by whom she had a son, and this boy was now grown up and accomplished in all sciences, and such a favorite with the king of Iraq that he would never permit him to be 1 hour absent from him. The princess, when obliged to leave him, felt all the anxiety of a mother, and resolved to devise some stratagem whereby she might enjoy his society in Abyssinia. One day the king of Abyssinia, on some occasion, behaved harshly to the queen and spoke disrespectfully of her father. She in return said, "Your kingdom, it is true, is most fertile and abundant, but my father possesses such a treasure as no other monarch can boast of, a youth sent to him by the kindness of heaven, skilled in every profound science, and accomplished in every manly exercise, so that he rather seems to be one of the inhabitants of paradise than of this earth." These praises so excited the curiosity of the king that he vowed he would bring this boy to his court, where he even obliged to go himself for him. The queen replied, "My father would be like a distracted person were he deprived, even for an hour, of this boy's society. But some intelligent person must be sent to Iraq in the character of a merchant, and endeavor by every means to steal him away." The king approved of this advice, and chose a person well skilled in business, who had experienced many reverses of fortune, and seen much of the world. To this man he promised a reward of 100 male slaves and 100 beautiful damsels, if he should succeed in bringing away this boy from the king of Iraq's court. The man inquired the name of the boy, which was Farrukhzad, and disguised as a merchant, set out immediately for Iraq. Having arrived there, he presented various offerings to the king, and one day found an opportunity of conversing with the boy. At last he said, "With such accomplishments as you possess, were you in Abyssinia for one day, you would be rendered master of slaves and damsels, and riches of every kind." He then described the delights of that country, which made such an impression on Farrokhzad that he became disgusted with Iraq and attached himself to the merchant and said, "I have often heard of Abyssinia and have long wished to enjoy the pleasures which it yields. The king's daughter is now in that country, and if I could contrive to go there, my happiness would be complete. But I know not how to escape from this place, as the king will not permit me to be 1 hour absent from him." The merchant gladly undertook to devise some means for the escape of Farrokhzad, and at last, having put him into a chest and placed him upon a camel, he contrived one evening to carry him off unnoticed. The next day the king of Iraq sent messengers in all directions to seek him. They inquired of all the caravans and travelers, but could not obtain any intelligence concerning him. At last the merchant brought him to Abyssinia, and the king, finding that his accomplishments and talents had not been overrated, was much delighted with his society. And as he had not any child, he bestowed on him a royal robe and crown, a horse, a sword, and a shield, and adopted him as his son, and brought him into the harem. When the queen beheld Farrokhzad, she wept for joy, embraced him, and kissed him with all the fondness of a mother. It happened that one of the servants was a witness, unperceived, of this interview. He immediately hastened to the king, and represented the transaction in such a manner as to excite all his jealousy and rage. However, he resolved to inquire into the matter, but Farrokhzad did not acknowledge that the queen was his mother, and when he sent for her, she answered his questions only by her tears. From these circumstances, he concluded that they were guilty, and accordingly, he ordered one of his attendants to take away the young man to a burying ground without the city, and there to cut off his head. The attendant led Farrokhzad away and was preparing to put the king's sentence into execution, but when he looked in the youth's face, his heart was moved with compassion, and he said, "It must have been the woman's fault and not his crime," and he resolved to save him. When he told Farrokhzad that he would conceal him in his own house, the boy was delighted and promised that if ever it was in his power, he would reward him for his kindness. Having taken him to his house, the man waited on the king and told him that he had, in obedience to his orders, put Farrokhzad to death. After this, the king treated his wife with the utmost coldness, and she sat melancholy, lamenting the absence of her son. It happened that an old woman beheld the queen as she sat alone, weeping in her chamber. Pitying her situation, she approached and humbly inquired the occasion of her grief. The queen made no reply, but when the old woman promised not only to observe the utmost secrecy if entrusted with the story of her misfortunes, but to find a remedy for them, she related at length all that had happened and disclosed the mystery of Farrokhzad's birth. The old woman desired the queen to comfort herself and said, "This night, before the king retires to rest, you must lay yourself down and close your eyes as if asleep. He will then place something, which I shall give him, on your bosom, and will command you, by the power of the writing contained in that, to reveal the truth. You must then begin to speak, and without any apprehension, repeat all that you have now told me." The old woman, having then found that the king was alone in his summer house, presented herself before him and said, "O king, this solitary life occasions melancholy and sadness." The king replied that it was not solitude which rendered him melancholy, but vexation on account of the queen's infidelity and the ingratitude of Farrokhzad, on whom he had heaped so many favors, and whom he had adopted as his own son. "Yet," added he, "I am not convinced of his guilt, and since the day that I caused him to be killed, I have not enjoyed repose, nor am I certain whether the fault was his or the queen's." "Let not the king be longer in suspense on this subject," said the old woman. "I have a certain talisman, one of the talismans of Solomon written in Grecian characters and in the Syrian language. If your majesty will watch an opportunity when the queen shall be asleep, and lay it on her breast, and say, 'O thou that sleepest,' by virtue of the talisman and of the name of God which it contains, I conjure thee to speak to me, and to reveal all the secrets of thy heart. She will immediately begin to speak, and will declare everything that she knows, both true and false." The king, delighted at the hopes of discovering the truth by means of this talisman, desired the old woman to fetch it. She accordingly went home, and taking a piece of paper, scrawled on it some unmeaning characters, folded it up and tied it with a cord, and sealed it with wax, then hastened to the king, and desired him to preserve it carefully till night should afford an opportunity of trying its efficacy. When it was night, the king watched until he found that the queen was in bed, Then, gently approaching and believing her to be asleep, he laid the talisman on her breast and repeated the words which the old woman had taught him. The queen, who had also received her lesson, still affecting the appearance of one asleep, immediately began to speak and related all the circumstances of her story. On hearing this, the king was much affected and tenderly embraced the queen, who started from her bed as if perfectly unconscious of having revealed the secrets of her breast. He then blamed her for not having candidly acknowledged the circumstance of Farrokhzad's birth, who, he said, should have been considered as his own son. All that night they passed in mutual condolence, and on the next morning the king sent for the person to whom he had delivered Farrokhzad and desired him to point out the spot where his body lay, that he might perform the last duty to that unfortunate youth and ask forgiveness from his departed spirit. The man replied, "It appears that your majesty is ignorant of Farrokhzad's situation. He is at present in a place of safety, for although you ordered me to kill him, I ventured to disobey, and have concealed him in my house, from whence, if you permit, I shall immediately bring him." At this information, the king was so delighted that he rewarded the man with a splendid robe and sent with him several attendants to bring Farrokhzad to the palace. On arriving in his presence, Farrokhzad threw himself at the king's feet, but he raised him in his arms and asked his forgiveness, and thus the affair ended in rejoicing and festivity. "Now," said Bakhtyār, having concluded his story, "it appears that women are expert in stratagems, and if Farrokhzad had been put to death, according to the king's command, what grief and sorrow would have been the consequence? To avoid such," added he, "let not your majesty be precipitate in ordering my execution." The king resolved to wait another day, and Bakhtyār was sent back to prison. Chapter 8. On the next morning, the 8th vizier, having paid his compliments to the king, addressed him on the subject of Bakhtyār and said, "Government resembles a tree, the root of which is legal punishment. Now, if the root of a tree become dry, the leaves will wither. Why then should the punishment of Bakhtyār be any longer deferred?" In consequence of this discourse, the king ordered the executioner to prepare himself, and Bakhtyār was brought from prison. When the unfortunate young man came before the king, he addressed him and said, "If your majesty will consider the consequences of haste and precipitancy, it will appear that they are invariably sorrow and repentance, as we find confirmed in the story of the jewel merchant." The king expressed his desire of hearing the story to which he alluded, and Bakhtyār began it accordingly in the following manner. Story of the Jewel Merchant. There was a certain jewel merchant, a very wealthy man, and eminently skilled in the knowledge of precious stones. His wife, a very prudent and amiable woman, was in a state of pregnancy when it happened that the king sent a messenger to her husband, desiring his attendance at court, that he might consult him in the choice of jewels. The merchant received the king's messenger with all due respect, and immediately prepared to set out on his journey to the capital. When taking leave of his wife, he desired her to remember him in her prayers, and, in case she should bring forth a boy, to call his name Biraz. After this injunction he departed from his house, and at length arrived in the capital, where he waited on the king, and having paid his respects, was employed in selecting from a box of pearls those that were most valuable. The king was so much pleased with his skill and ingenuity that he kept him constantly near his own person, and entrusted to him the making of various royal ornaments, crowns, and girdles studded with jewels. At length the wife of this jewel merchant was delivered of 2 boys, one of whom, in compliance with her husband's desire, she called Biraz, the other Rusby, and she sent intelligence of this event to the father, who solicited permission from the king that he might return home for a while and visit his family, but the king would not grant him this indulgence. The next year he made the same request, and with the same success. Thus, during 8 years, he has often solicited leave to visit his wife and sons, but could not obtain it. In the course of this time, the boys had learned to read the Quran and were instructed in the art of penmanship and other accomplishments, and they wrote a letter to their father, expressing their sorrow and anxiety on account of his absence. The jewel merchant, no longer able to resist his desire of seeing his family, represented his situation to the king in such strong colors that he desired him to send for his wife and children, and allowed him an ample sum of money to defray the expenses of their journey. A trusty messenger was immediately dispatched to the jewel merchant's wife, who, on receipt of her husband's letter, set out with her 2 sons on their way to the capital. One evening, after a journey of a month, they arrived at the seaside. Here they resolved to wait until morning, and, being refreshed with a slight repast, the boys amused themselves in wandering along the shore. It happened that the jewel merchant, in expectation of meeting his wife and children, had come thus far on the way. And having left his clothes and money concealed in different places, he bathed himself in the sea, and on returning to the shore put on his clothes, but forgot his gold. Having taken some refreshment, he was proceeding on his journey when he thought of his money and went back to seek it, but could not find it. At this moment he perceived the 2 boys, who had wandered thus far, amusing themselves playing along the shore. He immediately suspected that these boys had discovered and taken the gold, and accused them accordingly. They declared their ignorance of the matter, which so enraged the jewel merchant that he seized them both and cast them headlong into the sea. After this he proceeded on his way, whilst the wife was so unhappy at the long absence of her sons that the world became dark in her eyes, and she raised her voice and called upon the boys. When the jewel merchant heard the voice of his wife, he hastened to meet her and inquired after his 2 sons, expressing his eager desire of seeing them. The wife told him that they had left her some time before and had wandered along the seaside. At this intelligence, the jewel merchant began to lament and tore his clothes and exclaimed, "Alas, alas, I have drowned my sons." He then related what had happened and proceeded with his wife along the shore in search of the boys, but they sought in vain. Then they smote their breasts and wept. And when the next morning came, they said, "From this time forth, whatsoever happens must be to us a matter of indifference." And they set out on their journey towards the city, with afflicted bosoms and bleeding hearts, being persuaded that their sons had perished in the water. But they were ignorant of the wonderful kindness of Providence, which rescued the 2 boys from destruction. For it happened that the king of that country, being on a hunting excursion, passed along the shore on that side where Biraz had fallen. When he perceived the boy, he ordered his attendants to take him up, and finding him of a pleasing countenance, although pale from the terror of the water and the danger he had escaped, he inquired into the circumstances which had befallen him. The boy informed him that with his brother he had been walking on the shore, when a stranger seized upon them and flung them into the water. The king, not having any child, inquired the name of the boy, and when he answered that his name was Biraz, he exclaimed, "I accept it as a favorable omen and adopt you as my own son." After this, Biraz, mounted on a horse, accompanied the king to his capital, and all the subjects were enjoined to obey him as heir to the crown. After some time the king died, and Biraz reigned in his place, with such wisdom, liberality, and uprightness, that his fame resounded through all quarters of the world. It happened in the meantime that the other boy, whose name was Rusby, had been rescued from the water by some robbers, who agreed to sell him as a slave and divide the price amongst them. The jewel merchant and his wife had reached the city and purchased a house, where they resolved to pass the remainder of their lives in prayer and exercises of devotion. But finding it necessary to procure an attendant, the jewel merchant purchased a young boy at the slave market, whom he did not know, but whom natural affection prompted him to choose. On bringing home the young slave, his wife fainted away and exclaimed, "This is your son Rusby." The parents, as well as the child, wept with joy and returned thanks to heaven for such an unexpected blessing. After this, the jewel merchant instructed Rusby in his own profession, so that in a little time he became perfectly skilled in the value of precious stones. And having collected a very considerable number, he expressed a wish of turning them to profit, by selling them to a certain king in a distant country, one who was celebrated for his generosity and kindness to strangers. The father consented that he should visit the court of this monarch, on condition that he would not afflict his parents by too long an absence. Rusby accordingly set out, and arrived at the capital of that king, who happened to be his own brother Biraz. Him, however, after the lapse of many years, he did not recognize. The king, having graciously received the present which Rusby offered, purchased of him all the jewels, and conceived such an affection for him that he kept him constantly in the palace, day and night. At this time a foreign enemy invaded the country, but the king thought the matter of so little importance that he contented himself with sending some troops to the field and remained at home carousing and drinking with Rusby. At length, one night, at a very late hour, all the servants being absent, the king became intoxicated and fell asleep. Rusby, not perceiving any of the guards or attendants, resolved that he would watch the king until morning, and accordingly, taking a sword, he stationed himself near the king's pillow. After some time had elapsed, several of the soldiers who had gone to oppose the enemy returned and, entering the palace, discovered Rusby and the king in this situation. They immediately seized Rusby, and when the king awoke, they told him that, by their coming, they had saved his majesty from assassination, which the jeweler, with a drawn sword, had been ready to perpetrate. The king, at first, ordered his immediate execution, and as day was beginning to dawn, and the approach of the enemy required his presence at the head of his troops, he sent for the executioner, who, having bound the eyes of Rusby and drawn his sword, exclaimed, "Say, King of the world, shall I strike or not?" The king, considering that it would be better to inquire more particularly into the affair, and knowing that, although it is easy to kill, it is impossible to restore a man to life, resolved to defer the punishment until his return, and sent Rusby to prison. After this he proceeded to join the army, and having subdued his enemies, returned to the capital. But during the space of 2 years forgot the unfortunate Rusby, who lingered away his life in confinement. In the meantime, his father and mother, grieving on account of his absence, and ignorant of what had befallen him, sent a letter of inquiry by a confidential messenger to the money changers, or bankers, of that city. Having read this, they wrote back in answer that Rusby had been in prison for 2 years. On receiving this information, the jewel merchant and his wife resolved to set out and throw themselves at the feet of this king, and endeavor to obtain from him the pardon and liberty of their son. With heavy hearts they accordingly proceeded on their journey, and having arrived at the capital, presented themselves before the king and said, "Be it known unto your exalted majesty that we are 2 wretched strangers, oppressed by the infirmities of age and overwhelmed by misfortune. We were blessed with 2 sons, one named Biraz, the other Rusby, but it was the will of heaven that they should fall into the sea, where one of them perished, but the other was restored to us. The fame of your majesty's generosity and greatness induced our son to visit this imperial court, and we are informed that, by your orders, he is now in prison. The object of our petition is that your majesty might take compassion on our helpless situation and restore to us our long-lost son." The king, on hearing this, was astonished, and for a while imagined that it was all a dream. At length, when convinced that the old man and woman were his own parents, and that Rusby was his own brother, he sent for him to the prison, embraced them and wept, and placed them beside him on the throne, and for the sake of Rusby, set at liberty all those who had been confined with him. After this, he divided the empire with his brother, and their time passed away in pleasure and tranquility. This story being concluded, Bakhtyār observed that the jewel merchant, by his precipitancy, had nearly occasioned the death of his 2 sons, and that Biraz, by deferring the execution of his brother, had prevented an infinity of distress to himself and his parents. This observation induced the king to grant Bakhtyār another day's reprieve, and he was taken back to prison. Chapter 9. When the next morning came, the 9th vizier appeared before the king and said that his extraordinary forbearance and lenity in respect to Bakhtyār had given occasion to much scandal. As every criminal, however heinous his offense, began to think that he might escape punishment by amusing the king with idle stories. The king, on hearing this, sent to the prison for Bakhtyār and desired the executioner to attend. When the unfortunate young man came before the king, he requested a respite only of 2 days, in the course of which he hoped his innocence might be proved. "Although," said he, "I know that the malice of one's enemies is a flame from which it is almost impossible to escape, as appears from the story of Abu Temam, who, on the strength of a false accusation, was put to death by the king, and his innocence acknowledged when too late." "Who was that Abu Temam?" demanded the king, "and what were those malicious accusations which prevailed against him?" Story of Abu Temam. Abu Temam, said Bakhtyār, was a very wealthy man who resided in a city, the king of which was so tyrannical and unjust that whatever money anyone possessed above 5 dirhams he seized on for his own use. Abu Temam was so disgusted and terrified by the oppressions and cruelties of this king that he never enjoyed one meal in peace or comfort, until he had collected all his property together and contrived to escape from that place. After some time, he settled in the capital of another king, a city adorned with gardens and well supplied with running streams. This king was a man of upright and virtuous principles, renowned for hospitality and kindness to strangers. In this capital, Abu Temam purchased a magnificent mansion, in which he sumptuously entertained the people of the city, presenting each of them, at his departure, with a handsome dress suited to his rank. The inhabitants were delighted with his generosity, and his hospitality was daily celebrated by the strangers who resorted to his house. He also expended considerable sums in the erection of bridges, caravansaries, and mosques. At last, the fame of his liberality and munificence reached the king, who sent to him 2 servants with a very flattering message and an invitation to court. This Abu Temam thankfully accepted, and having prepared the necessary presents for the king, he hastened to the palace, where he kissed the ground of obedience and was graciously received. In a short time, he became so great a favorite that the king would not permit him to be one day absent, and heaped on him so many favors that he was next in power to his royal master. And his advice was followed in all matters of importance. But this king had 10 viziers, who conceived a mortal hatred against Abu Temam, and said, one to another, "He has robbed us of all dignity and power, and we must devise some means whereby we may banish him from this country." The chief vizier proposed that, as the king was a very passionate admirer of beauty, and the princess of Turkestan one of the loveliest creatures of the age, they should so praise her charms before him as to induce him to send Abu Temam to ask her in marriage. And as it was the custom of the king of Turkestan to send all ambassadors who came on that errand to his daughter, who always caused their heads to be cut off, so the destruction of Abu Temam would be certain. This advice all the other viziers approved of, and, having proceeded to the palace, they took an opportunity of talking on various subjects, until the king of Turkestan was mentioned, when the chief vizier began to celebrate the charms of the lovely princess. When the king heard the extravagant praises of her beauty, he became enamored, and declared his intention of dispatching an ambassador to the court of Turkestan and demanding the princess in marriage. The viziers immediately said that no person was so properly qualified for such an embassy as Abu Temam. The king accordingly sent for him, and addressing him as his father and friend, informed him that he had now occasion for his assistance in the accomplishment of a matter on which his heart was bent. Abu Temam desired to know what his majesty's commands might be, and declared himself ready to obey them. The king, having communicated his design, all the necessary preparations were made, and Abu Temam set out on his journey to the court of Turkestan. In the meantime, the viziers congratulated one another on the success of their stratagem. When the king of Turkestan heard of Abu Temam's arrival, he sent proper officers to receive and compliment him, and on the following day gave him a public audience. And when the palace was cleared of the crowd, and Abu Temam had an opportunity of speaking with the king in private, he disclosed the object of his mission and demanded the princess for his master. The king acknowledged himself highly honored by the proposal of such an alliance, and said, "I fear that my daughter is not qualified for so exalted a station as you offer, but if you will visit her in the harem and converse with her, you may form an opinion of her beauty and accomplishments, and if you approve of her, preparations for the marriage shall be made without delay." Abu Temam thanked his majesty for this readiness in complying with his demands, but said that he could not think of profaning the beauty of her who was destined for his sovereign by gazing on her, or of allowing his ears to hear the forbidden sounds of her voice. Besides, his king never entertained a doubt on the subject of her charms and qualifications. The daughter of such a monarch must be worthy of any king, but he was not sent to make any inquiry as to her merits, but to demand her in marriage. The king of Turkestan, on hearing this reply, embraced Abu Temam and said, "Within this hour I meditated thy destruction, for of all the ambassadors who have hitherto come to solicit my daughter, I have tried the wisdom and talents, and have judged by them of the kings who employed them, and finding them deficient, I have caused their heads to be cut off." On saying this, he took from under his robe a key, with which he opened a lock, and going into another part of the palace, he exhibited to Abu Temam the heads of 400 ambassadors. After this, the king directed the necessary preparations for the departure of his daughter, and invested Abu Temam with a splendid robe of honor, who, when 10 days had elapsed, embarked in a ship with the princess, her damsels, and other attendants. The news of his arrival with the fair princess of Turkestan being announced, the king, his master, was delighted, and the viziers, his mortal enemies, were confounded at the failure of their stratagems. The king, accompanied by all the people, great and small, went 2 stages to meet Abu Temam and the princess, and, having led her into the city, after 3 days celebrated their marriage by the most sumptuous feasts and rejoicings, and bestowed 1,000 thanks on Abu Temam, who every day became a greater favorite. The 10 viziers, finding, in consequence of this, their own importance and dignity gradually reduced, consulted one with another, saying, "All that we have hitherto done only tends to the exaltation of Abu Temam. We must devise some other means of disgracing him in the king's esteem and procuring his banishment from this country." After this they concerted together, and at length resolved to bribe 2 boys, whose office was to rub the king's feet every night after he lay down on his bed. And they accordingly instructed these boys to take an opportunity, when the king should close his eyes, of saying that Abu Temam had been ungrateful for the favors bestowed on him, that he had violated the harem and aspired to the queen's affections, and had boasted that she would not have come from Turkestan had she not been enamored of himself. This lesson the viziers taught the boys, giving them 1,000 dinars and promising 500 more. When it was night, the boys were employed, as usual, in their office of rubbing the king's feet. And when they perceived his eyes to be closed, they began to repeat all that the viziers had taught them to say concerning Abu Temam. The king, hearing this, started up, and dismissing the boys, sent immediately for Abu Temam, and said to him, "A certain matter has occurred, on the subject of which I must consult you, and I expect that you will relieve my mind by answering the question that I shall ask." Abu Temam declared himself ready to obey. "What then," demanded the king, "does that servant merit who, in return for various favors, ungratefully attempts to violate the harem of his sovereign?" "Such a servant," answered Abu Temam, "should be punished with death. His blood should expiate his offense." When Abu Temam had said this, the king drew his scimitar and cut off his head and ordered his body to be cast into a pit. For some days he gave not audience to any person, and the viziers began to exult in the success of their stratagem. But the king was melancholy and loved to sit alone, and was constantly thinking of the unfortunate Abu Temam. It happened, however, that one day the 2 boys who had been bribed by the viziers were engaged in a dispute one with the other on the division of the money, each claiming for himself the larger share. In the course of their dispute, they mentioned the innocence of Abu Temam, and the bribe which they had received for defaming him in the king's hearing. All this conversation the king overheard, and trembling with vexation, rage, and sorrow, he compelled the boys to relate all the circumstances of the affair, in consequence of which the 10 viziers were immediately seized and put to death, and their houses leveled with the ground, after which the king passed his time in fruitless lamentation for the loss of Abu Temam. "Thus," said Bakhtyār, "does unrelenting malice persecute unto destruction. But if the king had not been so hasty in killing Abu Temam, he would have spared himself all his subsequent sorrow." The king, affected by this observation, resolved to indulge Bakhtyār with another day, and accordingly sent him back to prison. Chapter 10. Early on the next morning, the 10th vizier sent a woman to the queen with a message, urging her to exert her influence over the king, and induce him to give orders for the execution of Bakhtyār. The queen, in consequence of this, addressed the king on the subject before he left the palace, and he replied that Bakhtyār's fate was now decided, and that his execution should not be any longer deferred. The king then went forth, and the viziers attended in their proper places. The 10th vizier was rising to speak, when the king informed him of his resolution to terminate the affair of Bakhtyār by putting him to death on that day. He was brought accordingly from the prison, and the king, on seeing him, said, "You have spoken a great deal of your innocence, yet have not been able to make it appear. Therefore no longer entertain any hopes of mercy, for I have given orders for your execution." On hearing this, Bakhtyār began to weep and said, "I have hitherto endeavored to gain time, conscious of my innocence, and hoping that it might be proved, and a guiltless person saved from an ignominious death. but I now find it vain to struggle against the decrees of heaven." Thus the king of Persia foolishly attempted to counteract his destiny and triumph over the will of Providence, but in vain. The king expressed a desire of hearing the story to which Bakhtyār alluded, and the young man began to relate it as follows. Story of the King of Persia. There was a certain king of Persia, a very powerful and wealthy monarch, who, not having any child, employed all the influence of prayers and of alms to procure the blessing of a son from heaven. At length one of his handmaids became pregnant, and the king was transported with joy. But one night in a dream he was addressed by an old man who said, "The Lord has complied with your request, and tomorrow you shall have a son. But in his 7th year a lion shall seize and carry off this son to the top of a mountain, from which he shall fall, rolling in blood and clay." When the king awoke, he assembled the viziers and related to them the horrors of his dream. They replied, "Long be the king's life. If heaven has decreed such a calamity, who can oppose or control it?" The king presumptuously declared that he would struggle against and counteract it. But one of his viziers, eminently skilled in astrology, discovered one day, by the power of his science, that the king would, after 20 years, perish by the hand of his own son. In consequence of this, he immediately waited on the king and informed him that he had to communicate a certain matter, for the truth and certainty of which he would answer with his life. The king desired him to reveal it, and he, falling on the knees of obedience, related all that he had discovered in the stars. "If it happens not according to what you predict," said the king, "I shall certainly put you to death." In the meantime, however, he caused a subterraneous dwelling to be constructed, to which he sent the boy with a nurse. There they remained during the space of 7 years, when, in compliance with the heavenly decree, a lion suddenly rushed into the cave and devoured the nurse, and having wounded the child, carried him up to the summit of a neighboring mountain, from which he let him fall to the bottom, covered with blood and earth. It happened that one of the king's secretaries came by, in pursuit of game, and perceived the boy in this situation, and the lion standing on the summit of the mountain. He immediately resolved to save the child, and having taken him to his own house, he healed his wounds and instructed him in various accomplishments. On the day after the nurse had been devoured and the child carried away by the lion, the king resolved to visit the cave, and finding it deserted, he concluded that the nurse had escaped to some other place. He instantly dispatched messengers to seek her in every quarter, but in vain. In process of time, the boy grew up and acted as keeper to the secretary. In this situation, having been employed at the palace, it happened that the king saw and was much pleased with him, and felt within his bosom the force of paternal affection. In consequence of this, he demanded him of the secretary, and clothed him in splendid garments. And after some time, when an enemy invaded the country and required the king's presence with his army, he appointed the young man to be his armor-bearer, and, accompanied by him, proceeded to battle. After a bloody conflict, the troops of the enemy were victorious, and those of the king began to fly. But he, in the impulse of rage and fury, threw himself into the midst of his adversaries, fighting with the most desperate valor. In this state of confusion, it was impossible to know one person from another. The young armor-bearer, who fought also with the utmost bravery, no longer distinguishing the king, rushed into a crowd of combatants, and striking furiously on all sides, cut off the hand of one man whom he supposed to be of the enemy's side. But this person was the king, who, on recognizing the armor-bearer, upbraided him with this attempt upon his life, and being unable to remain any longer in the field, he retired with his troops to the capital, and the next day concluded a peace with the enemy, on condition of paying a considerable sum of money. He then gave orders that the armor-bearer should be arrested, and although he persevered in declarations of innocence, they availed him not. He was thrown into prison and loaded with chains. In the meantime, the king was reposing on the pillow of death, and when he found that all hopes of recovery were vain, he resolved to punish the vizier who had told him that his son should be torn by a lion, and that he should fall by the hand of that son. "Now," said the king, "my son has been carried away to some other country by his nurse, and I have been wounded by the hand of a different person." Having said this, he sent for the vizier and desired him to prepare for death. "This armor-bearer," added he, "and not my own son, has wounded me, contrary to your prediction, and, as you consented to be punished in case your prediction should not be accomplished, I have resolved to put you to death. "Be it so," replied the vizier, "but let us first inquire into the birth of this young armor-bearer." The king immediately sent for the young man and asked him concerning his parents and his country. He answered that of the country which gave him birth he was ignorant, but that he had been with his mother in a subterraneous place, and that she had informed him of his father's being a king, but he had never seen his father. That one day a lion carried him away to the summit of a mountain, from which he fell, and was taken up by the secretary, by whom he was instructed in various accomplishments, and from whose service he passed into that of the king. When the king heard this, he was amazed, and his hair stood on end. And he sent for the viziers and secretary, who confirmed what the young man had said. Having thus ascertained that the armor-bearer was his own son, he resigned to him the crown and throne, and having invested the vizier with the robe of prime minister, he expired in the course of 3 days. Here Bakhtyār concluded his narrative and observed that he had struggled against his evil destiny, like that king, but in vain. Having said this, the king wished to send him back to prison, but the 10 viziers unanimously declared that they would leave the country if Bakhtyār's punishment was any longer deferred. The king then acknowledged that he could not bear to behold the execution of the young man, in consequence of which the viziers led him away and assembled all the people by proclamation, that they might see him put to death. Conclusion. It happened at this time that Ferrix-Suwar, who had found Bakhtyār at the side of the well, came, with some of his companions, to the city, and was wrapped in that embroidered cloak which the king and queen had left with the infant. In passing by the place of execution, he beheld the guards leading out Bakhtyār to punishment, on which he rushed amongst them with his companions, and rescued the young man from their hands, and then solicited an audience of the king. On coming into the royal presence, Ferrix-Suwar exclaimed, "This young man is my son. I cannot bear to see him executed. If he must perish, let me also be put to death." "Your wish in this respect," said the king, "may be easily gratified." "Alas," cried Ferrix-Suwar, "if the father of this youth, who was a king, or his mother, who was a queen, were informed of his situation, they would save him from this ignominious death." The king laughed at the seeming inconsistency of Ferrix-Suwar and said, "You told me at one time that Bakhtyār was your son, yet now you describe him as the child of royal parents." Ferrix-Suwar, in reply, told all the circumstances of his finding Bakhtyār near the well, and showed the cloak in which he had been wrapped. The king immediately knew it to be the same which he had left with the infant, and asked whether Ferrix-Suwar had found anything besides. He produced the bracelet of pearls, and the king, now convinced that Bakhtyār was not the son of Ferrix-Suwar, but his own, took the cloak and the bracelets to the queen, and asked her if she had ever before seen them. She instantly exclaimed, "They were my child's. What tidings do you bring of him?" "I shall bring himself," replied the king, and he immediately sent an order to the viziers that they should conduct Bakhtyār to the palace. When he arrived, the king, with his own hands, took off his chains, placed a royal turban on his head, and covered him with the embroidered cloak, and then led him to the queen, saying, "This is our son, whom we left on the brink of the well." When the queen heard this, and beheld Bakhtyār, the tears gushed forth from her eyes, and she embraced him with the greatest emotion. Bakhtyār then asked the queen why she had endeavored to destroy him by a false accusation, and she confessed that the viziers had induced her, on which the king ordered their immediate execution, and then resigned the throne to Bakhtyār, who was acknowledged sovereign by all the people. Ferrix-Suwar was invested with the dignity of chief vizier, and his companions rewarded with honorable appointments, and Bakhtyār continued for many years to govern with justice, wisdom, and generosity. Notes on Chapter 2. Page 22. Rooted out of the soil of his empire, the text adds, as an example to evildoers. Page 22. On the eve of my departure from this world, and see the text reads, "But the law of God hath commanded that an innocent person should exculpate and exert himself in his own defense. God, the most holy and the most high, Hak Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, knows that I am innocent of these suspicions." Page 23. Bakhtyār saluted the Padishah and spoke out with fluency and eloquence. Page 23. Basra. Situated on the Shatt el-Arab, the river of the Arabs, the united stream of the Tigris and the Euphrates, Basra is the principal port in the Persian Gulf and is so named from the white stones Basra near and around it. Renowned for its school of grammar, The Arabic dual al-Basratan, the two Basras, denotes the rival seats of learning, Basra and Kufa. See Deherbalat art. Kufa, built by the command of the pious Caliph Omar, AH 15 AD 636, it was called the Land of Purity, never having been polluted by any idolatrous worship. Irrigated by the river Isla, which falls into the Tigris close to it, its gardens are so fruitful that it is reckoned one of the 4 earthly paradises of Asia, the other 3 being the valleys of Shiraz, Damascus, and Samarkand. Page 23. And the merchant thought, the text has that a voyage by sea and land might jeopardize life and property, but by laying out what remained, and see. The antipathy of the Persians to a sea voyage is well known and very distinctly professed by the poet Hafiz. He had heard of the munificent encouragement which Sultan Mahmud Shah Bahami, an accomplished prince then reigning in the Deccan, afforded to poets and learned men, and became desirous of visiting his court. Hearing of this wish, and desirous himself of forming an acquaintance with Hafiz, Sultan Mahmud sent him, through the hands of his vizier, Mir Fazlullah Anju, an invitation and a handsome sum of money to defray the expenses of his journey. Thereupon he set out and advanced on his expedition as far as Lar. There he encountered a friend who had been plundered by robbers, on whom he bestowed a part of his money, and not having left himself sufficient to prosecute his journey, was compelled to accept the assistance of 2 merchants whom he fortunately met with there, and who kindly took him with them to Hermas. There he found a ship ready to sail to the Deccan, and took his passage in her. But a storm having arisen, he was so terrified by it that he abandoned his intention, and sending a letter of excuse to the vizier with an ode to the king, returned himself to Shiraz. He says, "The splendor of a sultan's diadem, within which, like a casket enclosed, are fears for one's life, may be heart-attracting as a cap, but is not worth the loss of the head it covers. The sufferings of the sea may appear easy to bear in the prospect of its pearls, but I have erred, for its waves are not worth 100 muns of gold." Page 24. Most of the houses were washed away, probably owing to the non-adhesive qualities of the mortar generally employed in the construction of Persian houses, a mixture, half of mud, 1/4 of lime, and the rest ashes of burnt straw and rubbish. Page 25. Trees and running streams. The dryness of the Persian climate and the deficiency of rivers have exercised in ancient, Polybius, Lib 10, 25, as in modern times the ingenuity of the natives in the discovery of springs. In the story of Abu Temam, page 98, a city is also described as adorned with gardens and running streams. It was a saying of Mohammed that 3 things fortify the site: looking at verdure, at running water, and at a handsome face. Page 25. Deccan is a compound word, from di, a village, and khan, lord or chief. Page 25. Erected a summer house, the text adds, and on it a lofty watchtower. Page 25. The stranger was entertained with politeness and hospitality. The Quran Roman 4:40 enjoins the believer to serve God and show kindness unto your neighbor who is a stranger, and the traveler, Ibn Sabal, son of the road. The practice of hospitality among the pre-Islamite Arabs is too well known to require more than passing mention, and reference to Professor Lee's note on Job Roman 21:16. Page 25. A suit of his clothes, his own juba and dastar. The juba is a vest with cotton quilted between the outside and the lining. The dastar is the sash, or fine muslin cloth, wrapped round the turban. Page 25. Account of his property and see. Signet, chattels, and ledger, and said, "You must manifest your zeal in the seasons of sowing and of harvest, and become the mushrif of my property." A mushrif is an officer of the treasury who authenticates accounts and writings. The Deccan gave him his signet in order that he might transact his business with full authority. Seals, or signets, says Dr. H. Wilson, were from the earliest periods commonly used in the East. Ahasuerus takes his signet off his hand and gives it, first to Haman and again to Mordecai, and Herodotus notices that each of the Babylonians wore a seal ring. The Greeks and Romans had their rings curiously engraved with devices, and that cast by Polycrates into the sea was the work of an engraver whose name the historian has thought not unworthy of commemoration. The use of the seal amongst the Orientals at the present day is not, as with us, to secure an envelope, but to verify letters and documents in place of a written signature. Amongst the natives of Hindustan, both Mohammedan and Hindu, the seal is engraved with the name of the wearer, and the surface being smeared superficially only with ink, the application of the seal to the paper leaves the letters which are cut in the stone white on a black ground. Such also was the manner in which the seals of the Greeks and Romans were applied. Lane, in his Modern Egyptians, says, "On the little finger of the right hand is worn a seal ring khatim, which is generally of silver with a cornelian or other stone, upon which is engraved the wearer's name. The name is accompanied by the words, his servant, signifying the servant or worshipper of God, and often by other words expressive of the person's trust in God, and see St. John's Gospel Roman 3:33 and Exodus Roman 39:30. The Prophet disapproved of gold, therefore few Muslims wear gold rings, but the women have various ornaments, rings, bracelets, and of that precious metal. The impression of the seal ring is considered as more valid than the sign manual. Therefore, giving the ring to another person is the utmost mark of confidence. See Genesis Roman 41:42. Page 27. Bit the finger of amazement. Biting the hand or finger is a common mode in the East of manifesting surprise, grief, or anger. Thus in the Quran, Roman 25:29, on that day the unjust person shall bite his hands for anguish, and Roman 3:119, when they assemble together privately, they bite their fingers ends out of wrath against you. In the Gulistan of Saadi I-4, the king seized the hand of amazement with his teeth, again, v19, thine enemy bites the back of his hand through vexation, and again, Romans 7:19, the fingers of astonishment were between their teeth. In one of the beautiful poems of Bahauddin Zuhair of Egypt, AD 1186-1258, elegantly translated by Professor E.H. Palmer. When she passed me without speaking, I declare, I could almost bite my hand off with despair. And in the Turkish poem of Khusrev and Shirin by Sheikhi Ab-A-D 1426, Mr. Gibbs' Ottoman Poems, p. 6. No power was left him, neither sport nor pleasure. He bit his finger, wildered beyond measure. Page 27. Driven forth from the village, the text adds, and they deprived him of whatever they had given. Page 27. For the sake of God, a common phrase among Muslims. A rather humorous example of its use occurs in the Gulistan chap Roman 4 tale 14. A harsh-voiced man was reading the Quran in a loud tone. A pious man passed by him and said, "What is thy monthly stipend?" "Nothing," he replied. "Why then," he inquired, "dost thou give thyself all this trouble?" "I read for the sake of God," he replied. "For God's sake, then, don't read," said he. Page 27. A pearl of such exquisite beauty, and c. In the East, it is popularly believed that the pearl is formed in the oyster from a raindrop. Sadi, in the 4th book of his Bustan, has some beautiful verses on this notion, in which he inculcates the practice of humility. Pearls are called marvarid, production of light, and usually when they are unpierced, lulu, luminous, brilliant. They are divided into 12 classes, each having a distinctive name, according to their water or luster, the first class being called shavar, the regal, the clearest, purest, and most lustrous. Pearls are also divided into 12 classes, according to shape. They are further divided, in respect of size, into 15 classes, according to the number of holes in the different sieves through which they are passed, from the smallest, of which 1,200 weigh a mescal, up to the largest, of which 40 weigh a mescal. The best pearl fisheries are at Ceylon, and in the Persian Gulf at Bahrain, Kish, and Sharak, but the Arabian pearls are less prized than the Indian. Their color and quality are said to depend on the bottom of the sea where they are produced. In black slime they are dark, in shallow waters yellowish. Tavernier mentions a remarkable pearl found at Cadifa in Arabia, the fishery probably alluded to by Pliny Nat. Hist. B. Roman 9, c. 54, which he purchased for 10,000 pounds of our money. It is said to be now in the possession of the Shah of Persia. Page 28. He put 3 of the pearls into his mouth and the other 3 among his clothes. It is customary for travelers and others in the East to conceal their money and valuables about their clothes and in the folds of their turbans. Many Oriental stories illustrate this practice. For example, in the tale of the poor ropemaker, Arabian Nights, volume Roman 6 of Jonathan Scott's edition, he receives a sum of money from a benevolent stranger, and having laid out a moiety of it in material for his trade, he places the remainder within the folds of his turban cloth. But unluckily, a bird snatches it off his head and flies away with it. And in the Talmud, there is a story of a poor Hebrew named Joseph, who paid great respect to the Sabbath. This man had a wealthy neighbor, who was a firm believer in judicial astrology, and having been told by a sagacious professor of the science that all his riches should one day become the property of the Sabbath-observing Joseph, he straightway sold his estate and invested the proceeds in a large diamond, which he secretly sewed within his turban, and departed in a vessel for some distant country, thus preventing, as he fondly imagined, the verification of the astrologer's prediction. But his precautions were of no avail, for while standing on the deck of the vessel, a sudden gust of wind carried his turban with all his wealth into the sea. What became of the ruined man after this misfortune, we are not informed, but we are told that, some time after this accident, the pious Joseph went to the market and bought a fish to furnish his table on the Sabbath eve. On opening the fish, the diamond which his old neighbor had lost with his turban was found in its stomach. And thus was the good man's strict observance of the Sabbath rewarded, and the astrologer's prediction fulfilled to the letter. Page 28. The unlucky merchant's adventure with the covetous and dishonest jeweler finds a curious parallel in an incident in the story of the jackal, the barber, and the Brahmin, one of the charming fairy tales in Miss Freer's old Deccan days. The poor Brahmin, however, though robbed of the precious stones he offers to the jeweler for sale, escapes home all safe, unlike the merchant of our story. Possibly the incident in both tales had a common origin. Yet the roguery of villainous man, to employ honest Jack Falstaff's phrase, is pretty much alike in all ages and countries. Page 29. They distributed some money among those who were confined. Alms are recommended in many passages of the Quran. Pay your legal alms, Romans 2:43. Alms are to be distributed to the poor and the needy, for the redemption of captives, insolvent debtors, and for religion's sake unto the traveler, Romans 9:53-60. Alms are of two kinds, one obligatory or zakat, Romans 2:172, and two voluntary or sadakat, as in the present instance. In Scripture we find a trace of the same doctrine. See Daniel Romans 4:27. The Caliph Omar ibn Abdul Aziz used to say, "Prayer carries us halfway to God, fasting brings us to the door of the palace, and alms procure us admission." And assuredly, no Eastern moralist has more frequently or more impressively and beautifully inculcated the duty of almsgiving and of liberality than Sa'di. He tells us in the Gulistan, Romans 2:49, that on the monument of Baramgor, a famous Persian king, was written, "The liberal hand is better than the strong arm," and adds, "Distribute in alms the tithe of thy wealth, for the more the husbandman loppeth off the exuberance of the vine, the more it will yield of grapes." And in his bustan, or fruit garden, B. Romans 2, he says, "Bestow thy gold and thy wealth while they are thine, for when thou art gone they will be no longer in thy power. Distribute thy treasure readily today, for tomorrow the key may no longer be in thy hand. Exert thyself to cast a covering over the poor, that God's own veil may be a covering for thee." Page 30. When he had related the story of the merchant and of the pearls which they had given him, the text adds, "And the other 5 divers had confirmed what he said." Page 30. He was then led away to execution, and the king caused to be proclaimed throughout the city. And so, too, in the 1001 Nights, the barber relates how his 4th brother was punished with 100 lashes, after which they mounted him upon a camel and proclaimed before him, "This is the recompense of him who breaketh into men's houses." Morier, in his second journey, gives a graphic description of the punishment of Mohammed Zaman Khan, governor of Astrabad, who, in 1814, entered into a league with the Turkmens, disavowed the king's authority, and even made pretensions to the royal power and prerogative. The king offered a reward for his capture, and the people of Astrabad surrounded the traitor's palace, forced their way into the room where he was seated, seized and bound him, and carried him before the king. When he had reached the camp, the king ordered the chief of his camel artillery to put a mock crown upon the rebel's head, armlets on his arms, a sword by his side, to mount him upon an ass, with his face towards the tail and the tail in his hand, then to parade him throughout the camp, and to proclaim, "This is he who wished to be king." After this was over, and the people had mocked and insulted him, he was brought before the king, who called for the lewdies and ordered them to turn him into ridicule by making him dance and perform antics against his will. He then ordered that whoever chose might spit in his face. After this, he received the bastinado on the soles of his feet, which was administered by the chiefs of his own tribe, and some time after he had his eyes put out. The strong coincidence, adds Morier, between these details and the most awfully affecting part of our own scripture history is a striking illustration of the permanence of Eastern manners. Page 30. Appointed him keeper of the treasury. The sudden elevation of persons from a humble and even distressed condition to places of great dignity and wealth has ever been a characteristic of the absolute monarchs of Eastern countries, as well as the degradation and ruin, frequently from mere caprice, and seldom with any justification, of men of the highest rank. The most remarkable instance of the many which Oriental history presents is the execrable conduct of the Caliph Harun ar-Rashid, so undeservedly celebrated in the 1001 Nights, in murdering his principal vizier, Ja'far, and utterly ruining the other members of the noble house of Barmak, the Barmecides of our common translation of the Arabian Nights, all of whom were as famed for their unbounded liberality as for their brilliant abilities. An interesting account of the Barmakis and their ruin is given in Dr. Jonathan Scott's Tales, Anecdotes, and C. from the Arabic and Persian. Page 32. Put out the merchant's eyes. A too common and barbarous punishment in the East. In Turkey, a needle was used for this purpose in the case of state prisoners. The Arabian poet hero, Antar, is said to have blinded his implacable and treacherous enemy Wezar by passing a red-hot sword blade close before his eyes. Years afterwards, the blinded chief executed poetical justice by slaying Antar with a poisoned arrow, which he shot at him on the bank of the Euphrates. In Kazat's version, this story is entitled The Obstinate Man, perhaps more appropriately than our ill-fated merchant, since his own wrong-headedness was the main cause of his misfortunes. His place of abode is Baghdad, not Basra. The divers give him 10 pearls. The jeweler, having been lately robbed of some pearls, believes Kaskas, such is the man's name, to be the thief, and accordingly he accuses him. And when the latter is proved to be innocent, the jeweler is punished with 200 blows of the bastinado. The catastrophe is very differently related. One day he observed in the apartment which had been assigned to him, a door walled up and concealed by a slight covering of mastic, which was now so much wasted by the effects of time that it crumbled into dust on the slightest touch. Without any exertion of strength, he opened this door and entered unthinkingly into a rich apartment entirely unknown to him, but which he found to be in the interior of the palace. Hardly had he advanced 2 or 3 steps when he was perceived by the chief of the eunuchs, who instantly reported what he had seen to the king. The monarch came immediately to the spot. The fragments of the mastic remained upon the ground to show that the door had been forced open, and the stupid amazement of Kaskas completed the appearance of his guilt. "Wretch," said the king, "dost thou thus repay my favors? My justice saved thee, when I believed thee innocent, now thou art guilty, and I condemn thee to lose thy sight." The imprudent Kaskas durst not even attempt to justify himself, but was immediately delivered into the hands of the executioner, of whom the only favor he asked was, that he would give him his eyes when he had torn them from their sockets. He went groping through the streets of the capital with them in his hands, crying, "Behold, all ye good people who hear me, what the unfortunate Kaskas has gained by striving against the decrees of destiny and despising the advice of his friends." Notes on Chapter 3. Page 33. Expressed many apprehensions. The text gives the address of the 3rd vizier as follows. "I am apprehensive lest the affair of Bakhtyār should be known in the outlying provinces of the world, and reaching the ears of sovereigns, occasion scandal, and evil repute arise therefrom. Before this story of Bakhtyār become the common talk, it is expedient to put him to death." Page 33. "He petitioned for mercy. He cried Al-Amin, quarter, pardon." Byron's couplet in the Giaour has rendered this word familiar to English readers. "Resigned carbine or Attigan, nor ever raised the craven cry, Ammon." Page 33. "If a king punish without due investigation," a Hindu dramatist says, "Though the commands of royalty pervade the world, yet sovereigns should remember, the light of justice must direct their path." And Saadi, in his Bustan, B.I., regarding the duties of a king, says, "If thou sheddest blood, it must not be done without a decree." But there is too much reason to believe that Eastern monarchs have seldom been guided by the law in administering punishment. Many of the Muslim princes of northern Africa, in particular, have slain even favorite attendants from sheer wantonness and love of bloodshed. Page 34. Aleppo, the Barica of the Greeks. Aleppo is the Italian form of Halab, the native name. On the fall of Palmyra, Halab West Shabha, Halab the ash-colored became the grand emporium for the productions of Persia and India, conveyed by caravans from Baghdad and Basra to be shipped at Iskenderun or Latakia for the different ports of Europe. Under the Greek sovereigns of Syria, Aleppo acquired great wealth and consequence and flourished still more under the Roman emperors. An aqueduct, constructed before the time of Constantine, conveys a plentiful supply of water from the springs. And the mosques Jami, Zakhari, and Halloway, originally Christian churches, are fine specimens of the ancient Roman style, the latter built by the Empress Helena. To the peculiar quality of the water of the Kuwait ancient chalice, which irrigates its far-famed gardens, is ascribed the ringworm, Habala Essina, which attacks the natives once in their lives and leaves an indelible scar, which distinguishes an Aleppine throughout the East. In 1797, Aleppo was the victim of the plague, and of earthquakes in 1822 and 1830. Page 34. Protected strangers. The text reads, "A friend of the stranger, who never at any time injured any person, deemed all injustice improper, and never deprived anyone of aught." Page 34. A son named Bizad, meaning well-born, legitimate. Page 35. A magnificent litter, the text adds, and the curtains of the litter were thrown back. Thus the youth was able to obtain a view of the lady's beauty. Page 35. When the young man had advanced thus far in his narrative, the lithograph text says, when the boon companion had described the lady. Readers familiar with Oriental fictions will probably recollect many instances of princes and others becoming enamored, not only at sight of the portrait of a beautiful woman, but at the mere description of her charms. In such celebrated collections of tales as the Arabian Nights, the Persian tales ascribed to the dervish Makhals of Isfahan, and the Bahar-i Danish, Spring of Knowledge, of Inayatullah of Delhi. In the Badawi romance of Antar, a noble Abyssinian named Amara, a conceited coxcomb, very particular in his dress, fond of perfumes, and always keeping company with women and young girls, having heard of the beauty of Ablah, sends a female slave to the tents of her family to discover whether the damsel was as beautiful as was reported of her. And the girl returning with a glowing account of Ablah's charms, the Badawi exquisite immediately conceives a violent passion for her. His ears fell in love before his eyes. There is at least one instance on record of a European becoming enamored from imagination. In the case of Geoffrey Rudel, the gallant troubadour, who fell desperately in love with the Countess of Tripoli from a description of her beauty and accomplishments. But see the story in Warton's History of English Poetry. Page 35. The city of Rum, the capital and residence of the Caesar or Greek emperor, Constantinople. The signification of Rum is very vague, as it may denote Rome, the Turkish Empire, Greece, or Rumelia, Rum-Ili. The Persians called the chief of the Seljuki dynasty at Konya i.e. Iconium, Kaysar-i Rum. De Herbalat defines the term Rum as applicable to the countries which the Romans, and afterwards the Greeks and Turks, subdued under their domination. Raumi, observes Burckhardt, is a word applied by the Arabs to the Greeks of the Lower Empire, and afterwards to all Christians. Travels in Nubia, App. N. Roman 3. The Persian proverb, Ez Rum Ta Sham, from Rum to Syria, is quoted to indicate an extent of territory. Caesar, Caesar, whence Tsar, was the general title of the sovereigns of the Lower Empire, as Khusru was that of the Persian kings of the Sasanian dynasty. Page 36. Prince Behzad immediately arose and hastened to the house of the vizier and said, and see. The following is a close translation of this passage as given in the lithograph text. You must go this moment and tell my father, Behzad says thus, Thou dost not turn thine eye upon me and hast not any care for me. There is no mortal in the world to whom a wife should not be given. If thou carest for me, you would bestow on me a helpmate. The vizier replied, Your order I obey. Then rose up and went to the king's palace, asked for an audience, and reported to the king all that Behzad had said. The king said, Behzad has fallen in love. Say to him, This wish is in my thoughts, but I have paused until I could discover some companion for thy sake. But if there be a longing for anyone, speak out that I may give it my attention, that I may effect a settlement and bring this thy desire within thy embrace. The vizier returned and repeated to Bihzad what the king had said, to which Bihzad replied, "Go and tell my father that the Kaisar of Rum has a daughter, Nigarin by name. He must send ambassadors and demand the daughter on my behalf." The vizier returned and told the king, who became unhappy. Page 37. The vizier returned to Bihzad and delivered him this message from his father. The lithograph text says, "When Bihzad perceived that the king showed no eagerness in asking for the lady, he said to the vizier, 'If the king will not demand the daughter for me, I will leave the country.' The vizier said, 'I will go and speak to the king to that effect.' He went and repeated according to Bihzad's words. The king loved his son to excess, and seeing no resource, sent ambassadors to the Kaisar of Rum. When the ambassadors arrived at the capital of Rum, and the news reached the king, he commanded an istiqbal, and that they should enter the city with all due honors and respect. The next day the Kaisar invited the ambassadors to a durbar. When they came before the king and had bowed their faces to the ground, they delivered the message of the Shah of Aleppo. The king said, "Maybe the wealth of the Kaisar does not enter into your eye. You must be brief and laconic and utter this reply. 100 lakhs of dinars is the covenant of my daughter's hand. Whoever will give 100 lakhs of dinars, to him will I give my daughter." Thus he spake, then rising up, dismissed the ambassadors. Page 37. 100 lakhs of dinars. The value of the dinar, originally dinar, brought into circulation by the law, varied considerably at different periods, but the average value is about 10 shillings. As a lakh is 100,000, and the Kaisar demanded 100 lakhs, taking the value of the dinar at 10 shillings, this would amount to 5 million pounds of our money. But Oriental romancers are fond of dealing with immense sums of money, on paper. The Persians, says Chardin, express silver money by the term dirham or drachmi, and that of gold by that of dinar or dinar. They reckon by dinarbisti and Temams, although they have not any pieces of money so called. There is the common dinar, and the legal dinar or kemi, and the dinar kemi signify the weight and the value of a dinar of gold, or of a gold crown. A bisti makes 10 dinars or dinars, and a taman 10,000 dinars. Voyage and Purse, and see Roman 2, 91-2. Page 38. They produce 20 lakhs, Bihzad said, make a forced contribution throughout the land and 1/8 of the garden. The Padishah replied, "This I will never do, for the city is small and the people have not the means, everyone would take flight and be ruined." Bihzad said, "A portion of the sum exact by a forced contribution. After that, about the remainder let us not concern ourselves." The Padishah was incapable of further opposition. He commanded that the land should make a present of 20 lakhs of dinars. Page 40. Set out upon his journey. For what purpose? Surely not to go and demand the Kaisar's daughter in marriage without payment of the balance of the stipulated 100 lakhs. Sir William Owsley has omitted to add that loot was the object of Bihzad's expedition. The text says that, with 2 confidential attendants, Bihzad set out upon his journey, until he should fall in with a caravan and make up the total sum required. The good old rule of our own famous Scottish freebooter Rob Roy. The simple plan that they should take who have the power, and they should keep who can, was very commonly put into practice, in former times, by Arabian lovers in order to procure the dowry. Thus, in the Romance of Antar, which von Hammer says presents true pictures of Arabian life about the age of Nushirvan the Just, king of Persia, 6th century, Malik, the father of the beauteous Ablah, requires Antar to procure for her dowry 1,000 Asafir camels by plundering the owner, Munzir, king of Hira. And when Khalid demands his cousin Jada in marriage of her father, the heroic damsel consents, on condition that he provide for slaughter at her wedding feast 1,000 camels belonging to the brandisher of spears, which he does by plundering the tribe of Amir. And when Malik, the perfidious father of Ablah, betroths her to the Badawi exquisite Amara, mentioned in a previous note, he collects a party of his followers and sets out on a looting expedition to procure her dowry. Prince Bihzad, however, appears to have caught a Tartar in attacking the caravan which he and his comrades overtook. In the morning, according to our translation, at the hour of midday prayer, says the lithograph text. The old Arabs always made their attacks on the tents of a hostile tribe and on caravans in the early morning, on the first gray streaks of dawn appearing, and this is frequently alluded to in their poetry. Thus, in the Mu'allaka of Harith, they assembled their forces at night, And as soon as the dawn appeared, there was nothing heard among them but a tumultuous noise, of those who called and those who answered, the neighing of horses, and, among the rest, the lowing of camels. In the romance of Antar, the heroic Prince Malik is represented as being slain in one of those morning raids, when his bridal party were attacked by Hatafa and his tribesmen. By morning, their joys were converted into sorrows, and shots were precipitated at them from arrows for which there is no surgeon. To wish peace in the morning was therefore among the Arabs a most appropriate salutation. So Antar, in his famous Mu'allaka, verse 2, exclaims, "O bower of Ablah in the valley of Jiwa, give me tidings of my love. O bower of Ablah, may the morning rise on thee with prosperity and health." And Zuhair, also author of a Mu'allaka, on viewing the traces of his mistress' former abode, "Hail, sweet bower, may thy morning be fair and auspicious." This story is the fourth in Kazat's version, in which it presents so few points of resemblance to the tale as given in the Persian work that we must conclude it has been thus altered by the Arabian translator. Bihzad is the son of King Cyrus, founder of the Syrian Empire, and the beautiful lady with whom he falls in love from the description of her charms is the daughter of one of his father's vassals. He avows his passion to the king his father, who immediately sends messengers to his vassal, demanding his daughter in marriage to his son. The dowry of 300,000 pieces of gold is agreed upon, but the lady's father stipulates that the marriage should be delayed for the space of 9 months. This seemed an eternity to the impatient prince, so he mounts his best horse and sets out to claim his bride at once. On the way, he falls into the hands of a gang of robbers and is compelled to join them. They attack a caravan and are defeated, the prince, among others, being taken prisoner. The merchants present Bihzad to their king, who recognizes him from the description of his person in a circular letter which he had received from King Cyrus. This king dispatches some troops along with Bihzad to the young lady's father. On his arrival, preparations are made for the celebration of the marriage. Only 3 days have now to pass. But Bihzad, impatient to behold his bride, looks through a small grated window in her pavilion. And a eunuch, placed there on guard, not knowing the prince, struck him with the point of his scimitar, which ran through both his eyes. Notes on Chapter 4. Page 45. According to the lithograph text, the fourth vizier presented himself before the king and said, "Of all the admirable qualities a king forbearance is the most praiseworthy, and occasions general tranquility. But inasmuch as the forbearance Bakhtyār exceeds all bounds, it brings evil repute to the king and kingdom, just as the tasting of meat is legitimate, but to eat to excess produces violent fever." Page 45. Let him not be precipitate in putting me to death. The text goes on to say, "For precipitation in the end leads only to repentance. Through impatience a man falls from sovereignty, but whoever practices patience obtains it and is free from calamity." If the king would permit, just as his servant has described the impatient Bihzad, he would also, at the service of the king, make known Abu Saber's patience, and thus shed light on the illumined mind of the king, how by patience extensive dominion accrues to a human being. The king said, "Abu Saber, who was he? And practicing what degree of patience, and in what manner, did he acquire dominion and sovereignty? Relate." Page 46. Abu Saber, literally, father of patience. This story offers a striking example of the practice of patience, a virtue enjoined by the Quran Roman 2, 148. "O true believers, beg assistance with patience by sabri and prayer, for God is with the patient in Nāma sabirin." Travelers in the East are daily reminded of this text. You engage camels, at the time appointed they are not ready. You seek and find the owner smoking in a coffee shop. To your remonstrances he replies, "Have patience, Effendi, in Nāma sabirin." An Egyptian friend visits you while you are still agitated, and his only words are, "Sabr kun in Nāma sabirin." Have patience, God is with the patient. In a flutter of indignation, you bring your complaint before my Lord Judge Mavlana Kazi, who summons and expostulates with the offender, and then, with a smile, assures you in Nāma sabirin. Persian authors are profuse in their praise of patience. Saadi Gilistan, I, 27, illustrates the double meaning of sabr, which signifies the aloe as well as patience. Rest not sour because of the turns of fortune, for patience or the aloe, although it is bitter, bringeth forth sweet fruit. And in the same excellent work, Roman 3, 1, he says, The treasure chosen by Luqman was patience. Without patience, there is no such thing as wisdom. Page 46. A tax gatherer, Amal, is inferior to an Amin, who regulates the revenues of a district, and to a Zamindar, a landed proprietor. Page 46. Extorted Kharaj tribute from the poor peasants. Kharaj Guzar, a tribute-paying subject, differs from Dhimmi Zimmi, who pays an annual tribute and is entitled to the protection of the Muslims and to most of the civil rights which they enjoy, but he has also in Egypt at least to pay the income tax in common with Muslims. See Lane's Modern Egyptians. Page 46. With cruelty and injustice, and see, most of the governors of provinces and districts, says Lane, Modern Egypt, carry their oppression far beyond the limits to which they are authorized to proceed by the pasha, and even the sheikh of a village, in executing the commands of his superiors, abuses his lawful power. Bribes and the ties of relationship and marriage influence him and them, and by lessening the oppression of some, who are more able to bear it, greatly increase that of others. The peasants of Egypt only pay taxes after a severe bastinating. The more easily the peasant pays, the more he is made to pay. They are proud of the stripes they receive for withholding their contributions, and are often heard to boast of the number of blows which were inflicted upon them before they would give up their money. It may be hardly necessary to add that few of them engage with assiduity in the labors of agriculture, unless compelled to do so by their superiors. Page 47. He replied that patience was his only remedy. The lithograph text thus proceeds. The peasants retired void of hope, and remained in the village until the day when the king of the territory came in that direction for the chase. The peasants hastened out of the village and raised a cry, saying, "We are peasants, the tributaries and well-wishers of His Majesty." At the time when the collector, entering this village, executed his duties cruelly towards us, and had no mercy upon us poor people, a party of evildoers slew the tax-gatherer and fled. This news reaching the ears of the king, he commanded the village to be laid waste, and we, the guiltless, were set aside. After this we were in misery and affliction, and could do but little seed sowing and harvest. 3 years afterwards a lion formed his lair in the neighboring district of the village, and he killed many children and camels, and from dread of the lion we were unable to go out of doors, and were reduced to starvation and nakedness. Thus did they speak, and with lamentations and groans, shed tears. Pity for them came over the king, who asked, "Why, at the time of the murder of the collector, did you not come before me, and represent your own state of affairs, and beg me to forbear from the command to lay your village waste?" The peasants replied, "In the village there is a man who is our chief. Whatever affair we undertake, we confer with him, he may devise the proper course." We told him of this state of affairs, and he was not one with us, and he did not think it advisable we should come into the presence of the king. At these words the king became angry, and commanded they should expel this man from the village. Page 48. Abu Saber recommended patience. According to the lithograph text, have patience, sabr kun, since by patience that which was obscure becomes manifest, a lamp lights up zira. Page 48. She contrived to write upon the ground with blood. Of what service blood could be in tracing letters in the sand is not very obvious. The lithograph text simply says that when she perceived there was no remedy, she wrote on the ground, "A robber has carried me off." Page 49. Every stranger was by his command seized and compelled to work, and see. No doubt many of the magnificent palaces and other edifices in eastern countries, like the famous pyramids near Cairo, were thus raised by forced labor. Muley Ismail, Emperor of Morocco, who died after a long reign in 1714, was a great lover of architecture and employed many people on his buildings. If he did not approve of the plan or the performance, it was usual for him to show the delicacy of his taste by demolishing the whole structure and putting to death all who had a hand in it. Page 50. Providence would relieve him from the oppression under which he suffered. Abu Saber said, "Be patient, since the Almighty, may He be honored and glorified, is a friend of the patient, and quickly will release thee from this oppression." Here, it will be observed, Abu Saber refers to the text from the Quran quoted in the 3rd note to this chapter. As above, God is with the patient. Page 51. Supporting his head on the knees of patience, implored the protection of the Almighty. Abu Saber may be supposed to have assumed an attitude of prayer, rak'ah, by an inclination of the body, so that the hands rested on the knees, saying Tawakkul Barkuta, Put thy trust in God, Quran Roman 37:3, and recalling to mind, whoso persevereth with patience shall at length find relief, Quran Roman 12:90. Page 51. It was resolved that they should go to the prison and propose 3 questions to the criminals confined there, and that whoever gave the best answers should be chosen king. This will probably strike most readers as a rather curious, not to say haphazard, mode of electing a king. Yet it goes, I think, to prove the antiquity of the original story. And moreover, if the questions were of such a subtle nature as to require superior sagacity for their solution, it may have been perhaps as good a way of choosing a sovereign as many that have been adopted either in ancient or modern times. The circumstance that the test questions were proposed to prisoners may seem still more absurd. But the late king is represented as very tyrannical and impious, one who did not fear God, an infidel, and the chiefs of the city were doubtless aware that the prisoners were not really criminals, but the innocent victims of a wicked tyrant. It is very tantalizing that neither in the lithograph text, nor in those texts which Lesquier made use of for his French translation, nor in Sir William Ausely's, are the questions and Abu Saber's answers given. One is naturally curious to know whether they were of the nature of ingenious riddles or subtle questions involving profound moral truths. The practice, apparently a very ancient one, of proposing to certain kinds of candidates and accused persons, riddles or hard questions, to expound or answer is common to the popular fictions of Europe as well as of Asia. In more than one of the Arabian tales, a lady chooses for her husband him who answers her questions. In the Scottish ballad of Roslin's Daughter, the lady proposes a number of riddles or questions to her lover, which he must answer before she will gang to his bed. In Mr. Ralston's extremely entertaining and valuable Russian folk tales, on the other hand, a princess makes it her rule that anyone whose riddles she cannot guess, him must she marry. But anyone whose riddles she can guess, him she may put to death. In Chapter 70 of Swan's translation of the Gesta Romanorum, a collection of Latin stories, largely derived from Eastern sources, very popular in the Middle Ages, a king's daughter vows that she will never marry except the man who answers 3 questions. In the Old English version of the Gesta, edited by Sir Frederick Madden, Chapter 19, a certain good and righteous knight is falsely accused of some crime, and the emperor gives him the option of answering 6 questions or forfeiting his life. The same story, with variations of local coloring, and C, is found in the 4th novel of Sacchetti, one of the early Italian novelists, in Tile Eulenspiegel, the celebrated German folk book, and in our Old English ballad of King John and the Abbot of Canterbury. In an Indian work of fiction said to have been written in the 7th century, Dasa Kumara Charita Adventures of 10 Princes, Mitragupta meets with a terrible Rakshasa, a species of demon in human form, who threatens to devour him if he cannot answer 4 questions. These, with Mitragupta's answers, are as follows. 1. What is cruel? Ans, a wicked woman's heart. 2. What is most to the advantage of a householder? Ans, good qualities in a wife. 3. What is love? Ans, imagination. 4. What best accomplishes difficult things? Ans, cunning. Mitragupta then relates 4 stories in illustration of his answers. In the Persian romance of Hatem Ta'i, the author of which has been greatly indebted to Hindu fiction for his materials, a young lady named Hassan Banu makes it the condition of her bestowing her hand on any of her numerous suitors that he shall answer 7 questions, or rather, perform 7 difficult and dangerous tasks in order to solve her questions. In the 14th of Mr. Ralston's Tibetan tales, the dumb cripple, who does not wish to succeed to the throne, is permitted to renounce the world on condition of his answering 3 questions. And Voltaire, in his Zadig imitating this feature of Oriental romance, as he did others, represents a contention for the throne of Babylon, first by a tournament, and finally by the champions attempting to solve a number of enigmas. Whether it was ever a custom in any Eastern land to choose a king from among prisoners to whom certain difficult questions were proposed, is itself a difficult question. But it is remarkable that in legendary Indian stories, both those preserved in writing and by oral tradition, mention is frequently made of the election of a king by the elephant of the deceased monarch. For instance, in Sivanti Esthala Purana, a legendary account of the famous temple at Trinchinopoly, of which a palm leaf manuscript is described by Dr. H. H. Wilson, In his catalogue of the Mackenzie collection, it is related that a certain king, having mortally offended a holy muni, his capital and all the inhabitants were, in consequence of an imprecation pronounced on him by the enraged saint, buried beneath a shower of dust. Only the queen escaped, and in her flight she was delivered of a male child. After some interval, the chiefs of the Chola kingdom, proceeding to elect a king, determined, by advice of the muni the same whose curse had worked the mischief aforesaid, to crown whomsoever the late monarch's elephant should pitch upon. Being turned loose for that purpose, the elephant discovered and brought to Trisiramali the child of his former master, who accordingly became the Chola king. And in the Manipuri story of the two brothers, Tiri and Basanta, translated by G. H. Dammit in the Indian Antiquary, 1875, Tiri, in the course of his wanderings, is chosen king in a similar manner by an elephant, who meets the youth in the forest, takes him up, and brings him to the palace, where he is immediately set upon the throne. A very singular custom in the election of a Khan seems to have been once observed by the Kalmucks. If we may credit the relations of S. Siddhi Kur, a Tartar version of the Sanskrit Vetala Panchavinsati, or 25 Tales of a Demon. A sacred figure of dough or paste, usually in the shape of a pyramid called a baling, was thrown high into the air, and the person upon whose head it fell was proclaimed Khan. Still more curious, and savoring somewhat of the supernatural, in Mr. Ralston's Tibetan Tales, a king called Ananda, being attacked by illness, considered which of his 5 sons he should invest with the sovereign power. His 4 elder sons were rash, rude, and hot-tempered. His youngest, Prince Adarsamaka, was the most suitable, but Ananda's kinsmen would probably reproach him should he pass over the elder sons and give his crown to the youngest. Then said he to his ministers, "Give ear, O chieftains. After my death ye are to test each of the princes in turn. Him among them whom the jewel shoes fit when they are tried on, under whom the throne remains steadfast when he is upon it, on whom the diadem rests unshaken when it is placed upon his head, whom the women recognize, and who guesses the 6 objects to be divined by his insight, namely, the inner treasure, the outer treasure, the inner and outer treasure, the treasure of the tree top, the treasure of the hill top, and the treasure of the river shore. Him by whom all these conditions are fulfilled, shall ye invest with the sovereign power." As is almost invariably the case in the folk tales of all countries, the youngest son is the successful competitor. In the good old times, when kings and chiefs were chosen for their physical strength and prowess in battle, one can see some propriety in rival candidates for the supreme power settling their claims by a hand-to-hand contest. But surely only in such countries as China and Japan could we conceive it possible for a dispute of this kind to be settled by proxy. Mr. Mitford, in his Tales of Old Japan, Volume I, 203-204, tells us, in the year 858 the throne of Japan was wrestled for. The Emperor Buntoker had 2 sons, called Koreishido and Koreitaka, both of whom aspired to the throne. Their claims were decided in a wrestling match, in which one Yashiro was the champion of Koreishido and Natora the champion of Koreitaka. Natora having been defeated, Koreishido ascended his father's throne, under the style of Siewa. Page 52. The robber he immediately recognized, but was silent. In keeping with the Persian saying, Sina pur jush o lab kamash, troubled breast and silent lip. Page 52. We are freeborn, we are the sons of a Mussulman, slaves among the Muslims, are either captives in war Sakya or by purchase Mavalat. One of the fundamental points of the Mohammedan religion consists in the ransom of slaves. Alms should buy the freedom of slaves. Quran Roman 9:60. Page 53. The merchant's money to be deposited in the public treasury. This, if correctly rendered, would have been an act of gross injustice, not at all in accordance with the character of Abu Saber, since the merchant had been guilty of nothing unlawful in purchasing the boys, whom he did not know were freeborn and the sons of a Muslim. The lithograph text says, he sent the robber to prison and reimbursed the merchant from the public treasury. And Lesquier, p. 96. Il ordana o voler de restituer o marchand l'argent quil en avait ricu, et le fit arrearder et jeter en prison. Page 53. Because she wore a veil sitter. Muslim women are prescribed by their religion to conceal from all men whatever may be attractive in their appearance, and the men are not permitted to see any unveiled women save their wives or slaves, and those women with whom they are prohibited by law from marrying. See Quran Roman 24:31. The curse of God, said the prophet, is on the seer and the seen. Lane, in his Modern Egyptians, gives a very minute description, with numerous engravings, of the veils worn by Muslim women, and remarks that the veil is of very remote antiquity. See Genesis Roman 24:65 and Isaiah Roman 3:23. Page 53. Would not consent to perform the duties of a wife. When a wife disobeys her husband's lawful commands, he may take her or 2 Muslim witnesses before the qazi. Should the complaint preferred be just and proved, a certificate is written, declaring her nashiza rebellious, and the husband is then quite free from the obligation of lodging, clothing, and maintaining her. Page 53. This man was not her husband. The 4th surah of the Quran, v20 et sec, treats of lawful and unlawful marriages. Ye are all forbidden to take to wife free women who are married. v22. That is, says Sale, whether they be Muslim women or not, unless they be legally divorced from their husbands. This incident, if the story be fictitious, but it probably had some foundation in fact, is very ingeniously conceived. Abu Saber's happiness is rendered complete by the recovery of his wife, with such a credential of her purity. The Arabian version of this story, according to Cazot's French rendering, and Habek's German translation agrees with it in this respect, gives a very different account of the circumstances of Abu Saber's elevation to the supreme power. Abu Saber, it seems, had been cast by the wicked king into a deep, dry well in the palace yard. Now it happened that this impious and cruel king had a brother whom he had always concealed from every eye in a secret part of the palace, but suspicion and uneasiness made him afraid lest he should one day be carried off and placed upon the throne. Some time before he had privately let him down into this well. This unhappy victim of politics soon sank under so many distresses. He died, but this event was not known, although the other parts of the secret had transpired. The grandees of the realm and the whole nation, shocked at a capricious cruelty which exposed them all to the same danger, rose, with one accord, against the tyrant and assassinated him. The adventure of Abu Saber had been long since forgotten. One of the officers of the palace reported that the king went every day to carry bread to a man who was in the well, and to converse with him. This idea led their thoughts to the brother who had been so cruelly used by the tyrant. They ran to the well, went down into it, and found there Abu Saber, whom they took for the presumptive heir to the crown. Without giving him time to speak or to make himself known, they conducted him to a bath, and he was soon clothed in the royal purple and placed upon the throne. Notes on Chapter 5. Page 56. The king of Yemen. As the kings of Egypt were named Pharaoh, those of the Sasanian dynasty of Persia, Khusru, those of Abyssinia, Nagashi, so were the kings of Yemen distinguished by the title of Taba, from being the paramount sovereign of a number of tribes or followers, Tabayin. Some of the ancient kings, having considerably enlarged their dominions by conquest, became proverbial for great power. Yemen, or Arabia Felix, in the time of Strabo was divided into 5 kingdoms, L16, P112, and has been successively subdued by the Abyssinians, the Persians, the sultans of Egypt, and the Turks. On the west, Yemen has the Red Sea. On the south, the Straits of Bab el-Mandeb and the Indian Ocean. On the east, Hadramaut, and the north, Najd and the Hijaz. The inhabitants plume themselves on their country being the birthplace of the sciences and religion, Bailadu el-Ulm o Bailadu Didin. Nibur, par. Roman 2, p. 247. Page 56. A certain slave named Abraha. Influenced probably by a malevolent feeling towards the mushriks, those who attribute partners to God Christians, the Muslim author, or more likely, translator and adapter, gives the name of Abraha to an Ethiopian slave, disparaging, as it were, the historical fame of Abraha ebnu es-Saba, the 46th king of Yemen, surnamed Sahibu el-Fil, Lord of the Elephant, an Ethiopian by birth, and of the Christian religion, who in Panem times built a magnificent church in the citadel of Grandam. At Sana, with the design of inducing pilgrims to resort thither, instead of to the Kaaba at Mecca. See Curran CV and Sale, S-Note. Page 56. The arrow cut off one of his ears. According to Lesquier, only a piece of his ear. Page 56. The king's first impulse, and see. In Lesquier's French rendering this passage is to the following effect. The king of Yemen at once ordered that Abraha should be seized and beheaded. Abraha said to the king, "Your Majesty knows that I am not blamable in this unfortunate affair. I shot the arrow intending to wound the deer. If you pardon me this time, you, in your turn, will be pardoned when you sin." The king of Yemen, having heard these words, received him favorably, pardoned him, and cancelled the order which he had given. Abraha was overjoyed at this, and they re-entered the town together. Page 57. They then returned to the city, i.e., Sana'a in Yemen, so called to distinguish it from another Sana'a, a village of Damascus, anciently called Azal from its founder. The city is supposed to have acquired its name from the Ethiopians, who conquered the country and on beholding its beauty exclaimed, "This is Sana'a," which in Ethiopic means commodious, comfortable. At an elevation of 4,000 feet above the sea level, near the source of the river Shab, it is celebrated for its trees and waters, and compared by Abu el-Feda to Damascus. The city is walled, as also the suburb Buru el-Azab. At present it is a large mercantile town, the residence of an imam. A handsome bridge is thrown over the principal street, down which flows a stream of water, and all the private dwellings of the higher classes have glass windows, beautifully stained, and are furnished with fountains. At the eastern and western extremities is a castle, having each a palace built of hewn stone, covered with gray-colored plaster. Situated in the heart of the coffee country, the principal trade is in that useful berry, which is rarely used for home consumption, the common beverage being kesher, an infusion of the husk. About 20 mosques, elaborately decorated and with gilt domes, adorn the city. And the public baths, numerous and good, are the favorite resort of the merchants, who meet to discuss the state of trade and to listen to the news of the day over a cup of kesher and the indispensable huqa. Page 57. Was driven on the coast of Zanzibar or Zanzibar, probably the ancient island of Menuthias, southward of the Sea of Bab el-Mandeb. This is the island of the Zanuj mentioned in the Arabian Nights, and they are also called Zinj, Zenj, an Ethiopian nation of the country known to us as Zanzibar. See Lane's 1001 Nights. Abu Muhammad the Lazy, chapter Roman 14, text p. 413, note 5. Zengi signifies black and bar, country or territory, Zanzibar, the country of blacks. Page 57. The reader can hardly fail to observe very considerable indistinctness, to say the least, in the narrative of the incidents which immediately follow the return of the king of Yemen and his slave Abraha to the capital. We are told, they then returned to the city, and after some time had elapsed, having gone on board a vessel, and see, from which it may be naturally supposed that Abraha and the king were still in company, although no mention is made of Abraha when the vessel went to pieces. He turns up, however, very oddly at page 59. It happened that Abraha, who had been the king of Yemen's slave, was standing near this wall, but his former master did not recognize him, as they had been separated for some time, Abraha having found means to return to Zanzibar, his native country. These last words, in italics, seem to represent a passage, which the translator has strangely omitted in its proper place, explaining the cause of the king of Yemen's undertaking a voyage by sea. The following is a translation of the events which occurred after they returned to the city, p. 57, according to the lithograph text. A few days having elapsed, the king continued to be satisfied with Abraha. To return to the story. Ever since Abraha had been absent from his father, messengers had been dispatched in every direction, and they had pursued such research and inquiry that it became known to them that Abraha was in Yemen and in the service of the king. The Shah of Zanzibar was overjoyed and took counsel of the vizier, saying, "What is the prudent plan in this affair?" The vizier replied, "If the report should reach the king of Yemen that he is the son of the Shah of Zanzibar, the affair would be difficult." In a word, this conversation resulted in this resolve that they should send an intelligent person to bring back Abraha. This individual, having turned his face towards Yemen, arrived in the capital. He employed considerable exertions in search of Abraha. When he happened to meet with him, and the Khoja explained the cause of his coming to Yemen, they both agreed to sally forth at once from the city, and as soon as they were outside they set their faces in the direction of Zanzibar. Abraha had arrived only a short time near his father, when the king of Yemen was informed of the departure of Abraha, and he became morosely pensive and could take no rest. One day he commanded they should equip vessels. He wished to pass over the sea for the purpose of being free from anxiety or of enjoying social intercourse. When he was aboard the ship, and at some distance from land, a hurricane sprang up suddenly and shivered the vessel to pieces. A portion of a plank was thrown against the king of Yemen. 6 days and nights he floated over the surface of the sea until he was cast ashore on the territory of Zangistan. Pearl divers saw him, they approached near him, they spoke a few words to him, he gave no response, he was senseless. They sprinkled over his throat a quantity of oil of balsam, he opened his eyes and his speech came back to him. He asked them, "What territory is this?" The divers replied, "This territory is Zangistan." He then asked, "How far is it to the capital?" They answered, 4 parasangs. The king of Yemen proceeded onwards until the hour of evening prayer when he entered the city. Manuscripts of the Bakhtyār, Nāma vary so much in detail that probably no two are exactly the same. Those used by M. Lesquier would appear to have been more diffuse than the lithographed text of 1839. According to his rendering, after the king of Zanzibar's messenger had been some time in Yemen, he chose a fitting occasion and place to see Abraha and converse with him. He spoke to him of his country, of his father, and of the love which he had for his dear son, like that which Jacob bore to his beloved son, Joseph. Abraha, hearing news of his country and his father, felt his sensibility reawaken. His eyes shed gentle tears like the showers of spring, and he spoke these words, interrupted by sobs. "Whence come you, my dear sir? How and for what purpose are you arrived in this country?" The messenger then confided to him the secret reason of his journey, undertaken for the sole purpose of bringing him back to his father. Abraha asked him urgently to take him away from that town. The messenger, who was a very intelligent and clever man, took his measures and time so well that he carried off Abraha and made him start with him for that capital, and they arrived without accident at Zanzibar. As soon as they were near the outskirts of the capital of Zanzibar, the king, being informed of the arrival of his son, sent some people to meet him and caused him to be escorted with pomp, and he received him with demonstrations of the greatest joy. According to M. Kazat's rendering, King Bakhtyār, and C of this story under the rather misleading title of Baharkan or the Intemperate Man, Abraha was not a slave but an officer, and his name was Turkin. He was, we read, a young prince who had fled from his father's court in order to escape the punishment of a fault which he had committed. After having wandered unknown from country to country, he at length settled at the court of King Baharkan, where he obtained employment. He still remained there some time after the accident which had befallen him, but his father, having discovered the place of his retreat, sent him his pardon and conjured him to return to him. He did this in such affectionate and paternal terms that Turkin, trusting in his father's goodness, immediately departed. His hopes were not deceived, and he was re-established in all his rights. The sequel agrees for the most part with that of the Persian text. Only we are told that the king's object in going over sea was pearl fishing for amusement. Page 57. Sheltered himself under the shade, Sayabin of a merchant's house. Sayabin, a canopy, an umbrella, a shade formed by foliage or any other projection. Against the front of shops in eastern countries is a raised bench, or rather a stone or brick platform, mastaba, 2 feet from the ground, upon which the tradesman sits, and a little above it is a covering saccafat of matting, and sometimes planks supported by beams, affording shelter and shade. See Lane's Modern Egyptians, Volume Roman 2 pp. 9-10. Page 58. He was sent to prison, Lesquier's rendering adds, where he passed his time praising God and submitting to his will. Page 59. He gave public audience to persons of all ranks, Kas-o, Ammon, noble and plebeian. Page 59. If I succeed in hitting that crow, properly, raven, and see. The superstitious belief in divination from the flight, motions, and positions of birds as Zair Eliyafa, which prevailed so much among the Arabs at the time when the prophet began his great mission, although it is denounced by the Quran, prevails even now in the East, where the raven is called the father of omens, Abu Zajir, and the bird of separation, Ghirabi el-Bain. Its appearance betokening a change of circumstances, which for the king of Yemen denoted liberty from a state of slavery. According to an author cited by Bakhtyār, Hirer. p. 20, Noah sent forth from the ark a raven to observe whether the water had abated, and it did not return, hence it is called the bird of separation. In the Gillistan, Roman 4:12, an execrable voice is compared to the croak of the raven of separation, or, as some render the passage, the raven of ill omen. See Lane's Arabic Lexicon, Volume I. Ravens in many countries have been considered as birds of ill omen. Thus, in Dryden's Virgil, the hoarse raven on the blasted bough, by croaking to the left, presaged the coming blow. And in Gay's Fables, Roman 37:27-28, that raven on yon left-hand oak, curse on his ill-betiding croak. Page 59. The law of retaliation which would not award a head for an ear. In accordance with the text of the Quran v. 49, we have therein commanded them that they should give life for life, and eye for eye, and ear for ear, and tooth for tooth, and that wounds should also be punished by retaliation. And see compare Exod. Roman 21:24, Levitt. Roman 24:20 Dute. Roman 19:21. For unintentional mutilation, the Mohammedan law permits the payment of half the price of blood, as for homicide, for a member of which there are two, from the rich man 500 dinars, 250 pounds, from the less opulent 6,000 dirhams, 150 pounds. The delinquent in the present instance, being penniless, the king of Zanzibar had no choice but to exact ear for ear. Sale S. Curran Prel, Disc. Sec. Roman 6, Mills, History of Muhammadanism, ed. 1817, pp. 319-320. Notes on Chapter 6. Page 62. Represented the danger of letting an enemy live when in one's power. This unmerciful suggestion ill accords with the humane precept of Hushang, an early king of Persia, surnamed Pishdad, the first distributor of justice, and dictated by him to Tamuraz, the heir apparent. The sovereign extends the skirt of pardon and the robe of clemency over those who have erred. Acting according to this injunction, when thou hast prevailed over thy foe, pardon him in gratitude for the power obtained over him. Bind him, says the poet, with the chains of forgiveness, that he may become your slave. Page 62. Advised him not to be precipitate. With more eloquence does a falsely accused lady plead to her husband in the Anvar-i Suhaili, p. 243 of Eastwick's translation. The wise think deliberation requisite in all affairs, especially in shedding blood, since if it be necessary to take life, the opportunity of doing so is left. And if, which God forbid, they should, through precipitation, put an innocent person to death, and it should afterwards be known that he did not deserve to be slain, the remedy would be beyond the circle of possibility, and the punishment thereof would hang to all eternity on the neck of the guilty party. And elsewhere in the same charming work, we are told that the heart of a king ought to be like the billowy sea, so as not to be discolored by the dirt and rubbish of calumny. And the center of his clemency should be like the stately mountain, firm in a position of stability, so that the furious wind of anger cannot move it. Page 62. King Dadin or Dadian, a title formerly given to the Persian kings of the First or Pishdadian dynasty, and in a later age assumed also by the princes of Mingreliya. Chardin, Volume I, p. 82. Page 62. Kardar signifies busy, a money lender, a prime minister, and is a compound of kar, work, occupation, and dar, possessing, lord, master. Kamgar is composed of kam, desire, wish, and gar, a particle which, subjoined to a word, denotes agency. Page 63. Having reason to believe her father would not consent to bestow her on him. The text runs thus. He said to himself, Kamgar is an ascetic Zahid and a religious man Parsa, and would not give me his daughter. Page 64. Begged permission to inform his daughter, the text adds, and, in conformity with the law of Mohammed, Shari, obtain her consent. This is a proof that the lady had attained marriageable age, as the consent of a girl not arrived at the age of puberty is not required. Page 64. Related to her all that had passed. The text, the daughter said, I am not worthy of the king. Besides, once in the king's service, I cannot worship God the Most High, and for the least fault the king would punish me. Page 65. Sent her to his palace, Sariharim, and appointed servants besides a cook. Here there is a very remarkable difference between Auseli, S, and the lithograph texts, and between these again and Lesgier and Habicht. This is what the lithograph text says, and in the service, i.e., there was a good man, Khayr, who had acted as a spiritual guide, Buzurg, whom the king did not admit in the harem. This holy person, who had been constantly at the side of the daughter, wrote a letter to this effect. Do thou confirm the reward of service, and speak to the king about my wish that he may admit me into thy service, that I should perish from disappointment. The king gave his consent, and the daughter continued her devotions in peace and tranquility. Thus, in place of a cook, as in our version, the lithograph text has more appropriately a holy man. But in Leskyr and in Habicht, this person is, strange to say, a jester or Merry Andrew, Buffon, lustigmacher. While in Kazat, rendering of the Arabic version, and in the Turkey version of this story, a translation of which is appended to the present notes, he is simply described as a slave. Page 66. Discovered her sitting alone on the balcony balkana, viz., a latticed window on the upper story of the harem, hence our word balcony. Page 66. Kardar, fearing lest she should relate to the king what had passed, and c. Although many Oriental stories, Indian, Persian, Arabian, are designed to show the malice and craft of women, there are yet some, and the present tale is an example, in which men, when foiled in their attempts upon the chastity of women, are exhibited as equally adroit and unscrupulous. Another instance occurs in the Anvarisuheli, Roman 2:10, where a beautiful and virtuous wife is described in verses which are also applicable to the vizier's daughter of our story. To worldly matters she had closed her eye, sate curtained by the veil of chastity, and to the glass her form would not display, and from her shadow sank, alarmed, away. This lady's husband had a slave, who cast the eye of desire upon her, and when he despaired of success, as is the wont of evil men, he determined to assail her reputation and employ a stratagem to secure her disgrace. So he buys 2 parrots and teaches them to say that the lady had been unfaithful to her husband, but he fails in his diabolical scheme. Page 67. He addressed her with the usual salutation, which she returned. That is, Salamu alaikum, peace be on you, to which she replied, Alaikum salam, but the lady devotee would probably salute with a better salutation, in accordance with the Quran, Roman 4:88. When ye are saluted with a salutation, salute the person with a better salutation, or at least return the same. A better salutation, that is, by adding Rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, and the mercy of God and his blessings. In saluting a coreligionist, this addition is obligatory. Page 67. It was a maxim of the wise men, when you have killed the serpent, you should also kill its young. Can this maxim have been borrowed from Sadi, who says, Gilistan, I-4, to extinguish a fire and leave the embers, or to kill a viper and preserve its young, is not the act of wise men? If so, this work, in its present form, must have been composed after the 13th century. Page 68. Ordered the unfortunate cook to be instantly cut in two, a horrible mode of putting a culprit to death, and peculiar, it is said, to the criminal law of Persia. Page 69. Being dissuaded by an attendant from killing a woman. The Persians seldom put women to death, as the shedding of their blood is supposed to bring misfortune on the country. But when found guilty and condemned, the injunction prescribed by the law of another man's wife never being seen unveiled is strictly respected by conducting the culprit, enveloped in the veil habitually worn by her, to the summit of a lofty tower and throwing her thence headlong. Page 68. Was turned into the dreary wilderness. In Indian fairy tales, daughters who offend their fathers are frequently sent into the desert. For instance, in the Romance of the Four Dervishes, the Hindu version, Bakhtyār, a king has 7 daughters, and one day he impiously tells them that all their good fortune depends upon his life. 6 of them profess to agree with him in this sentiment, but the 7th and youngest, who has more sense and judgment than the others, dissents, saying that the destinies of everyone are with oneself. The king, on hearing this, became angry. The reply displeased him highly, and he said in wrath, "What great words issue from a little mouth? Now let this be your punishment, that you strip off whatever jewels she has on her hands and feet, and let her be placed in a litter and set down in a wilderness, where no human traces are found. Then shall we see what is written in her destinies." She is accordingly carried into the desert, where she offers up fervent prayers to heaven and falls asleep. In this way, praying and sleeping, she passed 3 days without food or water, until on the 4th day a hermit appears, who relieves her wants, and to be brief, she discovers a hidden treasure, causes a magnificent palace to be erected, and sends for her parents and sisters, who are naturally confounded at her good fortune. In like manner, Hassan Banu, in the romance of Haytham Ta'i, having justly accused a dervish, who was a favorite of the king, of robbing her house, is expelled from the city. And in the desert she discovers, through a dream, the hidden treasure of the 7 regions, underneath a tree. Page 68. Resigned herself to the will of Providence, conscious of her own innocence. The text states that she said this prayer, "O God, Creator, thou knowest I am innocent. If thou hast foreordained that I should die, vouchsafe at least a little water in my mouth, that my tongue may testify to thine incomparable unity." The text also says that when the fountain of water sprang up, she performed the ablution, prescribed by the Quran, and stood up in prayer. This seems to imply that she turned her face towards the Qibla, that is, Mecca, and went through the different postures of prayer. See Lane's Modern Egyptians, Chapter 3. Page 69. The camel placed himself so as to afford her a shade from the sunbeams. Although our author was, no doubt, a pious believer in this miracle, including the part that was played in it by the camel, yet it can only appear ludicrous to Europeans, and those who have had the good fortune to read, either in the original Telugu or in Babington's translation, The Adventures of the Guru Paramartin, will probably be reminded by this of the story of the Guru, who, having hired an ox to ride upon, reposed under the shade of the animal during the heat of the day. And the owner demanded additional pay, alleging that he did not lend his ox as an umbrella against the sun's rays. The case was referred to the headman of a village, who, after relating a somewhat similar case within his own experience, decided as follows. For journeying hither on the ox, the proper hire is money, and for remaining in the ox's shadow, the shadow of the hire money is sufficient. Page 69. It happened that one of the king's camel keepers, and see, according to the text, had lost a qatar of camels, that is, several linked together and following one another. Page 69. At his request she prayed for the recovery of the camels. The text says, "The daughter, having raised her face towards heaven, said, O God, Creator, thou knowest that these camels are not his own, and that he is a hired laborer, Muzdar, but now is without resource and afflicted. Through thy loving kindness and bounty, be pleased to restore to him the camels." Mohammedans often implore the intercession of saints, and the cameleer, of course, believed the lady to be nothing short of a saint, both living and dead, on their behalf. To be worthy of the dignity of a true saint requires self-denial, mortification, a perfect reliance on providence, and the keeping aloof from the habitations of men. Above all that, while professing the unity of God, la ilaha illallah, no living creature should see their lips move. Lane, in a note to his translation of the 1001 Nights, ch. Zai N37, states that the Sayyida Nafisa, the great-granddaughter of the Imam al-Hassan, was a very celebrated saint, and many miracles are related to have been performed by her. Her tomb, which is greatly venerated, is in a mosque in the southern suburb of Cairo. Page 70. He would provide for her a retired apartment, and see. The text reads, I will prepare an oratory Sama'e and make ready for thy sake the means asbab, furniture for devotion asbabai ibada, such as a prayer carpet, sajada, having a mark upon it pointing towards Mecca, the Qibla of Muslims, or point to which they direct their faces in saying their prayers, as Jerusalem is that of the Jews and Christians. Within the mosque it is shown by a niche and is called El-Mihrab. The hypocritical saint is thus described by Sadi, Gulistan Roman 2:17. Devotees who fix their eyes on the world say their prayers with their backs to the Qibla. There should also be a fountain of running water for ceremonial ablution and a copy of the Quran. Page 70. Arrived at the city at the time of evening prayer. It is incumbent on every good Muslim, says Dr. Forbes, in a note to his translation of Bakhtyār, to pray 5 times in the 24 hours. The stated periods are rather capriciously settled. 1. The morning prayer is to be repeated between daybreak and sunrise. 2. The prayer of noon, when the sun shows a sensible declination from the meridian. 3. Afternoon prayer, when the sun is so near the horizon that the shadow of a perpendicular object is twice its length. 4. Evening prayer, between sunset and close on twilight. 5. The prayer of night, any time during darkness. Page 71. She begged that he would conceal himself in the apartment whilst she should converse with Kardar. This, it seems to me, is quite after the manner of a modern European play or novel, when the villain is made to unmask himself by a pious ruse of injured innocence. I cannot call to mind a similar scene in any other Eastern romance which I have read. Page 72. Concealed behind the hangings. See also p. 67, line 8 from foot. The use of hangings, pictured tapestry, and various colored carpets has been from the earliest ages prevalent in the East. We read in the Book of Esther, chapter 1 and c, of the magnificence of a Persian monarch, who made a feast unto his nobles of Persia and Media, and in his palace had hangings, white, green, and red, fastened with purple cords to silver rings, with beds of gold and silver. And Plutarch in Themistocles speaks of the rich Persian carpets with highly colored figures. And in his Life of Cato the Censor, he mentions some Babylonian tapestry sent to Rome as a present. The manufacture passed in very early times from Asia into Greece, part of which indeed was itself Asiatic. Iris found Helen employed on figured tapestry, and the web of Penelope is sufficiently known, Iliad Roman 3. Sir William Auseley's Persian Miscellanies. This story of King Dadin and his two viziers is perhaps the best of the whole series, and it will doubtless interest the general reader to see a Turkey version of it, according to a unique manuscript, preserved in the Bodleian Library at Oxford, written in 1434, in the Iger language and characters, of which mention is made in the second section of the introduction. M. Jobert, who wrote an account of this manuscript in the Journal Asiatique, Tom. X. 1827, remarks that, apart from the interest which the writing and phraseology of the work might possess for those who study the history of languages, it is rather curious for the history of manners to see how a Tatar translator sets to work to bring within the range of his readers' stories, embellished in the original with descriptions and images familiar, doubtless, to a learned and refined nation like the Persians, but foreign to shepherds. The following rendering of M. Jobert's translation of the Turkey version of King Dadin and his two viziers is, I believe, the first that has yet appeared in English. History of the fifth day. One of the viziers advanced and said, O king, command that they put this slave to death, for all the people murmur, indignant at his crime, and we ourselves are grieved at such a rumor. Then the king commanded, and they made Bakhtyār approach, and he said to him, Slave, wherefore madest thou that attempt? Of a truth I will not spare thee this day. Bakhtyār replied, O king, I am innocent, and I look from the divine pity that thou deliver me from these bonds, in like manner as the guiltless bride of the king Dadin was delivered from hers. The king said, What befell that woman? There was in Tataristan, answered Bakhtyār, a king who had a beautiful wife and two viziers. One of these viziers was called Kurdar, the other Kardin. Kurdar was father of a maiden of beauty so perfect that one could not find in the whole world anything to vie with it, and she was so pious that not only did she recite the Quran all day, but she passed the nights in prayer. Impressed by the greatness of her devotion, King Dadin became enamored of this maiden without having seen her, and he demanded her of her father in marriage, and he promised to advise her. He did so, but she replied, Passing my life in prayer, I cannot agree to become a great lady, and my ambition is limited to the service of God. The vizier reported these words to the king, who, in the greatness of his anger, put him to death. Then he caused the maiden to be brought to the palace, and he said to her, I desire to raise thee to the dignity of a princess. During the day thou shalt pray to God here, during the night thou shalt serve me. Just then there arrived a courier, bearing important letters. The king ordered the maiden to pray for him. He confided the care of his city to his vizier Kardin, and having mounted his horse, with a party of his nobles, went forth. One day, when the vizier was repeating his prayers, his eyes fell upon the maiden. Dazzled by the splendor of her beauty, he became suddenly enamored of her and approached her and said, O maiden, I am enamored of thee. If thou fearest God, have pity on my sufferings and reward my love. The lady replied, The king, in his trust, has left thee in his house, and thou seekest to make me betray him. Take heed that thou commit not this evil deed. Suffer not thyself to be taken in the snares of Satan for a woman, and think not that all of my sex are in nature alike. I pardon thee thy sin, beware of rushing on thy ruin. When the vizier heard these words, he perceived that he could not succeed in his design. Then he repented of his conduct, and said within himself, If the king learns of this event, he will kill me, so let me invent some stratagem which will bring about the maiden's ruin instead of mine." Now the vizier, father of the lady, had brought from his native country a slave who had been brought up with her, and in whose company she was accustomed to live. When the king had finished his campaign and returned, he called the vizier before him and asked of all that had happened during his absence, and particularly about the lady. The vizier said, "O king, I have something to say, and yet I dare not." "Speak," replied the king. "I know that thou art a good and faithful minister, and that thou canst not betray the truth." Then the vizier replied, "Someone told me that a slave, brought from his native country by the father of that maiden, had had guilty connection with her. At first I regarded this imputation as a slander. 'What is that?' said I to myself. 'The king loves that lady, so that with her the sorrows of this world seem light to him. Besides, if the fault had been committed, there would be witnesses. The thing cannot be.' One day, however, an individual sought me out to bring me to see what was being done by the favorite of the king. I went, I listened, I recognized the maiden's voice and that of the slave. She was saying to him, 'In thus dishonoring me as thou hast done, thou hast put me in danger of perishing like my father, whose death I caused. I must be thy portion.' The slave replied, 'But what is thy intention concerning the king?' The maiden answered, 'He must be killed by means of some stratagem. If we work well together, we shall succeed in our design. Take thou measures concerning the king. Kill him, for he has slain my father unjustly, and I am bound to take vengeance.' When I heard these words," continued the vizier, "I felt my body tremble. The reality of the fact was made clear to me, as it was to the person who had informed me. Now it is yours, O king, to know what ought to be done." When the king heard this story, he was very angry. He caused the slave's head to be cut off. He called the maiden before him and asked what words she had used, and cruelly reproached her, for that, after being overwhelmed with honors, she had dared to conceive so guilty a design. She replied, "O king, deign to give full trust to my words, and if thou fearest God, slay me not on the report of my most cruel enemies." But far from believing her sincerity, the king ordered his favorite to be put to death. Happily, this prince had a faithful slave, who showed to him how the murder of a woman were a shameful deed, that it was enough to have killed her accomplice, that it were better to banish that unhappy woman to some wilderness far from the dwellings of man, where she must inevitably perish, and that at least by refraining from staining his hands with her blood, he should be doing an action pleasing to God. So the king ordered an old woman to mount the maiden upon a camel, to take her to a lonely desert and leave her there, and this was forthwith done. And so that hapless one was left in the wilderness, with no other aid than the divine compassion. This desert lay on the boundaries of the realms of the king of Persia, one of whose cameleers had lost a camel. He was seeking it vainly on every side, when suddenly he perceived a beautiful lady praying to God. Fearing to disturb her, the cameleer waited till she had finished her prayers, when he went up to her, saluted her, and asked her who she was. "I am," said she, "a poor, weak handmaid of God." "Who has brought thee here?" continued the cameleer. She replied, "God." Then the cameleer said within himself, "This lady is indeed favored with the grace of the Most High." He said to her, "I am in the service of the king of Persia. If thou desirest, I shall marry thee, and have for thee the greatest regard." "I cannot consent thereto," replied she, "but for the love of God, lead me to some inhabited spot, where I may find water, and I will remember thee in my prayers." The cameleer complied with her request. He mounted the maiden upon his camel, led her to a village, confided her to the care of the headman of the village till he should return, and set out in quest of the camel he had lost, which he immediately found, a good fortune which he attributed to the maiden's prayers. He gave thanks therefore to God, and returned to the king of Persia, to whom he spoke of the maiden's beauty, piety, and of all the perfections with which she was adorned. "Such a lady," said the king, "would suit well to be my wife." Thereupon he mounted his horse, and with a great number of his servants proceeded to the village. When he saw the lady, he was filled with admiration, and he said to her, "Maiden, I am the king of Persia. Be my bride, and I will care for thee with the greatest of care." "O king," replied she, "may the divine favor increase thy prosperity. Thou possessest a great number of women, and as for me, I have no need of a husband, for the love of God appears to me more desirable than the whole world." And she continued her prayers. Then the king gave orders that his tents should be erected in that spot, and that they should cut their channels of running water, and he remained there some days. At the end of that time, moved by the sweet words and piety of the maiden, but hurried by the affairs of state, he mounted her in a litter, led her to his capital, gave her apartments in his own kiosk, and having ordered preparations for a brilliant nuptial feast, he married her. After that, he gave her great riches, beautiful clothes, many servants, and a splendid palace. One night this lady related her adventures to the king of Persia, and on the morrow that prince assembled a vast army, set out, and took prisoner the king Dadin, the vizier Cardan, and also the faithful servant to whom the lady owed her life. She called King Dadin before her and said to him, "Though I was innocent and true, thou sentest me into a desert to die, but God has had compassion upon me and has brought thee hither to me, loaded with chains." Then addressing the vizier Cardan, she said, "How is it that thou hast allowed thyself to be taken in the snare which thou didst prepare for me?" The vizier replied, "O maiden, thou wast not guilty, and all that I said was a lie, therefore hath God punished me." "Praise be to him," replied the lady, "for he has granted that I should live and that people should know my innocence. For the rest, I desire that they who slew my father should receive their due reward." So the king of Persia ordered the vizier to be taken to the same desert whither the maiden had been sent. There he died of hunger and thirst. King Dadin was beheaded as a punishment for the murder he had committed, and his dominions were given to the faithful servant whose good advice aided the safety, the innocence, and the triumph of virtue. Notes on Chapter 7. Page 72. Your Majesty can easily put to death a living man, but you cannot restore a dead man to life. Here again, see note on page 184, we have what seems to be an instance of borrowing from Sadi, who, in his Gilistan, Roman 8, Maxim 54, thus finely expresses this sentiment. Professor Eastwick's translation. "'Tis very easy one alive to slay, not so to give back life thou taxed away. Reason demands that archers patience show, for shafts once shot return not to the bow." Were it possible, we might suppose that our English poet Cowley had simply paraphrased these couplets of Sadi in the following verses. "Easy it was the living to have slain, but bring them, if thou canst, to life again. The arrow's shot, mark how it cuts the air, try now to bring it back or stay it there. That way impatience sent it, but thou'lt find no track of it, alas, is left behind." Page 74. Women, for their own purposes, often devise falsehoods and are very expert in artifice and fraud. It was a saying of Mohammed that women are deficient in judgment and religion, which induces their coreligionists of the other sex to believe that they are more inclined than men to practice whatever is unlawful. When woman was created, the devil, we are told, was delighted and said, "Thou art half of my host, and thou art the depositary of my secret, and thou art my arrow, with which I shoot and miss not." The Turkish Tales of the 40 Viziers, another romance of the Sindbad cycle, see introduction, chiefly refer to the craft and malice of women. In the present story, however, female artifice is not employed for wicked ends. Page 74. The king of Iraq. There are two Iraqs. One is a division of Arabia to the south of the Tigris and the Euphrates. Towards the northeast, it is watered by the branches of the Euphrates and is consequently fertile and well inhabited, having many cities and towns, of which Basra is the principal. To the southwest, it is a barren desert. By Orientals, it is called Iraq Arabi, to distinguish it from the other Iraq. Iraq Ajami, a province of Persia, bounded on the north by Gilan and Mazandaran, on the east by Khurasan, on the south by Farsistan, and on the west by Iraq Arabi. This province contains part of ancient Media and Parthia. It is nearly 150 leagues in length and 120 in breadth, partly mountainous and sterile, having vast sandy plains, but the greater part fruitful and populous. Isfahan is the capital. It is of Persian, Iraq, that the poet Nizami thus speaks. "Iraq, the delightful, be thy darling, for great is the fame of its redundancy. And every rose which enraptureth the soul distilleth its balmy drops upon Iraq." Page 74. Abyssinia or Habashat, that is, a mixture, or confusion, forms an extensive country of eastern Africa, the boundaries of which are not well defined. The natives call their country Menghesta Ethiopia or Kingdom of Ethiopia. Page 75. When they disclosed the object of their mission, he became angry at the presumption of an unbeliever who attributed partners to God, asking in marriage the daughter of one of the faithful. The conversion of Abyssinia to Christianity was prior to the 4th and continued even as late as the 12th century. The Coptic Patriarch of Cairo is still the nominal head of the church, but the episcopal office is confined to the Abuna, the resident head and author of the Abyssinian priesthood. Gibbon. Page 76. Caused so much money to be distributed among the soldiers that they were satisfied. So says Sadi, Gilistan I, 14 Eastwick's translation. Soldiers, from whom the state withholds its gold, will from the scimitar their hands withhold. What valor in war's ranks will he display, whose hand is empty on the reckoning day? Page 77. The king of Iraq had some years previously given his daughter in marriage to another man, by whom she had a son. This concealment of a former marriage is incomprehensible. Lescier's French rendering, made from other Persian texts, gives a different account of this affair. She had had previously a lover, with whom, unknown to her father, she had intimate relations, and had given birth to a beautiful boy, whose education she secretly confided to some trusty servants. Afterwards, the princess of Iraq contrived to introduce him to her father, who was so charmed with his beauty, grace of manner, and varied accomplishments, that he at once took him into his service. Habek's Breslau edition of the Arabian version agrees with Lescier on this point. In the version of this story in the Tudi Nāma, Tales of a Parrot of Nakshabi, the lady is the daughter of the Emperor of Rum, see note, p. 158, and, as in our text, had a son by a former marriage, about whose existence her father charges her not to say a word to her second husband. Page 78. The name of the boy was Farrukh Zad, that is, fortunately born, from Farrukh, happy, fortunate, and Zad, born. Page 81. An old woman beheld the queen as she sat alone, weeping. In Eastern fiction, old women, and especially hypocritical devotees, are useful go-betweens for lovers and excellent, prudent procuresses. In the present case, however, the old woman plays an unusual role, employing her sage experience and skill in reconciling husband and wife. Page 82. I have a certain talisman, and see. The word talism is not in the lithograph text. The sentence is to this effect. I have that which is precious, and possesses the same magical power as the precious things of Solomon, written in Greek characters and in the Syrian language, which means Syrian words disguised under the letters of the Greek alphabet. Among the Arabs and Persians it is a common belief that Solomon, the son of David, by virtue of a seal ring Mu'arai Sulaimani, sent down from heaven, had unlimited control over the good and evil spirits jinn, and over birds, the winds, and beasts. The origin of Solomon's magical signet ring, which is so often mentioned in Oriental poetry and romance, according to Muslim legends, borrowed or adapted from the Talmudic writers, is as follows. 8 angels appeared to Solomon in a vision, saying that Allah had sent them to surrender to him the power over them and the 8 winds at their command. The most exalted of the angels presented him with a jewel with this inscription, "To Allah belong greatness and might." Whenever he raised the stone towards heaven, they would appear and do his bidding. Next 4 others appeared, differing from each other in form and name. One resembled an immense whale, another an eagle, the third a lion, and the fourth a serpent. These were lords of all creatures living in the earth and in the water. The angel representing the kingdom of birds gave him a jewel on which was inscribed, "All created things praise the Lord." An angel then appeared, whose upper part looked like the earth, and the lower like water, having power over both earth and sea, and gave him a jewel with the inscription, "Heaven and earth are servants of Allah." A third angel surrendered to him power over the kingdom of spirits, with a jewel on which was inscribed, "There is no God but one, and Mohammed is his messenger." Solomon caused the 4 jewels to be set in a signet ring, and the first purpose to which he applied its wondrous powers was the subjugation of the demons and jinn, all but the mighty Sakhar, who was concealed in an unknown island of the ocean, and Iblis, Satan, the monster of all evil spirits, to whom God had promised the most perfect independence till the day of judgment. In Oriental fictions, the most solemn and binding oath with fairies is to swear by the seal of Solomon. Readers familiar with the Arabian Nights will recollect the story of the fisherman and the jinni. A confidence in the virtue of talismans, whether for the protection of persons, treasures, or cities, may be traced up to the earliest ages, when so many Eastern nations were of the Sabian faith and adored the host of heaven, or the celestial bodies. And notwithstanding the change of religion and the prohibition of magic, even Mohammedans can reconcile to their consciences the preparation of certain amulets, after rules transmitted through the Chaldeans and Nabateans. The magic of Babylon is frequently alluded to by Muslim writers. The poets speak of the Babylonian witchery of a beautiful woman's eyes, and it is believed that the two wicked angels Harut and Marut, mentioned in the Quran, see chapter Roman 2, and Sail, S-note, are still hanging, head downwards, in a well at Babel, and will instruct anyone in magic who is bold enough to go and solicit them. Setting idle legends aside, it is highly probable, as Sir William Ouseley remarks in his Persian Miscellanies, that at Babylon the Persians learnt the arts of magical incantation from the conquered Chaldeans. Time, says Dr. Jonathan Scott, has not eradicated in Asia belief in the magical powers of Kabbalistical characters engraven on gems, or embroidered on standards, or written upon small rolls of paper, which, enclosed in small boxes of gold and silver and strung on silken cord, are worn round the arm or wrist, and sometimes as a pendant from the neck. The charms to which the greatest efficacy is ascribed are those consisting of passages of the Quran, and Morier tells that such was Mohammed Reza Bey's faith in this species of talisman that he always wore the whole of the Quran about his person, half of it tied on one arm and half on the other, rolled up in small silver cases. Next in estimation as potent charms are passages transcribed from the celebrated Burda, or mantle poem, of El-Busiri in praise of the Prophet, written in the 13th century, which are framed and suspended on the walls of rooms, or, in cases, on the person. The whole poem is also recited in times of sickness and during the funeral procession. Page 83, scrawled on it some unmeaning characters. The word in the text here rendered by unmeaning literally signifies not known and should be translated mysterious. Page 84. Desired him to point out the spot where his body lay and see. Ziyarat, a visit, a pilgrimage. During the period of the great festivals and also on other occasions, it is customary to visit the tomb of a relation and place on it the leaves or broken branches of the palm tree, also sweet basil and other flowers. On arriving at the tomb, the opening chapter of the Quran, and sometimes a longer chapter, the Roman 36, is recited. See Lane's Modern Egyptians, Roman 2, pp. 209, 241, 253. Notes on Chapter 8. Page 86. Government resembles a tree, the root of which is legal punishment. Siyasat, that is, discretional punishment, such as the law has not provided but may be inflicted. The lithograph text thus proceeds, and its extremity is justice, and its bough mercy, and its flower wisdom, and its leaf liberality, and its fruit a degree of kindness, and the leaf of every tree of which the root becomes dry assumes a yellow and does not produce fruit. And as the root of government is legal punishment, delay on this point is not permissible. And as in this legal punishment there is postponement, I am apprehensive lest the root of the tree has become dry, after which reparation is impossible. Page 87. In case she should give birth to a boy, to call his name Biraz, an appropriate name for a jeweler's son, since it denotes a species of blue crystal, as well as good day. The lithograph text adds, if it should be a daughter, give her a name suitable and proper, alluding to the privilege accorded to a mother of naming her own daughter. The name of a son is given by the father. Page 88. The boys had learned to read the Quran properly, as I have spelt it in the translation, Quran. Muslim children are not only taught to read the whole, but commit to memory portions of the Quran. After learning by heart the first chapter, which is to the Muslim what the Lord's Prayer is to the Christian, the remaining chapters are learnt in their inverse order, and those who have learnt to repeat the whole of the Quran may then claim the title of Hafiz, or Hafizu Kalami, La, rememberer of the word of God, or one who knows God's word by heart. Much merit, says Torrens, is attributed by the Muslims to recitations of the Quran. On occasions of festivity, persons are hired to repeat either the whole or the principal parts of it. These are fiqhis, a term usually applied to schoolmasters by modern Arabs, but signifying a person learned in the law. They know by heart the whole or particular parts of the Quran, which each in turn recites. These recitations are introduced among the Egyptians as an entertainment at parties. Page 88. were instructed in the art of penmanship. Beautiful writing, says Sir John Malcolm, is considered as a high accomplishment. It is carefully taught in schools, and those who excel in it are almost classed with literary men. They are employed to transcribe copies of books, and some have attained such an eminence in this art that a few lines written by one of these celebrated penmen are often sold for a considerable sum. I have known £7 to have been given for 4 lines written by Dervish Masjid, a famous Persian scribe. And a story is told of a celebrated Indian penman, in the course of his walks one day, being solicited for alms by a beggar. Money, he replied, I have not. But taking his pen and ink from his girdle, he wrote a few words on a small slip of paper and handed it to the poor man, who received it with expressions of gratitude, and sold it to the first wealthy person he met for a gold moher, about 10 shillings. Page 88. And other accomplishments. Adab, that is, good manners, a decent and becoming behavior at meals, a proper degree of respect to be shown to the father, greeting him affectionately in the morning by kissing his hand, and, as a well-bred son seldom sits in his father's presence, standing before him in a submissive attitude, lane. Reverence for parents, which is still a marked characteristic of Eastern races, has ever been strongly inculcated by the Hebrew rabbins. And the noble conduct of one Nāma, the son of Nethunah, towards both his father and mother is adduced in the Talmud as an example for all times and every condition of life. His mother was unfortunately insane, and would frequently not only abuse him, but strike him, in the presence of his companions. Yet would this dutiful son not suffer an ill word to escape his lips, and all he used to say on such occasions was, Enough, dear mother, enough. One of the precious stones attached to the high priest's sacerdotal garments was once, by some means or other, lost. Learning that the son of Nethunah had one like it, the priests went to him and offered him a very large price for it. He consented to take the sum offered, and went into the adjoining room to fetch the jewel. On entering the room, he found his father asleep, his foot resting on the chest wherein the gem was deposited. Without disturbing his father, he went back to the priests, and told them that he must for the present forego the large profit he might make, as his father was asleep. The case being urgent, and the priests, thinking that he only said so to obtain a larger price, offered him more money. No, said he, I would not, even for a moment, disturb my father's rest for all the treasures in the world. The priests waited till the father awoke, when Nāma brought them the jewel. They then presented to him the sum they had last offered, but the good man refused to take it. I will not, said he, barter for gold the satisfaction of having done my duty. Give me what you offered at first, and I shall be satisfied. This they did, and left him with a blessing. Page 89. His clothes and money concealed in different places. The words here printed in italics are not in the lithograph text. Page 90. With afflicted bosoms and bleeding hearts, Ba dilai kabab, wasinai karab, a jingle of words of which Orientals are very fond, as previously noticed, footnote, p. 128. Page 91. I accept it as a favorable omen. Muslims are always on the watch for lucky or unlucky omens. On first going out of a morning, the looks and countenances of those who cross their path are scrutinized, and a frown or a smile is deemed favorable or the reverse. To encounter a person blind of the left eye, or with one eye, forebodes sorrow and calamity. While Sir John Malcolm was in Persia as British ambassador, he was told the following amusing story. When Abbas the Great was hunting, he met, one morning as the day dawned, an uncommonly ugly man, at the sight of whom his horse started. Being nearly dismounted, and deeming it a bad omen, he called out in a rage to have his head struck off. The poor peasant, whom they had seized and were on the point of executing, prayed that he might be informed of his crime. Your crime, said the king, is your unlucky countenance, which is the first object I saw this morning, and which has nearly caused me to fall from my horse. Alas, said the man, by this reckoning, what term must I apply to your majesty's countenance, which was the first object my eyes met this morning, and which is to cause my death? The king smiled at the wit of the reply, ordered the man to be released, and gave him a present instead of taking off his head. Another Persian story to the same purpose. A man said to his servant, If you see 2 crows together early in the morning, apprise me of it, that I may also behold them, as it will be a good omen, whereby I shall pass the whole day pleasantly. The servant did happen to see 2 crows sitting in one place, and informed his master. But when he came, he saw only one, the other having in the meantime flown away. He was very angry and began to beat the servant when a friend sent him a present of choice viands. Upon this, the servant exclaimed, "Oh, my lord, you saw only one crow and have received a fine present. Had you seen two, you would have met with my fare." The old pagan Arabs never set out upon any important expedition before consulting their fortune, either by divining arrows or by the flight of birds. If a bird flew to the right, it was a good omen, but if to the left, they would postpone their intended enterprise. In allusion to this superstition, the celebrated poet Baha, Yudi din Zuhair of Egypt, says, "My love is like a young gazelle, appearing on the huntsman's right, and oh, the bargain prospered well when she and I our troth did plight." Page 91, heir to the crown. Behraz, no doubt, on being raised to the throne, assumed another name or the imperial title. Page 92, purchased a young boy at the slave market. Repellent as even the name of slavery is to a European, and especially to a Briton, it must not be supposed that the condition of slaves in Muhammadan countries bears any resemblance to that of the slaves in the southern states of North America, before their emancipation, with which such works as Uncle Tom's Cabin used to harrow up our souls. On the contrary, Muslims are enjoined by their religion to be, and as a general rule, really are all things considered, kind and even indulgent to their slaves. Sir John Malcolm, an excellent authority, remarks, "Slaves are not numerous, and cannot be distinguished by any peculiar habits or usages from the other classes, further than that they are generally more trusted and more favored by their superiors." The name of slave in this country may be said to imply confidence on one part and attachment on the other. They are mostly Georgians or Africans, and being obtained or purchased when young, they are usually brought up in the Mohammedan religion. Their master, who takes the merit of their conversion, appropriates the females to his own harem or to the service of his wives, and when the males are at a proper age, he marries them to female slaves in the family or to free women. Their children are brought up in the house and have a rank only below relations. In almost every family of consequence, the person in whom the greatest trust is reposed is a house-born slave, and instances of their betraying their charge or abusing the confidence that is placed in them are very rare. A curious story is related in the Talmud of a man making his will in favor of his slave, although he had a son whom he loved fondly. This man, residing at some distance from Jerusalem, had sent his son to the holy city to complete his education, to employ an absurd colloquial phrase for the nonce. And dying during his son's absence, he bequeathed his entire estate to one of his slaves, on the condition that he should allow his son to select any one article which pleased him for an inheritance. Surprised and naturally angry at such gross injustice on the part of his father, in preferring a slave for his heir instead of himself, the young man sought counsel of his preceptor, who, after carefully considering the terms of the will, thus explained its meaning and effect. "By this action, thy father has simply secured thy inheritance to thee. To prevent his slaves from plundering the estate before thou couldst formally claim it, he left it to one of them, who, believing himself to be the owner, would take good care of the property. Now, what a slave possesses belongs to his master. Choose, therefore, the slave for thy portion, and then possess all that was thy father's." The young man followed this advice, took possession of the slave, and thus of his father's wealth, and then gave the slave his freedom, together with a considerable sum of money. "The manners of Asia," says Richardson, "seem in all ages to have pointed to domestic slavery, and Mohammed in Arabia made that an article of religion which had anciently been only a custom. The captives of war were, in consequence, with few exceptions, constantly reduced to a state of servitude, and little distinction seems in general to have been made between a princess and her slave, excepting what she derived from a superiority of personal accomplishments. These ideas the Arabians entertained amidst their extensive conquests. Many instances might be given, but two will suffice, as they were daughters of the two greatest princes in the world. In an action after the siege of Damascus in A.D. 635, amongst other prisoners was the daughter of Heraclius, emperor of Greece and widow of the governor of that city. Rassi, the Arabian commander to whose lot she fell, presented her without ceremony as a slave to Jonas, a Grecian who had embraced the Mohammedan religion, but Jonas, from a principle of honor, returned her, with all her jewels unransomed to her father. When the Arabians conquered Persia, Shirin Banu, the daughter of the king Yazdijerd, was one of the captives, and was publicly exposed to sale in the city of Madinah. But the liberal-minded Ali thought differently from his countrymen on this occasion. He declared that the offspring of princes ought not to be sold, and married her immediately to his son. The lot of women in Arabia before the time of Mohammed was at the best a hard one, and it certainly underwent no improvement when they happened to be taken captive in any of the frequent tribal wars. The brutal treatment of the beauteous Ablah, in the romance of Antar, when she fell into the hands of the chief of a tribe hostile to that of Abs, is doubtless a faithful picture of Arabian life in those times. And there can be no question that the cruel and unnatural practice which prevailed among the pre-Islamite Arabs of burying alive their newborn female children had its origin in a desire to save them from the hardships they were so likely to encounter when grown up. This practice seems to have been at one time common to most of the nations of antiquity. Page 93. Several of the soldiers returned. They probably came to report to the king that the enemy were in superior force and that more troops must be dispatched to oppose them. Page 94. Day was beginning to dawn. The text adds, he performed the morning prayer Namazai Saba at the time when you can plainly distinguish a white thread from a black thread. The Persians, who are Shi'a unorthodox, prefer to distinguish a white horse from a gray horse. Page 94. Say, king, shall I strike or not? It was customary, if I am not mistaken, at the courts of some of the caliphs or other Eastern monarchs, for the executioner, after being ordered to decapitate a culprit, to ask the king 3 times, shall I strike? Page 95. It was the will of heaven that they should fall into the sea, where one of them perished, but the other was restored to us. The unhappy couple could not bring themselves to confess that the father had with his own hand tossed them into the water. There is something in this that bears a resemblance to the answer of Joseph's brethren when they went down to Egypt to buy corn, and were arrested on suspicion of being spies. Thy servants are 12 brethren, the sons of one man in the land of Canaan, and behold, the youngest is this day with our father, and one is not. Gen. Roman 42:13. Page 96. Set at liberty all those who had been confined with him. To the point is the following extract from the Times newspaper of September 23, 1882, p. 8, Call 2. The coronation of czars is always signalized by acts of imperial clemency, and in this respect the ukase of Alexander Roman II on the 7th of September, 1856, remains honorable. It granted a complete amnesty to all the political offenders of 1825-6, and of the Polish Rebellion of 1831, who were still in exile or in prison, also pardons to press offenders, military defaulters, and to about 5,000 other individuals in jails. Notes on Chapter 9. Page 97. The history of Abu Temam and the envy of the envious. The Muslim, in his daily prayers, says, I fly for refuge unto the Lord of the daybreak, that he may deliver me from the mischief of the envious, when he envieth. Kerr and Czai. 5. Page 97. Abu Temam. Abu literally, father, has often the sense of endowed with, or possessed of, and forms the figure called metonymy. Thus, Abu Bakr, father of the maid, Muhammad's father-in-law and successor, Abu Hurairat, father of the kitten, one of Muhammad's companions, so nicknamed by the Prophet on account of his having a pet cat. Abu Temam signifies possessed of integrity. Page 98. Anyone possessed of above 5 dirhams, equivalent to anyone who had a sixpence. It is related of Muley Ismail, Emperor of Morocco, who died in 1714, that when any of his subjects grew rich, in order to keep him from being dangerous to the state, he used to send for his goods and chattels. His governors of towns and provinces formed themselves on the example of their dread monarch, practiced rapine, violence, extortion, and all the art of despotic government, that they might the better send him their yearly presents. For the greatest of his viceroys was in danger of being recalled or hanged if he did not remit the bulk of his plunder to his sovereign. That he might make a right use of these treasures, he took care to bury them underground by the hands of his most trusty slaves, and then cut their throats as the most effectual method of securing secrecy. The following story will illustrate his notions of property. Being upon the road, amidst his lifeguards, a little before the ram feast, he met one of his Qazis at the head of his servants, who were driving a great flock of sheep to market. The emperor asked whose they were. The Qazi, with a profound submission, answered, "They are mine, O Ismail, son of El-Sharif." "Thine, thou wretch," exclaimed Muley Ismail, "I thought I had been the only proprietor in this country." Upon which he ran him through the body with his lance and piously distributed the sheep among his guards for the celebration of the feast. His determination of justice between man and man will evince the blessings of his administration. A Qazi complaining to him of a wife, whom he had received from his majesty's hands, and therefore could not divorce her, that she used to pull him by the beard, the emperor ordered his beard to be plucked out by the roots, that he might not be liable to any more such affronts. A farmer, having accused some of his guards of having robbed him of a drove of oxen, the emperor shot the offenders, but afterwards demanding reparation of the accuser for the loss of so many brave fellows, and finding him insolent, he compounded the matter with him by taking away his life. One good thing he was celebrated for in the course of his long reign, the clearing of the roads of robbers, with which they used to be infested. But his method was to flay man, woman, and child that lived within a certain distance of the district where a robbery was committed. Page 99. The erection of bridges, caravanserais, and mosques. It is doubtful whether caravanserais be the correct rendering of the word ribat. It may denote one of the dome-shaped buildings, Kaaba, having an oratory annexed and an institution endowed for the maintenance of students, Taliban-i ilm, who are to pass their lives in reading and devotion. Sadi, in his Bustan bi, says, "No one hath come into the world for continuance, save him who leaveth behind him a good name. Nor hath any one died who hath left as an inheritance a bridge, a mosque, a hostel, or an hospital. Whoever hath left no such memorial behind him, his existence has been but that of a tree which never bore fruit, and whoever hath departed and left no mark, his name after his death will never be lauded." The erection of mosques may remind the reader of a passage in Hamlet, Roman 3:2. "There's hope a great man's memory may outlive his life half a year, but by Our Lady, he must build churches then." Page 99. His advice was followed in all matters of importance. The text says, he appointed him Grand Vizier, Wazir-i-Azam. Page 99. This king had 10 viziers who conceived a mortal hatred against Abu Temam, and c. Note, pp. 137-9. So too in Norse and other European folktales, envious courtiers endeavor to ruin or destroy a king's favorite by inciting the monarch to set him to perform some difficult and dangerous exploit, in which, however, he always succeeds. Page 100. Princess of Turkestan, Turan, Turkomania, or Transoxiana, is the country which lies beyond the Jihun or Oxus. Under the names of Iran and Turan, the Eastern historians comprehend all the Higher Asia, excepting India and China, and sometimes they imply the whole world. The Tatar nations in general have fine countenances with large black eyes. Of all the towns in Turkestan, Chile is the most famous for handsome men, expert archers, and beautiful maidens. The ringlets of the idols of Chile are altogether the abode of the soul, and the dwelling of the heart. Page 100. When the king heard the extravagant praises of her beauty, he became enamored. See note pp. 157-8. Page 101. When the king of Turkestan heard of Abu Temam's arrival, he sent proper officers to receive and compliment him. See third note, p. 131. In Lesquier's version, the interview between the king and Abu Temam is related in more detail to the following effect. Abu Temam, after presenting his credentials and paying his respects to the king, informed him of the subject of his embassy. "The request which the king your master makes for my daughter," said the king of Turkestan, "is for me a source of joy and happiness. But as it is to be feared that my daughter is unworthy of the king your master, I desire you to enter my harem to see her and to hear her speak, and to assure yourself if she is capable of pleasing the sovereign who sends you. I will prepare my daughter to receive you." Abu Temam, who was full of cleverness and discretion, replied to the king with the greatest politeness, "God forbid, your majesty, that my eyes should behold the princess, or my ears should dare to hear her voice. If she were not in all respects worthy of the king my master, the divine will would not have inspired him with the desire of possessing her, nor enslaved his heart to her perfections. My king did not send me with such instructions." Abu Temam had no sooner spoken these words than the king of Turkestan clasped him in his arms with affection and cried, "I regard thee as a father, for thou freest my existence from a great burthen." "O great king," replied Abu Temam, "since my happy star made me enter the service of my sovereign, I have never experienced anything save benefits, kindness, and peculiar favors. What is the difficulty that I can solve for your majesty? Let him command me." "I was even now," said the king, "busy with the project of thy death, and thou hast happily escaped the severity of my sharp sword. I shall tell thee the motive which urged me to put thee to death, and how thou hast been delivered from that danger. All the ambassadors who have come from different princes to ask my daughter have received the same proposal which I made to thee, to enter my harem, to judge of the beauty and perfections of the princess. And they all went in. I regarded the prudence and wisdom of these sovereigns according to those of their ambassadors, and to punish their audacity I put them all to death. This year 400 ambassadors have been beheaded. I preserve their heads in the room which thou wilt see." Then the king drew from his girdle a key, with which he opened the door of that room, and showed to Abu Temam the 400 heads of ambassadors. He afterwards added, "The prudence which thou hast shown has saved thy life. It has given me a good opinion of thy sovereign, and I will grant him my daughter." Leskyre's texts were probably in error in stating that the 400 ambassadors had all been put to death within a year. The lithograph text, like that of Sir William Owsley, gives us to understand that the envoys had been beheaded in the course of years. In Habak's Arabian text, the king is represented as saying, "Come and look into this well," and Abu Temam beheld a well filled with the heads of the sons of Adam. Page 103. The 10 Viziers' finding. Their own importance and dignity reduced, and c. How true to human nature, and how applicable to the case of Abu Temam as well as to that of our young hero Bakhtyār, is the saying of the sage, as cited in the Anvar-i-Suhaili, Roman 2:3. Whoever is unceasingly zealous in the service of the king quickly reaches the rank of admission to his favor, and whoever has become the intimate of the sultan, all the friends and foes of the monarch become his enemies. The friends, through envy of his post and dignity, and the foes, by reason of his advising the king sincerely in matters of state and religion. Page 103. Whose office was to rub the king's feet. The Arabs, says Lane, are very fond of having their feet, and especially the soles, slowly rubbed with the hand. And this operation, which is one of the services commonly required of a wife or a female slave, is a usual mode of waking a person, as it is also of lulling a person to sleep. Thus, in the story of Maruf, Lane's Arabian Nights, Roman 3:721, the damsel then proceeded to rub and press gently the soles of his feet until sleep overcame him. Page 105. The king drew his scimitar and cut off his head. Surely, an instance of haste and precipitancy, with a vengeance, this despot did not even acquaint his victim of the crime of which the lads had accused him. It had been probably otherwise with Abu Temam, had his royal master shaped his conduct in affairs of moment after that of another king, of whom we read in the Anvar-i-Suhaili, Roman 13:3, that in order to moderate his anger and judge cases like a king, a recluse gave him 3 letters, which he was to place in the hands of a faithful and confidential officer, who was to be permitted to read one of them to the king when he beheld symptoms of anger in his countenance. And should that not suffice to soothe his mind, the officer was to read the second letter, and the third, if the second did not tame his rebellious spirit. The contents of the 3 letters were to this effect. 1. While thou still retainest the power, do not place the reins of choice in the grasp of thy passions, for they will plunge thee into the whirlpool of everlasting destruction. 2. In the time of wrath be merciful to those in thy power, in order that in the hour of retribution thy superiors may be merciful to thee. 3. In issuing thy commands do not overstep the bounds of the law, and under no circumstances abandon what is just. Page 106. Their houses leveled with the ground. When a city was solemnly destroyed by the Romans, the plough was drawn along where the walls had stood. Thus Horace, Ode I, 16, rage has been the final cause that an insolent army has driven the hostile plowshare over their walls. Thus also we read in the sacred writings, Micah Roman 3:12, Therefore shall Zion for your sake be plowed as a field. And likewise of salt being sown on the ground where cities stood, see Judges Roman 9:45, indicating the last insult of a triumphant enemy. In allusion to the usual practice of absolute Eastern monarchs wreaking their vengeance not only on an offending minister, but also on his wife and family, Sa'di, in his Bustan, B.I., directs a king in dealing with a criminal to slay him if the law pronounce its decree. But if thou haste those who belong to his family, them forgive, and extend to them thy mercy. The iniquitous man it was who committed the crime. What was the offense of his helpless wife and children? In Kazat's rendering of this story, under the corrupted title of Abu Talmant, for a king of Turkestan is substituted a king of Cochin China. The plot for destroying the prudent minister by means of the prattle of two young slaves in the king's hearing is considerably amplified. The malicious viziers having taught them to repeat some harem gossip while the king was reposing, but not asleep, which, proving to be true, prepared him to believe the false story of the queen's love for Abu Temam. The king's discovery of his favorite's innocence is differently related. Instead of his overhearing the two pages quarrel over the division of the money, a day or two after Abu Temam had been put to death, as in the Persian version, the king immediately returns to his private chamber, and seeing the pieces of gold scattered on the floor, sends for the pages, and compels them to tell the truth regarding their possession of so much money. He then causes the two viziers to be beheaded. Notes on Chapter 10. Page 107. The king of Persia, Shah Ajam. The term Ajam includes all who cannot speak Arabic or who do not speak it with elegance. Among the Arabs, it applies to all people not of Arab descent and carries the same idea as barbarians with the Greeks, Gentiles with the Hebrews. Hence Persia is called Ajamistan, the land of the stranger or barbarian. And so two famous Arabian poems are distinguished respectively by the nationalities of their authors. Lamiyatu el-Arab by the Arabian brigand poet Shanfarah and Lamiyatu el-Ajam by Et Tugra, a native of Isfahan. That is, the El poem from its rhyming in Lam or El of the Arab and the El poem of the foreigner. Page 108. Not having any child, and c. The desire of offspring, and especially of male children, seems to have always been very strong among Asiatics of all classes, and by Jews the want of children was considered sufficient ground for divorce, as the following beautiful rabbinical story will show. A man, it is related, brought his wife before Rabbi Simon, expressing his desire to be divorced since he had been married over 10 years without being blessed with children. The rabbi at first endeavored to dissuade the man from his purpose, but finding him resolute, he gravely addressed the pair thus: "My children, when you were married, did ye not make a feast and entertain your friends? Well, since you are determined to be divorced, do likewise. Go home, make a feast, entertain your friends, and on the following day come to me and I will comply with your wishes." They returned home, and in accordance with the good rabbi's advice, the husband caused a splendid feast to be prepared, to which were invited their friends and relations. In the course of the entertainment, the husband, being gladdened with wine, said to his wife, "My beloved, we have lived many happy years together. It is only the want of children that makes me wish for a separation. To convince thee, however, that I still love thee, I give thee leave to take with thee out of my house whatever thou likest best." "Be it so," answered his wife. The wine cup was freely plied by the guests, and all became merry, until at length many had fallen asleep, and amongst these was the master of the house, which his wife perceiving, she caused him to be carried to her father's house and put to bed. Having slept off the effects of his carouse, he awoke, and finding himself in a strange house, exclaimed, "Where am I? How came I here?" His wife, who had placed herself behind a curtain to await the issue of her little stratagem, came up to him and told him that he had no cause for alarm, since he was in her father's house. "In thy father's house," echoed the astonished husband. "How should I come hither?" "I will soon explain, my dear husband. Didst thou not tell me last night that I might take out of thy house whatever I most valued? Now, my beloved, believe me, amongst all thy treasures there is none I value so much as I do thyself." The sequel may be readily imagined. Overcome by such devotion, the husband affectionately embraced his wife, was reconciled to her, and they lived happily together ever afterwards. Throughout the East, indeed, the want of children is considered as a great disgrace. Readers of Oriental romances, such as those contained in Elf Layla wa Layla or The 1,001 Nights, Bahar, I Danish or The Spring of Knowledge, and Kissa, I-Chehar Darvish, or Tale of the Four Dervishes, will easily call to mind the many stories of caliphs, sultans, shahs, viziers, and being childless, and of the pious and even magical means they adopted to obtain the blessing of a son and heir. Page 108. In a dream, Muslims consider dreams as the predictions of future events. Good dreams are believed to be from God and false ones from the devil. Whoever seeth me, said the prophet, in his sleep seeth me truly, for Satan cannot assume the similitude of my form. Lane's 1001 Nights, Roman 3, p. 512, note. Page 108. Was addressed by an old man, and according to Lesquier, by a genie resplendent with light. Page 109. The top of a mountain, from which he shall fall, rolling in blood and clay. Lesquier's rendering goes on to say, he shall yet escape the murderous teeth of that lion, and when he has attained his 20th year, he shall give you a wound and put you to death. Page 109. One of his viziers eminently skilled in astrology, Lesquier adds, assisted by many other astronomers. In Eastern courts, an astronomer would be held in disrespect if he did not debase the truth of his science to the vain predictions of astrology, ilmuen nujan. Every professional astrologer hangs an astrolabe, which is not larger than the hollow of the hand, in a neat case at his girdle. Some have an astrolabe 2 or 3 inches in diameter, which at a distance looks like a medal conferred on the wearer as a mark of honor or as an order of merit. A very slight knowledge of astronomy, says Sir John Malcolm, is sufficient to allow a Persian student to profess the occult science of judicial astrology. If a person can take an altitude with an astrolabe, knows the names of the planets and their different mansions, and a few technical phrases, and understands the astrological almanacs that are annually published, he deems himself entitled to offer his services to all who wish to consult him, and that includes every person in Persia who has the means to reward his skill. Nothing is done by a man of any consequence or property without reference to the stars. If any measure is to be adopted, if a voyage or journey is to be commenced, if a new dress is to be put on, the lucky or unlucky moment must be discovered, and the almanac and astrologer are consulted. A person wishing to commence a journey will not allow a fortunate day to escape, even though he is not ready to set out. He leaves his own house at the propitious moment, and remains till he can actually proceed in some incommodious lodging in its vicinity, satisfied that, by quitting his house, he has secured all the benefit which the influence of good stars can afford him. When Sir John Malcolm entered Tehran as British ambassador, the king's astrologer so timed the progress of the cavalcade that the Elchi's charger should put his foot over the threshold of the gate at the precise lucky moment, which he had previously ascertained. The Chaldeans were the first astrologers, and the so-called science was sedulously cultivated and in high estimation among the Hindus, the Greeks, the Egyptians, and their Alexandrian disciples. Even the illustrious Tycho Brahe was devoted to astrology from his early youth until within a few years of his death, when he finally abandoned it as a fallacy. At first, and for a very long period afterwards, astrology was not separated into the 2 divisions or departments of natural astrology, or observations of the regular motions of the heavenly bodies, which is now termed astronomy, and judicial astrology, or the pretended science of foretelling events from observation of the relative positions of the planets. Isidore of Seville, it is said, was the first to distinguish between astronomy and astrology. The professors of judicial astrology in Europe pretended, as those in Asiatic countries still pretend, to be able to predict the destiny of anyone who came to consult them, by a process called casting his horoscope, which was done by first ascertaining the precise hour of the person's birth, and the sign the sun was in at that time, and then drawing conclusions from observation of the conjunction and relative position of the planets towards each other. But European astrologers very frequently, probably as a general rule, did not trouble themselves to read the stars. They were for the most part accomplished physiognomists, and it may be said that they usually contented themselves with telling fortunes by faces rather than by the appearance of the heavenly bodies. There can be little doubt that, with the exception of a few deluded individuals who thoroughly believed in their own skill, those who professed a knowledge of astrology were arrant impostors, cunning knaves, who traded on the prevalent superstition and credulity of mankind in the days before science began to shed its pure light. El-Hajjaj, a general under the Caliph El-Walid I, consulted, in his last illness, an astrologer who predicted to him his approaching death. "I rely so completely on your knowledge," said El-Hajjaj to him, "that I wish to have you with me in the next world, and I shall therefore send you thither before me, in order that I may be able to employ your services from the time of my arrival." He then ordered the soothsayer to be put to death, although the time fixed for this event by the planets had not yet arrived. Abu el-Mashar, the oracle of astrology, left in writing that he found the Christian religion, according to the indications of the stars, should last but 1,400 years. He has been belied by nearly 500 years already. Tiberius, when he was at Rhodes, wished to satisfy his curiosity with respect to judicial astrology. He sent, in succession, for all those who pretended to foretell future events. One of his enfranchised slaves, of great stature and extraordinary strength, conducted them to him through the intricacies of the precipices. If Tiberius discovered that the astrologer was a cheat, the slave, upon a given signal, immediately cast him into the sea. At that time there was at Rhodes a man named Trasilus, who was deeply skilled in astrology and of a cunning disposition. He was taken, in the same manner as the others, to this retired spot, assured Tiberius that he should be emperor, and revealed to him many other events that should take place. Tiberius asked him if he knew his own destiny, and if he had consulted his own horoscope. Trasilus, who had had some suspicions when he did not see any of his companions return, and felt his fears increase on viewing the countenance of Tiberius, the man who had been his conductor, who did not quit him for a moment, the elevated place where he stood and the precipice which lay beneath him, turned his eyes up to heaven as if to consult the stars. He immediately appeared fear-stricken, turned pale, and exclaimed, in an apparent agony of terror, that he was menaced with death. Tiberius was full of joy and admiration on hearing this reply, ascribing to astrology what was only presence of mind and cunning, cheered the spirits of Trasilus, embraced him, and from that time regarded him as an oracle. An astrologer foretold the death of a lady whom Louise passionately loved. She did, in fact, die, and the king imagined that the prediction of the astrologer was the cause of it. He sent for the man, intending to have him thrown out of the window as a punishment. "Tell me," said the king, "thou who pretendest to be so clever and learned a man, what thy own fate will be?" The soothsayer, who suspected the intentions of the king and knew his foible, replied, "Sire, I foresee that I shall die 3 days before your majesty." Louis believed him and was careful of the astrologer's life. An astrologer, fixing his eyes upon the Duke of Milan, said to him, "My lord, arrange your affairs, for you have not long to live." The duke asked, "How dost thou know this?" "By my acquaintance with the stars," answered the astrologer. "And pray, how long art thou to live?" "My planet promises me a long life." "Well, thou shalt shortly discover that we ought not to trust the stars." And the duke ordered him to be hanged instantly. Our own King Henry Roman VIII asked an astrologer if he knew where he should pass the festivities at Christmas. The astrologer answered that he knew nothing on the subject. "Then," said the king, "I am wiser than thou art, for I know that thou shalt pass them in the Tower of London." And the unlucky astrologer was at once conducted thither. William, Duke of Mantua, had in his stables a brood mare which gave birth to a mule. He immediately sent to the most famous astrologers in Italy the hour of the birth of this animal, requesting them to inform him what should be the fortune of a bastard that had been born in his palace. He took care, however, not to intimate that he was speaking of a mule. The soothsayers used their best endeavors to flatter the prince, not doubting that the bastard belonged to himself. Some declared that it should be a general, others made it a bishop. Some raised it to the rank of cardinal, and there were even some who elevated it to the papal chair. It is truly marvelous that the same age which produced a Newton should also have seen flourish that arch-astrologer William Lilly, inimitably satirized by Butler under the name of Sidraffle, whose preposterous predictions were credited even by persons of education. Swift may be said to have dealt the death blow to astrology by his celebrated squib, entitled Prediction for the Year 1718 by Isaac Bickerstaff, Esquire, in which he ridiculed the prophetic almanac makers of the day. Astrology having permeated all science and literature, it is not surprising that many of its peculiar terms should have become embodied in our language, as, for example, in the words consider and contemplate, disaster and disastrous. and we still speak of jovial, mercurial, and saturnine men. Kepler, in the preface to his Rudolphine Tables, observes that astrology, though a fool, was the daughter of a wise mother, to whose support and life the foolish daughter was indispensable. Page 109. In the meantime, he caused a subterraneous dwelling to be constructed, to which he sent the boy with a nurse. Sir William Owsley has omitted to mention that the boy was born on the following day, according to Lesquier. Many instances of a father trying to belie the predictions of soothsayers occur in Eastern fiction and also in classical and European legends. The story of Danae, the daughter of Acrisius, king of Argos, by Eurydice, who was confined in a brazen tower by her father, who had been told by an oracle that his daughter's son should put him to death, is well known. The underground dwelling of our present tale may be compared with that described in Chapter 79 of the English Gesta Romanorum. Also that in the Arabian Nights, story of the second calendar, and in the Bakhtyār tale of the second dervish, a young prince, in consequence of the prediction of astrologers that he is menaced with great danger until his 14th year, is confined in a vault, lined with felt, so that he should not behold the sun or moon. In Mr. Ralston's Tibetan Tales, under the title of The Fulfilled Prophecy, the diviners declare that a son should be born who should take the king's life and usurp the royal power, setting the diadem on his own head. In the Norse story of Rich Peter the Peddler, a prediction that his daughter should one day wed a poor man's son is fulfilled in spite of many efforts to defeat it, a story which seems to have been adapted from the Gesta Romanorum, Tale Roman 20 of Swan's translation. And in the Netherlandish legend of St. Julian the Ferryman, it is predicted that Julian shall one day put his own father and mother to death. And although the unhappy youth flies into a far distant country, he cannot flee from his terrible destiny. For many years afterwards, the prediction proves only too true. Page 110. Keeper to the secretary, Davdari, the Orientals are great admirers of calligraphy. Jamshid, the Pishdadian king, in respect to scribes and writers, thus expressed himself. As the monarch's sword establishes the foundation of his kingdom, so the tongue of the scribe's pen transacts the concerns of the faith. The sharp-edged sword and pen are twins. The reigning monarch, by reliance on these two supporters, elevates his neck on high. And the Persian vizier Nizam declared that his cap and inkhorn, the badges of his office, were connected by the divine decree with the throne and diadem of the Sultan Gibbon, ch. Elvai. It is worthy of remark that Mirza placed before a person's name means a man of the pen. But if it follow, it means Shahzada, a prince. For different styles of writing, see AFS. Herbin's Essai de Calligraphie Orientale, Paris, 1803-42, Chardin's Voyages en Perse, et Autres Lus de l'Orient, T. Roman 2, ch. Roman 4, pp. 107-110, and Lane's Modern Egyptians, Volume I, ch. Roman 9. See also second note, page 202. Page 113. His hair stand on end. Thus Job Roman 4:15, the hair of my flesh stood up. And Homer, speaking of Priam, when terrified at the appearance of Mercury, his hair stood upright on his bending limbs, and the ghost, addressing Hamlet, I4. Thy knotted and combined locks to part, and each particular hair to stand on end, like quills upon the fretful porcupine. Page 114. Assembled all the people by proclamation, that they might take warning from the young man's fate, but the Persians require no invitation to scenes of this nature. The curiosity, says Dr. Chodsko, which gathers crowds of people to witness the execution of culprits in Europe is very feeble in comparison with what can be seen in Asia on similar occasions. There many of those present are not only fond of looking at, but even take an active part in tormenting the condemned, though they never saw him before or have any motive of revenge. To stab the poor dying wretch with a knife, or at least to spit in his face, is an innocent pleasure, which even the women do not refuse themselves. Those who are moved by revenge are still more savage. Riza Kili Khan, the governor of Yezd, having expelled from that town one of the sons of the Shah in 1830, was afterwards taken prisoner and sent to Tehran. The Shah gave the culprit up to the offended prince, who, after promising to pardon and forget all, invited him to supper in the harem, and there stabbed him with his own hands. His wives and the maidservants of the harem cut to pieces the body, weltering in blood, with scissors, and pricked and tortured him till he gave up his last breath. I can see no reason for this but their brutalizing education. A child begins by wringing off the heads of living sparrows. When he grows up, they buy him a little sword and exercise the boy in cutting in two halves, first living fowls, then lambs, sheep, and so on. Grown-up people consider it as a very fashionable pastime to snatch a ram from the flock, order two of their servants to hold it by the head and feet, and placing a bundle of straw underneath, in order to prevent the sword from striking against the ground, to cut the bleeding animal to pieces while it is alive. The most famous of such swordsmen in Persia was Sulayman Mirza, son of Fatah Ali Shah. He has often, in the presence of the Shah and numerous witnesses, with one blow of his huge scimitar cut in two an ass, and severed the head of a camel from its neck. In Leskir's version, for the king of Persia we have the king of Arabia. In Kazat's rendering, under the title of the Sultan Hebraim and his son, or the Predestined, is found a considerably amplified but very interesting version of this story. After the young prince has been discovered and carried away from the underground palace by a huntsman, not the king's secretary, but a man of rank and fortune, the incidents are totally different from those of our version. Bakhtyār, the young prince, is carefully brought up by his master, and in course of time becomes accomplished in all the exercises befitting a noble youth. One day he accompanies his master to the chase, when they are suddenly attacked by robbers, who slay the elder of the hunters, and having severely wounded Bakhtyār, leave him for dead. Recovering after a long period of insensibility, he rises and walks onwards through the forest, till he meets with a dervish, who takes him to his cave and treats him with kindness and hospitality. This dervish proves to be a wicked magician, who prevails upon Bakhtyār to descend into the bowels of a mountain to bring up precious stones, which the false dervish having drawn safely up, the poor youth is then cruelly abandoned to his fate. From this cavern Bakhtyār escapes, and after a long journey he reaches a city, where a kind-hearted man receives him into his house, and he remains with him some time. Weary at length of inaction, he resolves to go out to hunt, and meets with a party of robbers, whose real avocation he does not know, and joins them, the robbers binding him to fidelity by a solemn oath. Too late he discovers the true character of his companions, but is compelled to accompany them on their plundering expeditions. The daring outrages perpetrated by this gang of robbers become so notorious that the Sultan Hebraim marches against them at the head of some chosen troops. The robbers are utterly defeated, but the Sultan himself is grievously wounded. On returning to his capital, he sends for his astrologers, and angrily asks them whether in their predictions they had foreseen that he should die by the hand of a robber. They affirm that what the stars had predicted could not prove false, and suggest that the Sultan should ascertain who it was among the robbers that wounded him, and then inquire into his birth and history. Bakhtyār, his own son, is the robber who inflicted the fatal wound. And after he has given the best account he could of his early years and shown the scars of the lion's claws on his breast, the Sultan submits to the decree of fate and dies shortly after declaring Bakhtyār his successor. In Habak's Arabian text, which agrees with Kazat in nearly all the details, it is stated that the king went once every month to the opening of the underground dwelling, let down a rope, and drew up his son, embraced and kissed and played with him a while, then let him down again. Notes on conclusion. Page 116. Sent an order to the viziers, and see the lithograph text says, instantly he commanded Bakhtyār to be fetched. The king with his own hands drew off the fetters, brought him before the queen, and put on him a kaba and a kulla, that is, a robe and a turban. Certain officers of the king of Persia's household who wear gold tiaras are called Zaring Kullahan, golden caps. Page 117. Resign the throne to Bakhtyār. In Hindu stories, a very usual conclusion is the king's abdication of his throne in favor of his son, and it is highly probable that such was actually the custom formerly. In the European medieval romance of The Knight with the Swan, King Orient abdicates in favor of his son Helias. See Mr. W.J. Tom's Early English Prose Romances. Page 117. Dignity of Chief Vizier. The text reads, he conferred on Farrukh-Suwar with complete honor and reverence the vizier's Kilat and appointed him commander-in-chief, Sipa-Salar. The lithograph text thus concludes, this book is finished by the aid of the king the giver, Tam el-Kitab by Ani el-Maliki el-Wahhab. Additional notes. As a few notes remain to be added to the foregoing, I take the opportunity of correcting in this place some errors which have occurred while these sheets were passing through the press. Page 157, line 1, for Barika read Berea. Page 160, line 19 for Kemi read cherry or sherry. Page 167, lines 7 and 8. It may be as well to explain that the words Tawakal bar Kuta are a Persian translation in the text of the Arabic Tawakal, alalahai of the Quran, ch. Roman 33, not Roman 37. 3. Put thy trust in God. Page 169, line 19, for Trinchinopoly read Trichinopoly. The following note by mischance has been omitted in its proper place. Notes on Chapter 8. Page 93. The king graciously received the present which Rusby offered. It is well known that, in all parts of the East, whoever visits a great person must carry him a present. It is counted uncivil, says Mondrel, p. 26, to visit in this country without an offering in hand. All great men expect it as a tribute due to their character and authority, and look upon themselves as affronted and indeed defrauded when the compliment is omitted. In the sacred writings we find mention made of this custom. For instance, 1 Samuel Roman 9, 7. But behold, if we go, what shall we bring the man? For the bread is spent in our vessels, and there is not a present teshurah to bring to the man of God. What have we? Menachem explains teshurah to signify an offering or gift which is presented in order to be admitted into the presence of a king or some great man. See also Isaiah 9 lit. And thou haste visited the king with a present of oil. The king of Yemen and his slave, see page 56, and last note, page 174. This story in Habak's Arabian text is entitled The History of King Bakhtyār, and the following passages may be compared with those of our text and with Leskyr above referred to. On a certain day he went on a hunting excursion, and one of his servants shot an arrow, and it struck the king's ear and cut it off. The king asked, "Who shot this arrow?" The attendants instantly conducted the bowman to the front, and his name was Yatru. Fainting from fear, he threw himself on the ground, and the king said, "Put him to death." But Yatru said, "O king, this fault is not of my own choice or knowledge. Pardon me, then, out of thy kindness, since grace is the most gracious of actions, and oftentimes on some future day becomes a treasure and a benefit, and in the sight of God a recompense at the last day. Pardon me, then, as you avert evil from me, so will God ward off from thee a similar evil." When the king heard these words, he admired and forgave Yatru, yet never had he before pardoned anyone. Now this servant was of royal extraction, and had fled from his country, by reason of some transgression, and had entered the service of King Bakhtyār. And this is what happened to him. By chance a person who knew him passed that way, and gave information to his father, who sent him a letter, which gratified his heart and disposition, and he returned to his father, who inclined indulgently towards him. Yatru rejoiced, and his affairs were rectified. Compare also Leskyr and Kazat, cited in pp. 178-179. Arabian version of Abu Temams' mission. Comp. pp. 101-103 and 212-213. According to Habak's text, the account of Abu Temams' delicate, not to say dangerous, mission to the king of Turkestan is very different from that of the Persian version. The king desires him to enter the harem and see and converse with the princess, and he proceeds thither, reflecting on the way that wise men have averred that whoever deprives his sight no evil can attach to him, and whoever bridles his tongue hears nothing disagreeable, and whoever restrains his hand, it can neither be shortened nor lengthened. He accordingly enters the chamber of the princess and sits down on the floor, gathering together the extremities of his robe. When the king's daughter requests him to raise his head, look upon and converse with her, Abu Temam remains mute and with downcast eyes. She then requests him to take the pearls and the gold and silver which lie near him, but he does not extend his hand towards anything. At this the princess is vexed, and tells her father that they have sent a blind and deaf and foolish ambassador. Whereupon the king of Turkestan demands of Abu Temam why he had not looked upon and conversed with his daughter. He replies that he had seen everything, and in answer to the inquiry why he had not taken the proffered pearls, he says that it was not proper for him to extend his hand to aught that belongs to another. The king, overjoyed at his prudence, embraces him, shows him the heads of former ambassadors. See page 214, line 4, consents to give his daughter in marriage to Abu Temam's royal master, and presents him with a robe of honor, after which Abu Temam departs, and in due course the princess is sent to the palace of Ilan Shah. Arabian version of the conclusion of the romance. In Habak's Arabian text, the conclusion is as follows: Comp. pp. 115-117. When the youth had finished his narrative, the king said, "Still thou wouldest bewilder us with thy discourses, but the time is now come for your execution." At the moment when they were conducting the youth to the gallows, the robber chief who had educated him arrived in the town. When he observed the people assembling together, he inquired the cause, and they said to him, "The king has commanded a young culprit to be executed." The robber chief, who wished to see the youth, immediately recognized him and kissed him on the mouth and said, "This youth, when a child, I found near a fountain. I adopted him and brought him up. One day we attacked a caravan and were driven into flight, and he was taken prisoner. Since then I have sought everywhere for him and never could gain any news respecting him." When the king heard this, he cried aloud, threw himself on the youth, embraced and kissed him, and said, "I should have put my own son to death, and in consequence should have died of grief." The king then unfettered the prince, took the crown from his own head, and placed it on that of his son. The news was made public by the beating of drums and the braying of trumpets. The town was illuminated, and there arose such a shouting of joy that the birds could scarcely support themselves in the air. All prisoners were released by order of the king, and a 7 days festival proclaimed throughout the kingdom. On the 8th day the king placed his son at his side, and summoned all his friends, the city notables, and the viziers. To these last the prince said, "You see now the work of God's providence, you now perceive his aid was near." The viziers were struck dumb, and the king added, "I observe that on this day all the people rejoice, even the birds of the air, ye only are downcast. That is truly a proof of rancor against me. Had I listened to your advice, I should have died from the effects of despair and repentance." The king then summoned to his presence the robber chief, made him many presents, and said, "Whoever loves the king, let him lavish gifts on this man." Whereupon he was so overwhelmed with presents that he could not take any more, and the king then conferred upon him the governorship of the province in which he had dwelt. Soon afterwards the king ordered 9 sets of gallows to be erected near the one already set up, and said to his son, "Thou wast guiltless, these wicked viziers slandered thee in my eyes." The prince rejoined, "My crime consisted of my loyalty to thee. Seeing that I removed their hands from thy treasures, they envied me and wished my death." "On that account," said the king, "let their punishment now be near, for their crime is great. To destroy thee, they did not scruple to disgrace my house in the opinion of all sovereigns." He then turned to the viziers and said to them, "Woe be to you, wherewith can you excuse yourselves?" They replied, "O king, there is no excuse for us. We were unkind to the youth and wished his misfortune, which has recoiled on us. For him we dug a grave and have fallen into it ourselves." Hereupon the king issued an order for their execution, "For," said he, "God is just, and all his judgments are true." The king afterwards lived in happiness and peacefully with his spouse and his son, until the disturber of all earthly friends reached them likewise. William Burns, Printer, Larkhall, Lanarkshire. Footnote 1. See Tom's Lays and Legends of Germany, Thorpe's Yuletide Stories, Roscoe's German Novelists. Footnote 2. Grimm's German Popular Tales. Footnote 3. Dasent's Popular Tales from the Norse. Footnote 4. Perhaps one of the most curious instances of the migrations of popular tales is the following. In Taylor's Wit and Mirth, an excellent jest book, compiled by the celebrated water poet Temp. James I of England, we are told of a countryman who had come up to London on a visit, and some wags having set a big dog at him in sport, the poor fellow stooped to pick up a stone to throw at the brute, but finding them all rammed hard and fast into the ground, he exclaimed in astonishment, "What strange folk are these, who fasten the stones and let loose their dogs?" More than 3 centuries before Taylor heard this jest, the Persian poet Sa'di related it in his Gulistan or Rose Garden ch. Roman 4, Story 10 of Eastwick's translation. A poet went to the chief of a band of robbers and recited a panegyric upon him. He commanded them to strip off his clothes and turn him out of the village. The dogs, too, attacked him in the rear. He wanted to take up a stone, but the ground was frozen. Unable to do anything, he said, "What a villainous set are these, who have untied their dogs and tied up the stones." Here we have a jest, at the recital of which, in the 14th century, grave and odious Easterns wagged their beards and shook their portly sides, finding its way, 3 centuries later, to London taverns, where Taylor probably heard it told amidst the clinking of cans and fragrant clouds blown from pipes of Trinidado. But how came it thither? That is the question. Footnote 5. Of the numerous English translations of the Arabian Nights which have been published, that of the learned Arabist, Mr. William Edward Lane, made direct from the original text, is by far the best, and will probably never be surpassed. While his elaborate and highly interesting notes to the translation furnish the most complete account which we possess of the manners, customs, superstitions, and of the modern Arabians in Egypt, with which his residence in that country, and familiarity with the language as it is spoken, enabled him to become intimately acquainted. Footnote 6. For example, before one story, 1 is ended, another 2 is begun, and before it is finished, another 3, springing out of the second, is commenced. Then out of story 3 springs yet another story 4, which ended, number 3 is resumed and brought to an end, then number 2, after which number 1 is resumed and concluded. And then the thread of the leading story, which runs throughout the whole work, like a brook through a meadow, but often out of sight, is taken up once more, to lead presently to a fresh complication of stories, which beget one another to the end of the chapter. The arrangement of the tales in the Arabian Nights is on this plan, though not to be compared for elaboration with that of the Indian fables, above mentioned, still less so with the frame of Katha Sarit Sagara. Footnote 7. A complete and unabridged translation of the 1001 Nights, the first that has appeared in English, by Mr. John Payne, author of The Mask of Shadows, Poems of Francis Villon, and is in course of publication. The first volume, now issued to subscribers, is well printed on handmade paper and elegantly bound in gilt parchment. This edition is limited to 500 copies, numbered, most of which, I understand, have already been taken up. Footnote 8. The word Nāma, often written Nāma and name, signifies book or history. Footnote 9. It is probably this version that is quoted by Sa'di in his Bustan Book 3. How nice comes this point in Sindbad, that love is a fire, O whirlwind-like sea. Footnote 10. Asiatic Journal, NS, Vols, Roman 35, Roman 36, 1841. These titles also appear on this manuscript. Mesnevi Sindbad, the couplet-rhymed Sindbad, Nazmi Hakim Sindbad, rhymed story of the philosopher Sindbad, and Kitabi Hakim Sindbad, book of the philosopher Sindbad. Footnote 11. Wilson's Descriptive Catalogue of the Mackenzie MSS, Volume I, p. 220. Footnote 12. The 1001 Nights, Arabian Tales, for the first time completely and fully translated from a Tunisian manuscript, and Footnote 13. In 1792, an English translation of this work was published at Edinburgh in 4 vols, under the title Arabian Tales, translated from the original Arabic into French, and from the French into English by Robert Heron. Footnote 14. An English rendering of the Turkey version of the story translated into French by M. Jobert will be found at the end of notes on Chapter 6, pp. 189-194. Footnote 15. Political and Statistical Account of the British Settlements in the Straits of Malacca by T. J. Newbold, 2 vols, London, 1839. Footnote 16. Mr. J. W. Redhouse has kindly furnished me, as follows, with the various meanings attached to the word Gulem, which in the Malay Romance seems to be employed as a proper name. Gulem, not Gulem, an Arabic word, signifies a boy, a lad. The Persians have made it in their language signify a slave, and thence a life guardsman and a king's messenger, whence any post messenger who travels on horseback or by rail now in some places. All these really mean a lad. The Turks use the word in the first and last senses, a lad, a Persian post-courier. Footnote 17. The Bakhtyār name, or story of Prince Bakhtyār and the 10 Viziers, a series of Persian tales, from a manuscript in the collection of Sir William Ouseley. London, 1800. This edition includes the original text. In 1801, according to Lowndes' Bibliographer's Manual, an edition was published without the Persian text. Footnote 18. Bakhtyār name Olefavori de la Fortune, Kant traduit du Persian par Lesquier, Paris, 1805. Footnote 19. See third note, page 184 and first note, p. 195. Footnote 20. Mr. Platt would date the work a century earlier. He writes to me as follows on this question. First, be it observed, the only titles of kings mentioned in the Persian text are Shah, Padishah, Malik, and Kaisar. Nowhere do we find the sovereign title of Sultan, but it occurs in Habak's Arabic text. This title was first borne by Mahmud ibn Bakhtyār, AD 1002, AH 393, and did not exist in Egypt until AD 1171, AH 567. At page 184 of your notes, an illustrations reference is made to the Gulistan of Saadi. Now that work was published AD 1257, AH 655. And it is as well to bear in mind that the poet was born AH 1175, AH 571, and by some said to have attained the advanced age of 102, by others 116 years. The work, therefore, is more likely to have been written towards the close of, rather than after, the 13th century. Next may be considered the arms of defense and offense, which required the appointment of an armor-bearer. See page 111, line 6, viz., bow, quiver, containing broad-bladed arrows, sword or scimitar, mace or bludgeon, shield, and a spear or lance, all of which were employed by the Crusaders. Now the first of the 8 Crusades dates AD 1096, AH 490, and the last AD 1270, AH 669. These considerations are connected with the Seljukian kingdom of Rum, of which the capital was Konya Iconium, founded AD 1074, AH 467, and lasted until AD 1307, AH 707, in all, 233 years. Much confusion arises from the ruler of the Eastern Empire being called Kaisar-i Rum, a title also assumed by the Seljukian dynasty. The Kaisar-i Rum of Chapter 3 may allude to any occupant of the Constantinopolitan throne between the years AD 1257 and 1434. Footnote 21. In this entertaining book, a parrot is represented as relating stories night after night, in order to prevent a merchant's wife from carrying on a criminal intrigue during her husband's absence. Naqshband's work has not yet been wholly translated into English. See footnote, page 197. Of Qadari's abridgment, which is very clumsily done, a translation, together with his Persian text, was published at Calcutta and reprinted at London in 1801. Qadari has certainly done Naqshband's literary reputation no small injury, by the manner in which he has cut down the stories, and by substituting his own inexpressive and bald style for the graceful composition of the original. It is to be hoped that ere long some competent scholar will present English readers with a fair translation of Naqshband's excellent work, which would prove of considerable service to those interested in tracing the migrations and transformations of popular tales. Besides the Sukha Saptati above mentioned, there is another Indian book, in Tamil, on the same plan, entitled Hamsa Vinsati, 20 Tales of a Hamsa, or Goose, told with the same object as that of the parrot. To keep an amorous lady at home until her husband returns. Footnote 22. Arabian Nights Entertainments, to which is added a selection of new tales, now first translated from the Arabic originals, also an introduction and notes by Jonathan Scott, LL.D., London, 1811. 6 vols. This edition, says Lones, was carefully revised and corrected from the Arabic, but it is not easy to discover any of the editor's emendations. The 6th volume consists of Scott's additional tales, 1 or 2 of which had been better left in the original Arabic. Footnote 23. Evidently a misprint for literal, since Scott accuses Kazad of taking liberties with his originals and contrasts his work with Auseli's more accurate translation. It is curious to find, for once at least, a misprint proving to be no error. For Auseli's translation is in fact very liberal, and Scott assuredly could never have compared it with the text. Footnote 24. As the 11th day is the story of the freed slave. Footnote 25. In allusion to the name, compounded of Bakht, fortune, and Yar, a friend or companion. Footnote 26. Bihraz and Rusby are compounded of the words be, good, excellent, and Ruz, day, meaning whose day is excellent. Ed. Footnote 27. Vetiver, Mr. Platt writes to me, is a French word, and yet I am unable to find it in any French dictionary. It is a kind of grass, deriving its name from the Latin words vito and vermis, as it is used when dry in keeping clothes, etc., free from moths. In the Mauritius, I believe, mats and table covers are manufactured from it. Footnote 28. Morier's second journey. Footnote 29. This is Mr. Bicknell's almost literal rendering. If the young Magian dally with grace so coy and fine, my eyes shall bend their fringes to sweep the house of wine. Footnote 30. Kilva cal, parva bal, question and answer, feather and wing, a jingle of words which has a great charm to a Persian ear. Feather and wing, pride of place. For the height of prosperity they say parva balai iqbal. Footnote 31. Manzil, a day's journey, about 20 miles. Footnote 32. Ottoman poems. Translated with introduction, biographical notices and notes by E. J. W. Gibb, Trubner and Co., page 211. Footnote 33. That is, a sword, the scabbard of which is ornamented with gold. Footnote 34. Second journey to Persia and C. Footnote 35. He would be a friend indeed, to submit to so much consultation. Footnote 36. This droll story is also domiciled in Italy. See Disraeli's Curiosities of Literature, on the philosophy of proverbs. But the probable original is found in the Talmud, where it occurs as an addendum to the well-known tale of the Emperor Hadrian and the old man who planted a fig tree. Footnote 37. Compare Scott. When pain and anguish wring the brow, a ministering angel thou. Footnote 38. History of Muhammadanism, 2nd edition, p. 322. Footnote 39. Sir John Malcolm's History of Persia, volume Roman 2, p. 585. Footnote 40. Russell's Natural History of Aleppo, volume I, chapter 3. Footnote 41. Meaning the Sultan himself, for the Turkish sultans are all born of slave women. Footnote 42. From Ferjusi, His Life and Writings, by S.R. Mr. Samuel Robinson. One of a series of admirable translations and Sea of Persian poetry, published some years ago, and now being reprinted for private circulation by the learned and venerable author, as a companion volume to my Arabian poetry for English readers. Footnote 43. Essai sur les Fables Indiens. Footnote 44. A century of ghazals or 100 odes, selected and translated from the Divan of Hafiz by S.R. Preliminary Notice pp. Roman 8, Roman 9. Footnote 45. Flowers from the Gulistan and Boston of Saadi, by S.R. Footnote 46. It has long been a barbarous practice in Persia to pluck out the eyes of political offenders. Morier, in his romance of Zoreb the Hostage, represents the brutal tyrant Aga Mohammed Shah, during the horrible massacre which followed the capture of Astrabad, as coolly counting, with the handle of his riding switch, the number of pairs of eyes placed before him on a tray. And a reference to the account of this monster's conduct after the capture of Kirman, in Sir John Malcolm's History of Persia, will show that the novelist has not exaggerated in this matter. Footnote 47. Niggurinn, idol-like, beautiful, embellished, a beloved object. Footnote 48. Under the title of Hindu Tales, London, Strahan and Co., Dr. P.W. Jacob has issued a very readable translation of this entertaining romance. Footnote 49. Tibetan Tales derived from Indian sources, translated from the Tibetan of the Khajiar by F. Anton von Schiefner. Done into English from the German by W. R. S. Ralston, M.A. London, Trubner and Co. Footnote 50. Descriptive Catalogue of the Mackenzie Collection of Oriental MSS, by H. H. Wilson. Calcutta, 1828. Volume I, p. 17. Footnote 51. Translated from the German of Bergman, by Mr. William J. Toms, and published in 1834 in his very interesting Lays and Legends of Various Nations, a work which has now become extremely scarce and well merits being reprinted. Footnote 52. The king was wont to visit the well where Abu Saber lay, and to jeer and mock his practice of patience. Footnote 53. That is the story of Abraha, obscurely referred to in the opening paragraph, page 56. Abraha, we are there informed, was the son of the king of Zanzibar, who, by chance, had fallen into slavery and never disclosed the secret to anyone. Lesquier says that he was reduced to slavery by some extraordinary adventure, but the text does not explain the nature of the adventure. Footnote 54. Khoja, in its more restricted meaning, a lord, a master. Mohammed is styled Khoja, Ibaz-o Nasher, literally, lord of the raising and dispersing, that is, the resurrection. In its general signification, a man of distinction, doctor, professor, and but the title of Khoja, like our Mr., is now very commonly applied to any respectable person. Footnote 55. Zangistan, the Oriental adjunct stan or istan, the participle of istadan, to reside or dwell, denotes place, or country, whence Moghalistan, a port of Tartary, Farzistan, Persia, Khuzistan, Susiana. The root of stan may be seen in our English word station. Footnote 56. 4 parasangs. A Persian league, about 18,000 feet in length, is farsang, that is, the stone of Persia, which Herodotus and other Greek authors term parasanga. It seems that in ancient times the distance of a league was marked in the east, as well as in the west, by large elevated stones. Footnote 57. The love of Jacob for his son Joseph and his grief at his supposed death are proverbial amongst Muslims, and very frequently alluded to by Persian poets. In the 12th surah of the Quran, it is stated that Jacob became blind through constant weeping for his lost son, and that his sight was restored by means of Joseph's inner garment, which the governor of Egypt sent to his father by his brethren. In the Maqamat of El-Hariri, the celebrated Arabian poet, are such allusions as passed a night of sorrow like Jacob's, wept more than Jacob when he lost his son. Footnote 58. Probably the messenger went to Yemen in the assumed capacity of a merchant, which would render him least liable to suspicion, and also enable him to smuggle Abraha out of the city without attracting particular notice. Footnote 59. The same savage maxim occurs in the Anvarai Suhili, when thou hast got thy enemy fast, show him no mercy. Footnote 60. Islam is not, as is commonly believed in Europe, synonymous with fatalism. What Mohammed taught, remarks Mr. Redhouse, what the Quran so eloquently and so persistently sets forth, and what real faithful Muslims believe, conformably with what is contained in the Gospels and accepted by devout Christians, is that God's providence preordains, as his omniscience foreknows, all events and overrules the designs of men, to the sure fulfillment of his all-wise purposes. El Esmuel Husna, the most comely names i.e. of God, by J. W. Redhouse, MRAS Trubner & Co., London. Footnote 61. There are many varieties of this amusing story in Europe as well as in Asia, whether Father Biscay found it in India or took it with him. Footnote 62. The Eiger language, Mr. J. W. Redhouse writes to me, is simply Turkish, what we should term a little provincial. It is very much more consistent with the Ottoman Turkish of today than the English of 400 years ago was like the modern English. Footnote 63. Here surely the Tatar translator or adapter anticipates the course of the narrative, since the king, unfortunately for the Vezir Kardar, did not possess at one and the same time 2 vezirs and a beautiful wife, if by the latter be meant the pious daughter of Kardar. Footnote 64. Cardan signifies knowing affairs, experienced. The meaning of Kardar, as Kardar is pronounced by Turks, is already given in the foregoing notes. Footnote 65. Lit without whom she could not live, Jobert. Footnote 66. In M. Kazat, S. rendering of the Arabian version, French translation of the continuation of the 1001 Nights, it is also the cameleer of the king of Persia, and not of King Dadin, as in the Persian Bakhtyār, who discovers the pious maiden in the desert. And from this point to the end of the narrative M. Kazat, S. and the Turkey versions correspond. Footnote 67. Hussein Va'iz, in his Anvarai Suhili, had probably Sa'd's verses in mind when he wrote, "The arrow which has leapt from the string cannot be brought back, nor can the slain person be resuscitated either by strength or gold. Footnote 68. Lane's 1001 Nights in Trod, p. 27. See a more just estimate of women, cited from the Mahabharata, p. 139 of the present volume. Footnote 69. Dr. Jonathan Scott, Notes to Volume Roman 6, of his edition of the Arabian Nights. Footnote 70. The 50th Night of the India Office, Ms. No. 2573, and the 35th Tale of Muhammad Qadari's Abridgment. Jaron's, English translation, 1792, comprises barely 1/5 of the tales, only the first volume of it having been published. He probably did not meet with sufficient encouragement to complete his work. Footnote 71. See Lane's 1001 Nights, Introduction, Note 21 ch. Roman 3 Note 14, Curran Roman 2 96. Footnote 72. It is perhaps hardly necessary to say that Mohammed did not profess to introduce a new religion, but simply to restore the original and only true faith, which was held and taught by Abraham, David, Solomon, and the other great prophets. Footnote 73. See Dr. Weil's interesting little work, entitled The Bible, the Quran, and the Talmud, where also will be found the curious legend of how the demon Sakhar, above mentioned, by obtaining possession of Solomon's magical signet, personated the great Hebrew king, and of the wonderful recovery of the seal ring and Solomon's restoration to his kingdom. Footnote 74. Sirgor Auseli's Biographical Notices of Persian Poets. Footnote 75. Arabian Nights Entertainments, edited by Jonathan Scott, 6 vols 8 vo, London, 1811, Volume Roman 6 Notes. Footnote 76. Morier's Second Journey to Persia, and c. Footnote 77. See Lane's Modern Egyptians. In My Arabian Poetry for English Readers is a translation, the first that has appeared in English, of the famous Burda poem of El-Busiri, contributed by Mr. J. W. Redhouse, with preface and notes. Footnote 78. Called El-Fatiha, according to Sale's translation, it is as follows. In the name of the most merciful God. Praise be to God, the Lord of all creatures, the most merciful, the King of the day of judgment. Thee do we worship, and of thee do we beg assistance. Direct us in the right way, in the way of those to whom thou hast been gracious, not of those against whom thou art incensed, nor of those who go astray. Footnote 79. The Book of the 1000 Nights and One Night, translated by Henry Torrens. Calcutta, 1838, Volume I Notes. This excellent translation comprises only the first 50 nights, and it is much to be regretted that Torrens did not live to complete a task so well begun. Footnote 80. Malcolm's History of Persia, Volume Roman 2. Footnote 81. Sketches of Persia, 1861 ed., page 134. Footnote 82. Folklore students will perhaps make a note of this. Footnote 83. Number Roman 44 of Pleasant Stories, in Gladwin's Persian Munshi, 1801. Footnote 84. Malcolm's History of Persia, Volume Roman 2, pp. 594-5. Footnote 85. This rabbinical tale has been adopted in France, where it is told of a gentleman who left his wealth to a convent, provided they gave his son whatever they chose. They chose the bulk of the money, which, of course, they had to restore. Footnote 86. Dissertation on the literature, languages, and manners of Eastern nations. Footnote 87. Anvarai Suhaili, or Lights of Canopus, by Hussein Vaz. Footnote 88. The story of Semeletka, in Mr. Ralston's Russian folktales, bears so close a resemblance to this rabbinical story, in the stratagem adopted by the wife, that we must conclude it cannot be a mere coincidence. Footnote 89. Chardin's Voyages and Purse, and c. Volume Roman 2, pp. 149-220. Footnote 90. History of Persia, Volume Roman 2, pp. 576-7. Footnote 91. A cunning man, hight Sidrafel, that deals in destiny's dark counsels and sage opinions of the moon cells. Hudibras. Footnote 92. Should the reader feel any curiosity to ascertain the sentiments entertained by Mohammedans regarding the influence of the planets upon men's dispositions and fortunes, he will find the fullest information on the subject in Kanuni Islam or the Customs of the Musulmans of India, by Jafar Sharif. Translated by G. A. Herklotz, M.D. London, 1832. Footnote 93. Dr. Dasent's Popular Tales from the Norse. Footnote 94. Thorpe's Northern Mythology, Volume Roman 3. Footnote 95. Popular Poetry of Persia,